nevertheless, I don't know why it's half a screen, but we'll make it happen. There we go. There we go. So we'll get it going on TikTok and give me about a minute to get my other stream going. Eric Von Eric, good afternoon. It's not quite evening, is it? I don't even know what time it is. I have no clue. And that what's on my what's on my monitor behind me is a countdown. So 3:20. Okay. 3:20. Bear with me. Let me get my other screen up and we'll make it happen momentarily here. Do want to We're going to be talking about President Trump, and we're going to be talking about it from a theme of no mercy. Um, President Trump don't play around, um, and today we're going to be talking about it. So give me a moment to clear my damn mind out while I get this up. And good evening to you folks that are filtering in on TikTok. Normally I don't start TikTok ahead. I actually started TikTok a little earlier, so I see you guys are already filtering in. How the hell do I have viewers that are requesting up so far? We haven't even gotten into what the show is going to be about, and I got folks in the box. You guys are making me feel special, more so than I deserve. But we're going to be talking about President Trump, no mercy. So I'm almost done here getting the last platform up. TikTok, Instagram show. We're going to be on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and Substack. So that's where we're going to be at. Should be done momentarily here, and if the device works, we'll get it going. Okay, looks like we are good to go. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you ask. But nevertheless, I'm glad to see you folks here this Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day. Does that have any significance to men? I know most of my audience is men. I do have some female viewers and commentators, of course, but before we get into the show, just by way of yes or no in the comments for my male viewers, does Valentine's Day have significance to you? Yes or no in the comments. Just curious. Does Valentine's Day have significance? Usually women are the ones that are on the receiving end of gifts and treasures and things like that. The guy, if you can get your hands on a little bit of ass, you normally are consider yourself lucky. But otherwise, otherwise, a lot of men don't. You kind of feel like Al Bundy, if you know what I mean. So anyway, I don't even like Valentine's Day because you're supposed to love your person every damn day. I like that gangster. I like that gangster grammar. Ask my wallet, says Gerald MC. I like that one too. I agree with that. Used to before my husband passed away. Sorry to hear that, Rosa. But like I said, women tend to favor Valentine's Day a bit more than men do. And I do believe that women tend to be more on the receiving end. Like I said, a guy is just trying to get a little nookie, if you know what I mean. I love my wife. We occasionally surprise each other, but it's cool. If not, we celebrate our marriage each year for our love. That is really sentimental there, Tom Tom. I like that. Yes, Mama needs flowers. I like it. So happy Valentine's Day to all you folks. So let's get into the actual show and its purpose and topics. Trump from a no mercy aspect. I want to give you folks. Now we're going to obviously continue talking about the what do you want to call it? Save America Act. That's probably going to be the biggest thing going forward from now until the election. I suppose that may end up being right up there with the Epstein files because it does have the ability to fundamentally change how we vote. And some folks on the left in particular, and certainly independents, and even a few, very few, but a few folks on the right even believe that it could lead to some sort of election fraud. Now, keep in mind, the Save America Act requiring you present citizenship to vote is supposed to be legislation to prevent fraud, to prevent illegals and non-citizens from voting. But there are plenty of folks that believe President Trump's implementation of the Save America Act could lead to more voter fraud. And that is likely at the governmental level. But that is up to you to come to that conclusion, make your decision.
It's just got on Truth Social to start turning the knife on voter ID. This is something that he's, of course, been talking about a lot lately with the Save America Act. He says we cannot let the Democrats get away with no voter ID any longer. These are horrible, disingenuous cheaters. And as I go all the way down here, if we can't get it through Congress, there are legal reasons why this scam is not permitted. I will be presenting them shortly. And he says he will do this with or without Congress in time for the midterm elections. How?
And that's the question we're going to talk about. I guess I would ask you folks, and once again, another one of those yes or no type questions. Do you believe that, because the states are what has historically controlled elections. I believe it's a constitutional thing. I believe it's states' rights. You hear this generally from the right. I don't know why they're not saying it now, because they favor the Save America Act. But generally, the states have had control of their own elections. Do you believe our elections would be more legit if we handed it over to the federal government? Because that's what Trump is saying. Now, you hear him suggest that even if I don't get permission, or if it's not approved at the Senate level, I'm going to do it anyway. Now, it's already passed the House, so it's halfway there. But he needs 60 votes in the Senate, and that is not expected to be achieved. So he's making it clear ahead of time that even if I don't get those 60 votes, I'm going to do this anyway. Do you believe that our elections would be more fair if we took it out of the hands of the states and gave it up to Trump to decide? Because that's exactly what he's talking about. And he wants this done before the midterms. So this is not a 2028 thing or something in the future. This is later this year he wants to do this. Take it out the hands of the state and give it to President Trump. Do you believe our elections would be more secure trusting Trump versus each individual state? Now, in addition to that, you guys know how we do it. We got multiple topics to talk about. I'm going to ask you folks right off the bat, on my TikTok viewers, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We'll be taking a caller soon. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. As always, program is and shall forever remain MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body on the program. So understand that. Our comments go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having a dinner with Q. You can be critical of anyone on the program, including yours truly. Alter Ego. Help us start your boy out with the hat mustache. Go shout out, Alter Ego. Wow, appreciate the support. So in addition to asking, should we place the elections in the hands of Trump versus the state? And remember, now he just said yesterday that he's going to implement the Save America Act, whether it passes in the Senate or not. But this is not the first statement he's made. Remember, just a week or two ago, he was talking about they should nationalize the elections and let Republicans control it. So it still goes along that statement. Would the elections be more fair if we took it out of the hands of the state and let Trump control it? Because that is what he's talking about. Now, this one here, I'll let you guys have it.
Celebrated military bases in the history of the world. Fort Bragg, we have your name back. We got your name back from the radical left. The radical left is not happy about it. It's another reason you have to vote for it, because they'll change it back to whatever it might be. This is the home of the legendary Green Berets, the home of the Sky Dragons, and the All-American 82nd Airborne. And in particular, I hear that we are joined by many exceptional soldiers from the 1st Brigade Combat Team, also known as the Devils in Baggy Pants. What's that all about? The Devils.
Okay. So as you hear, President Trump has named a base, Fort Bragg, back after the Confederate it was originally named for. Now, the liberals had changed a lot of this stuff. Now, there's a catch to it, because when the liberals changed a lot, and there were Republicans that were in favor of this as well, because Nikki Haley took down a Confederate flag at the State House there in South Carolina when she was governor. So some Republicans also has seen the Confederate movement, I'll just call it a movement. Some Republicans also see the Confederate movement as divisive and or even racist in its nature. But President Trump is naming one of the, now this isn't the only base. He's done this with a few other bases as well. He's named many of them. Now, the catch is the Democrats, the liberals that done this, that orchestrated it, had made it so that you cannot name the base back after, I don't know the first name to this Bragg guy, but to get around this, the Trump administration picked anybody else that's in the military that had the same last name and named the base after them. So some of these bases are named after unknown privates or whatever. Just you want the same name. So if they take down Fort Bragg and they got a law so you can't name it after this guy, then find another Bragg that served in the military and name it after him. So the base is still called Fort Bragg, even though the individual is now named after may not have any significant achievements or accolades worthy of naming a whole damn base after him. But a lot of folks on the right are happy to see these bases being named back after the history that they were formerly named after. But the problem is this exists while he's naming bases back after Confederates. He's also removing stuff.
In December, Trump added his own name, of course, to the building. And I suppose that's not much of a surprise when you look at how this administration has been treating Black history artifacts and figures. The Trump administration told the National Museum of African American History and Culture to remove improper ideology and scrub exhibits that focus on systemic racism. Members of the administration have consistently minimized the horrors of slavery and discounted its foundational role in shaping America. Trump also removed memorials honoring enslaved people across the country. And it doesn't really stop at the museums. It's become pretty widespread. The Pentagon mistakenly removed and then had to restore after pushback Jackie Robinson's military biography. The same thing happened with Harriet Tubman's archives in the National Park Service. Trump also ordered national park gift shops to remove items promoting DEI, whatever that means at this point. On top of that, for weeks, he's been subjecting a Black Congresswoman, Ilhan Omar.
And so the question is, okay, he's obviously restoring Confederate history, removing a significant part of Black history. I'll leave it up to you to make your own determination on that. But he has indeed began restoring Confederate history and removing significant achievements of Black history. Why is he doing that? Now, you guys know on Juneteenth, he spoke in terms of that holiday. We got too many holidays, and that needs to go away. Of course, he did not acknowledge MLK Day, and he's doing zero for Black History Month. So I don't know. Is he more favorable to the Confederates, or more favorable to certain portions of history, and maybe not as favorable to others? I'll leave that up to you. And this last one here, wow, this one is a bombshell. This is why the whole piece is titled President Trump, No Mercy. Now, ever since Trump became our 47th commander-in-chief, better yet, even when he was 45th, you heard the phrase over and over again, we're not anti-immigrant, just come here legally. Get in line like everyone else. Many folks even pointed out, my ancestors came here, they did it the right way. That's all we're asking you to do. We're not anti-immigrant, just come here the right way. So,
American citizens every year through the naturalization process. But new today, the Trump administration is increasing staff and resources to revoke citizenship from people they want to scrutinize. NBC5's Phil Prazen takes a look at the issue.
The celebrations are held across the state of Texas.
It was emotional.
Immigrants and their families pledge allegiance to the United States after years of work. This ceremony is the last step in the naturalization process for those over 18 who are legal permanent residents, who pass a civics test, who speak English and have, quote, good moral character.
They're coming here legally, but I want you to hear the rest of this. Now, you hear these are all people that are coming here 100% legal, going through the complete vetting process, the cost involved in this, the time it takes. These are citizens. This isn't green card holders. This isn't documentation. This isn't visas. These are people that have went all the way through and reached the pinnacle of success. American citizens.
President Trump wants to beef up the process in reverse, adding staff to the 80 field offices to try to find 100 to 200 people a month to denaturalize, who they claim may have lied on their paperwork, are national security threats, or have illegally used Medicaid or Medicare. A spokesperson wrote NBC, Quote, we maintain a zero tolerance policy towards fraud in the naturalization process and will pursue denaturalization proceedings for any individual who lied or misrepresented themselves. During his first four-year term, his Department of Justice only received 102 total complaints.
It is a tremendous change. This is an indication that this is a quota-driven, get me the numbers no matter what.
Latino advocacy groups argue it's unwarranted scrutiny and say they'll defend new citizens in court.
With the resources it takes, and the burden of proof is very high on the government for denaturalization.
And the court system is where this will all go, according to Elizabeth Howe.
Okay, and I'm not going to play too many more of the opinions, but we're going to recap what was said here. And this is, like I said, this is why we're talking about no mercy. Now, he wants to find, I guess he wants to have a team of folks, and their job is going to be to find 100 to 200 U.S. citizens that they can deport per month. You heard what was stated there. The reason you could be deported is you lied on your paperwork, you, I guess, fraudulently received funds from Medicare, Medicaid, or you are a national security threat. Now, on its face, it doesn't sound like, well, I guess some of this still could be questioned, but you don't want anybody to hear this a national security threat. But let's be clear. We have now deemed everyone from drug dealers as, what do you call them, narco-terrorists now, terrorists. If you got an MS-13 or Trinidad Agua tattoo on you, God knows how many years ago it could have, you're considered a narco-terrorist. Better yet, Alex Pretty and Renee Nicole Good are domestic terrorists. So, according to the Trump administration. So, when they said national security threat, what does that actually mean? They're labeling all sorts of people as terrorists now. I never, ever would have thought a drug dealer or a protester would be deemed as a terrorist. But under the Trump administration, they are. Also, receiving fraudulently Medicare or Medicaid. Now, there's no time frame on it. So let's say, for instance, you did receive some sort of state assistance. And I'm going to submit to you that most individuals in this country that receive welfare, food stamps, or some kind of state assistance probably has at some point or another received some sort of cash from a side hustle. You do hair for a living, you're a barber, you might sneak and drive for Uber, et cetera, et cetera. Stuff, because when you're receiving government assistance, they want to know all the income you're making, because they're going to give you assistance according to you being broke or based on the income you're making. Most folks, I'm talking about red-blooded Americans that receive help, have side hustles. I don't care if you're shoveling snow for a living. All of that's fraud. All of that is fraud. If you don't tell them you're receiving that, all of that is fraud. So if you've ever been in this country and you've received Medicare, Medicaid, or some kind of government assistance, and they can prove that you earned a dime without telling the government, you're good for deportation. As a citizen, that is fraud. You don't know how far they're going to go with it. But it's pretty clear that the Trump administration has a motto of, if we can find a reason to deport, we shall do that. So you don't know. Maybe they find out that you received some money 10 years ago and you drove for Uber for a couple trips. You didn't tell us about it. You don't know where it's going to go with that. And last but not least, 3 things he said. You lied on your paperwork, you receive Medicare, Medicaid fraud, and you're a national security threat. Also, with the lying on your paperwork, that also has tentacles that could go anywhere. Let's say you came in the country back in the 80s and you had to state, have you ever been to Iran at the time? You know, we were having issues with the Iran hostage situation back in the late 70s. Have you been to Iran? You were over there for a funeral or something that you didn't tell them about it. You didn't tell them about it. But since then, you've been in the country since the 80s. You haven't done anything wrong, no criminal history. Well, we were able to determine that when you filled out your paperwork back in the 80s, you had been to Iran once. We found that you've been there once back in 76. You lied on your paperwork. Now you're up for deportation. So the point we're making here is you're literally demand. This is when we say no mercy. This is literally a demand that anybody that has become a U.S. citizen has essentially been almost perfect the whole time they've been here. Almost perfect. And Jen says the rules are the same for everyone. No, they're not. No, they're not. You don't get, if you do any of this shit, you don't get deported. What do you mean the rules are the same? You don't get held accountable for crimes you committed 40 years ago. As a citizen, you have the benefit of the statute of limitations. You don't in this case. You don't in this case. So you're a citizen that never may be treated like one. This is not the same. It's amazing how many people are already defending this shit. Also, keep in mind, there's a host of countries on this planet that does not allow dual citizenship. Meaning that if you leave, let's say, for instance, you leave Vietnam or Cambodia somewhere, or you flee communist China, and you've migrated here. Some of those countries do not allow you to maintain that citizenship of where you came from. So once you got sworn in here in America, you are an American citizen and you no longer are a citizen of your homeland. So if you get caught up in what the Trump administration, this no mercy approach, and they want to deport you, your homeland no longer considers you a citizen. You are now a stateless human being. You now no longer have any country that views you as a citizen of that country. You have no homeland. Now, generally a stateless person is really up for incarceration wherever country they're in indefinitely. Indefinitely. You are a stateless person. Now, President Trump has made deals with the country of El Salvador. I believe there's a country in Africa to take people like this. And you've seen what happened when people go to El Salvador. They are incarcerated indefinitely. Indefinitely. So you could be caught up for some of the most minor violations, whereas the Trump administration revokes your citizenship, and it could lead to you essentially being incarcerated indefinitely. So for folks who say, well, it's the same rules for everybody, you're never going to face that. You could commit all the Medicaid and Medicare frauds you want. That is not likely to ever happen to you. So it's not the same rules for everybody. You're not going to lie on paperwork and find yourself in a foreign country where you don't even speak the fucking language for the rest of your goddamn life. It's not the same. Blue One Banks with the Galaxy. Appreciate that. So I guess I want to ask, though, based on the comments, yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks agree with revoking the citizenship of folks for the rules that were stated by the Trump administration? Lied on your paperwork, Medicare, Medicaid fraud, or national security threat. And no matter how long you've been in the country, maybe they can show you receive welfare fraudulently back in the early 90s. No matter how long you've been in the country, how many folks agree with that? Anything they find, they can get rid of you. Let me know in the comments how many of you folks agree with that. I'm just curious to see. Type yes or no if you're in favor of that. I don't see my YouTubers are not really, but I definitely see some folks on TikTok. Most of the folks on TikTok disagree, but there are some folks on TikTok that actually agree with that. Straight Talk, Gen X, Duke. I see you folks. Shout out to all of you guys. Good to see you here. Look, this is no mercy. This is about as much of a no mercy approach. How many folks believe that when we started out talking about rapists and murderers, it would come all the way down to this? A citizen that may have lied on their paperwork decades ago. That's what we started out with, rapists and murderers. Bad hombres, people that are in the country illegally. Now we're all the way down to this. Who knows what, and keep in mind also, folks believe that illegal immigrants, many of the folks that agree with this, yeah, Mike, you did tell me from the beginning. This is morphing in so many directions. I just might think they may just put a fucking light meter on your arm and say, if you represent this shade of brown, you're good to go. It's pretty clear that the Trump administration wants to get rid of a lot of people in this country that are not committing rapes and murders. Just people. It's pretty clear he wants to just deport people that represent no harm to the average American. He wants to just deport people. I think that's pretty clear. But I'm just saying it's a lot of folks that do seem to agree with this. So we're going to talk about this. So we're getting into it again. Once again, the Save America Act. Probably be doing a lot of shows on that. That's going to be going on for a long time. Restoring Confederate monuments, statues, doing the opposite for African American stuff. Talk about that. And last but not least, how are you guys? I'm just gonna be asking you. You come up your opinion of what you see as the future of America, and I'm not even going to cover what Marco Rubio did on the world stage yesterday, talking about New World Order. And it's a different place, different time now. Anyway, we'll go ahead and start off with the show. As I said, you know how we run it. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. This is uncensored programming. Every day, all day when we're on here, we don't censor. So it doesn't matter what your politics are. Your criticisms are allowed here. You can be critical of anyone, including yours truly. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 15,000. My YouTube viewers, certainly need you guys to smash the like button. There's multiples considering what the likes are. Tap the like button. It helps out the algorithm. So looking in the comments, the amount of damage is going to affect the next administration if it switches. I think the last portion of that statement is certainly something we should know. I don't think the Trump administration, in my opinion, intends for it to switch. I think the writing is all over. Not to mention, listen, he's selling Trump 2028 hats. You have to really separate what do you think is a joke and what he really wants to do. Because a lot of things that MAGA will tell you is a joke start to become policy when you wait long enough. Remember, giving police immunity from prosecution was a joke originally. Fuck Trump, says Joe in the comments. Yikes. Let's get to the MAGA whining. Yay, what is today air? Well, Edward, I think it says, or whatever the name is, feel free to state your case. Feel free to state your case. You can defend. I think this says Ed E-Dog. That's what we said. E-Dog, E-Dog. All those European-made guns in America, and nobody knows how to use them. And what the Second Amendment is for. What's that about a tyrannical government? That's an excellent point, JQ. And I've been saying that as well, is that the Trump administration has flat out proven definitively that the Second Amendment does not protect you against tyranny. I think that the Trump administration, whether we're talking about the National Guard, what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, the fact that he's now talking about federalizing elections, the Second Amendment does not protect you against tyranny. There are armed liberals, armed independents, and armed Republicans in every single state, every single county in this great nation. And you don't see nobody stepping up. Trump is talking about doing all sorts, 2028 has all sorts of things that are anti-constitution. Where's all the Second Amendment? In fact, he's challenging the Second Amendment. Even the NRA had to come out and talk to him about that because he was saying you can't bring guns to a protest and shit. The Second Amendment does not protect you against tyranny. He has made that absolutely abundantly clear. Let me go to the box. We'll start it right out with James Harper. Why does it sound like I'm unstable? James, can you hear me?
Hey, Tim.
Hey. So, deporting U.S. citizens, what say you?
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Will it culminate to reality?
No, it's going to get fought.
Well, he gets fought every step of the way, but he's still, as the man said, if you vote for me, you're going to get tired of winning. Getting fought doesn't mean you're going to succeed. The guy is winning.
No, and of course, he's losing every time.
You sure about that? Well, let me just say it this way. He's going around the courts, not necessarily following what they will do. So, yeah, the courts may say he can't do something. Like, the courts told him he got to release all the Epstein files. He didn't do that. I mean, he's doing all kinds of things. I mean, the reason Kilmar Abrego Garcia got sent to El Salvador is because the court said you couldn't fly these planes down to El Salvador. They did it anyway. So, I don't know. I don't know if he's really losing.
His people are losing. Like, his people are facing repercussions. He's not doing it yet.
Yeah. And it's Straight Talk Commerce says that Trump has a Supreme Court record of 22-2. So he's won 22 times. He only lost 2. What say you?
A lot of the cases that are in there right now, they keep knocking them back down to lower court saying, hey, we want you to figure this out. We're not going to do it. But when it comes to real serious cases, like which one was it? Because there's a few times they went unanimously against him, which means all of them said no.
So at the end, so you don't think he's going, this whole quota of he wants to deport 100 to 200 citizens per month, which is, to me, the fact that you're putting a quota on it doesn't sound like you're really trying to do, restore law and order. Do you want a cop in your town to say, I need you guys to get me 2,000 to 3,000 speeding tickets per month? When you put a quota on it, the law is going out the window. Kind of sounds a hell of a lot like find me 11,000 votes, but so you don't think he's going to be able to do this?
No, basically what happened is he ran on saying all these rapists and murderers are let loose, but they can't find any of them. So instead of saying that, we're not doing our mission like we're supposed to, like the promises not being fulfilled, they decided, okay, we're going to change the parameters. Now I'm going to take away these people's protective status, so now they fit in the category and we can deport them. And now we're going to find a way to take away their citizenship, so they become illegals now and we can deport them.
Yeah,
all for the image of, hey, we're getting rid of all the illegals.
Yeah, it also would fuck with, because citizens can vote. So the minute you start doing this, you can also put citizens up for investigation pending deportation procedures, and you can temporarily suspend them from voting too. Because you may be, if the courts are trying to prosecute you and take away your citizenship, you can't vote while that is going on. So this is also another way to limit, because all of these are likely going to be people that's voting left, because you're talking about the immigrant community. You can silence the ones that legally can vote by doing this. Many of them probably voted for him.
And see, that's the thing. Like, you got defense secretary that wears Christian nationalist tattoos. You got a senior advisor who was all for going against Civil Rights Act and making everybody believe that white men are the most oppressed people in the country. And now you got a president that is, well, not just a president, a whole administration that wants to wipe out Black history, make it seem like it doesn't exist, and is going for the Confederacy. Someone who went against the U.S.
So what are you saying? He's going to be he's a great president? Best ever? Mount Rushmore, as Straight Talk Commerce would say?
Yeah, listening to Straight Talk Commerce, the guy who lies about his military career and all other kinds of shit. Yeah, go ahead.
How do you know? He's in the comments asking, how are we oppressing you? What are you said he's lying about his military career? You don't believe he served?
No, I believe he served, but like I said, he's a desk jockey. He didn't do anything all these missions that he flown and he ain't do none of that shit.
Well, the man says he did. The
man also says that Trump never lies.
That's probably the most entertainment statement I've heard in a while for somebody to say, any politician, but a guy on his second term has never told a lie. That's probably the most entertaining comment I've ever heard. But what do you think when he is restoring Fort Bragg? And a lot of folks do believe that the Democrats were wrong to change the name of these bases. But what he's doing, removing everything from Harriet Tubman to slavery exhibits, and what type of picture does that paint with you? How do you view that?
They're all about, let's see, cultural imaging. That's all it is. Cultural imaging. Oh, this has been this way for so long, and you can't just come in and change it. We're going to go back and change it back. So you're making America soft.
How does it make America soft to remove, let's say, Harriet Tubman?
No, that in their eyes, that makes America tough, because remember, they have a romanticized vision of American history. They don't want everybody to see that America did do criminal shit.
But even if you remove the monuments, the word of mouth has got to be at least 150 million strong. I mean, I know MAGA ain't gonna pass on stories of how awful minorities are treated in this country, but you're going to obviously get it from the minorities, many of the immigrants, and plenty of white liberals. So removing the actual monument, what are you going to do? Pass a law that says it's illegal to talk about it? Because the stories are in the people.
Well, if you look at some of these new education plans, they made sure to try to remove those books.
Yeah. So
if you can't teach the past in the schools, it's likely that it's not going to be taught in the home.
But wait a minute, President Trump, you see written on the hat, his goal is to make America great again. So perhaps what he is doing has greatness as an overall goal. I don't know where, how so, but
remember, Trump became an adult in the 60s. He wants to go back to when all that stuff where like black people weren't doing all this. He wants to go back to that era.
You do realize, James, though, Trump is on record saying he done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln.
Trump says he does a lot more for everybody. It don't mean that shit's true.
Well,
he did one thing, and he makes it seem like that was the greatest thing ever when he was basically putting out his own fire.
Well, I got a viewer.
Like me setting up a campfire, putting it out, and say, "I'm the greatest wildlife preservationist in the world."
Well, if everybody else is standing around the campfire saying you are, you're going to get credit for it. I got Duke in the comments. He's Black MAGA. He's certainly a supporter of Trump. I believe he feels that Trump has been far more beneficial to African Americans.
Straight talk, you've already lost all your damn brain cells. What the hell are you talking about?
I see him. He says, I'm losing brain cells listening to you. So he's not a fan of you or I, apparently. Certainly not you. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I'm an actual combat veteran, so I don't care. I actually went to war. He didn't.
I appreciate your service. You don't think? I think he claims to be a combat veteran, though. And so does Duke. I mean, they claim to be. So, I don't know. Let me just ask it to you this way. Getting rid of 100 to 300 citizens per month, which is, I mean, not a lot, but we're talking actual citizens, for lying on paperwork, Medicare, Medicaid fraud, and national security threats. Is that not a legitimate reason, though? Okay, look, you are a threat to national security. I mean, you don't want Bin Laden to be a citizen, do you?
Bin Laden wouldn't be a citizen, but what they're doing is they're going to use that as a precursor just to say, oh, you was in this area, so we're not just going to let you get it. It's basically, he knows he's losing the popular vote, so he's trying to make sure he can screw that. Just like he was trying to get rid of mail-in voter ballots.
Well, yeah, he's claimed that he wants to end mail-in voting, but listen, a lot of folks believe that allowing people to mail in their vote opens up a lot of avenues to fraud. So is that possible that maybe Trump is onto something, pointing out, this is a way people could commit voter fraud?
Where's the proof?
You don't generally, listen, you don't generally get proof from Trump. I mean, you got to kind of just take it with a grain of salt. You don't generally prove the things he's saying. So you're not going to get that.
But you know what's real funny? Remember when both Obama and Biden was in? What's the one phrase that they was always talking about? Government overreach. Now Trump is overtly overreaching.
And I don't disagree. If you go by the standard of traditional Republicans, as a president, he is overreaching. I mean, he's talking about taking control of elections from the states. But I do have to ask you.
Trump is the very definition of what Republicans was fearing for decades.
Yeah, and that's what I want to ask you. The Republicans often have criticized liberals very often about big government policies. Why do you think they aren't saying much about Trump using big government from everything from taking over elections to taking away federal funding? I mean, using it as a weapon, federal funding as a weapon, going after governors because they didn't do what he liked. Why do you believe MAGA's not saying anything about that?
Because that's their guy. Remember, Trump said, I can shoot somebody on Fifth Street and my people will justify it for me. They're doing it now. Every time he gets caught doing something crazy, you got people like MAGA reacts coming in saying, well, no, it's not how you see it, and if he didn't intentionally do that, it's not that kind of a case.
MAGA reacts he's good at getting his point across in the most dizzying of ways. I mean, that is MAGA reacts, but I don't know, 100 to 300 fraudulent citizens. Look, let's say they did find out you lied on your paperwork when you came into America back in 85. Do you believe they should do anything at all?
If that's the case, one of the first people that should be taken out is Melania and Elon.
Ooh. What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? What happened?
You mean to tell me Melania is a genius. She didn't get the Einstein visa.
Yeah, Melania Trump did get in here on an Einstein visa. Yeah, that is crazy. That is crazy.
And then remember, they said they're going back and grabbing people for doing anything, right? Didn't Elon Musk admit that he overstayed his visa? Shouldn't that be grounds to revoke his citizenship too?
Yeah, but they're a bit light skinned, man. I don't know. They're a little light for that. Sound like you might.
Yeah.
Let him go get a tan or something first.
You said the quiet part out loud, because you don't see them going after none of these Europeans, anything like that. Is anybody, like you said, it's going to be a shade test.
Yeah. So before I'm moving on, I'm going to ask you the question I'm going to be asking all of my guests. We're shortening it up because I'm doing a briefer live. But future of America. Give me 3 aspects of America you're expecting over the last 3 years to change, improve, get worse, etc.
That all depends on whether or not who wins the midterms. So
let's go with Trump. Let's say Trump. Let's go with Trump winning the midterms. Senate and House. Maintaining control of both the House and Senate. And I know he's widely expected to lose the House, but let's suggest he maintains control of the House and Senate.
And what's going to happen is the lower class, their economy is going to collapse. People aren't going to be able to afford shit, and we're going to completely pull out of NATO, the UN, and all kinds of things, and we're going to end up acting just like Russia and North Korea.
Acting like Russia and North Korea in what manner? How so?
You already see Trump went after Venezuela talking about, we're going to take care of that. He's going to push even harder once he gets control of the House and Senate. He's going to push even harder for Greenland, and I guarantee you Nigeria's going to be next.
You think he wants to take over all them black folks? You really think the Trump administration wants to own Nigeria? I mean, I get it. There's a lot of resources there.
He wants the resources. He wants the resource grab.
Nigeria, huh? Wow. That's a first. I know he was bombing folks that were persecuting Christians over there, allegedly, but I have never heard somebody suggest he wants to take over Nigeria. That's different. All right, James, I got to move it on. Thanks for coming through.
No problem, Tom.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. Get us on up to 25,000. This is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body on this program. Everything Trump is doing for our country takes time. Nothing can be done overnight. True. But that ain't what he campaigned on in the comments. Sergeant Seymour, I think it says. I don't have my glasses on, so bear with me. I don't want to butcher anybody's fucking name. And thank you for your service. I assume Sergeant Sear. Yeah, everything he do, not all of the things he's doing takes time. I think the level of division happening in this country has increased exponentially. I'm not saying the country wasn't divided before Trump came along, but it's far more divided now. It's far more divided. I mean, even the Republican Party ain't what it used to be. It's a lot of division within the party. So, but yeah, what he does takes time. It's just that he campaigned on doing things overnight, doing things immediately. He used phrases like on day one and 24 hours and stuff like that. Now, I get MAGA has their own special way of interpreting Trump. He can say something and they know when to take it literally, when it's a joke, and when it's exact. Everybody else don't know that though. But MAGA has this special, Trump whisperer mentality. I knew he was just joking, or I knew he couldn't do that, or I knew. Everybody else don't view it like that. I believe if you say something, particularly as someone leading a nation of 330 million people, you can't blame them if they take you literally. You can't blame them for taking you literally. And a lot of MAGA, will blame non-MAGA for taking Trump literally. Looking in the comments, that's not an excuse. That's not a joke. That's an excuse for Trump, says I know. I know too. I appreciate that. I do agree with that. Tap the screen. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to be asking. I need you folks to smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm. Certainly brings in more MAGA because I got a lot more MAGA that tunes in on YouTube. So smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. And if you happen to be watching on Substack or Instagram, follow the program. Same on TikTok. We're here most weekdays, occasionally weekends. Watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. When the whole world is against you, you are not the hero. Wow, says summoners, when the whole world is against you, you're not the hero. But is the whole world against us? We got to have an ally somewhere, don't we? I'm trying to think because I know we're now viewing even Canada and Mexico are obviously considered as adversaries at this point under the Trump administration. I guess that is a good point. Who is our ally right now under the Trump administration? If you ask MAGA, who is the ally of America? I'm talking in regards to MAGA. Let's try to see if we can find that out. We'll bring up some MAGA. Good afternoon, Duke. Welcome to the program.
What's up, handsome?
No, you know what I say, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So let me ask you,
We're trying to take over. We're trying to take over Nigeria now. When the Nigerian president literally thanked Donald Trump for trying to help. Look, it's not the United States trying to take over. They had a problem with a certain radical group of people in that country kidnapping Christians, and the United States, which is already in Africa, came there and gave assistance. What's wrong with that?
Well, first of all, suggesting that the president is thanking us. I mean, the current leadership in Venezuela thanks us as well. That don't mean we didn't take over the country. So just because Hamid Karzai thanked us when we took over Afghanistan. So just because people are thanking you in the country don't mean you didn't take it over.
Okay, once again, how's that we was taking over Nigeria when they thanked it? You do understand they've been kidnapping little girls and boys actually little girls in Nigeria, right?
Mm-hmm. What happened to America first? Why are we talking about Nigeria? What happened to America first? Why are we in Nigeria? Hell, you can't even find Guthrie's mama, goddammit. Why the hell are we talking about girls in Nigeria being kidnapped?
We can't find a lot of children in the United States, yet Guthrie's mama is all over the news 24 hours a day. Here's the thing, liberal. Mm-hmm. I've been listening to you for a while.
Straight Talk Comer says he don't care dark. Why is he calling you dark when you're... Go ahead, let me hear you.
Because people can't read. People can't read.
He's MAGA. He called you dark. Listen, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Oh, my God. I'm listening.
Listen, liberal. These immigration laws have been on the books for years.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me you've had... For years, you've had politicians saying, find me 100 to 300 people you can deport every month. That's always been that way.
That's not what is on the books mean, sir. These laws, if you fraudulently put something in your application to come over to the United States, and you've been here, no, it doesn't matter how long it's been, and they go back and look and seeing that you fraudulently put someone, you could take your citizenship can be taken away.
Yeah.
There's naturalization citizenship, and then there's born citizenship.
So how do you respond to the fact that he is specifically saying, find me 100 to 300 people per month to deport? Why is he putting a number on it?
Because there are actually people that came here that fraudulently.
I get that, but why put it? Listen, there's been laws on the books that say you can't drive more than 65 miles an hour down this stretch of highway. Find me at least 1,000 to 2,000 people per month that's going over that. You don't see how that sounds corrupt?
No, it's not corrupt, sir.
A quota?
Actually, find me those. No, sir. See, what you don't like is the law.
Is it a quota though?
No, it's not a quota, sir. It's actually go out and do your. You don't interrupt anybody else.
Bullshit! I interrupt every goddamn body, and I get interrupted by them. Go ahead and make your point.
No, sir, you didn't interrupt that last guy. You said that you sip your coffee.
Make your point.
Thank you. I'm gonna make my point. If the laws is on the books, look, a lot of people break the law. Not everybody gets gets caught. Some slip through the cracks. So now what's going to happen, liberal, is that we're going to start finding those who slip through the cracks. You know, if you made a point about your taxes, if you cheat on your taxes, I've cheated on my taxes. You probably never cheated on your taxes.
I'm sure I have.
But if the IRS catch you cheating on your taxes at any given time, no matter how far back it was, they're gonna come after you, ain't they?
No, there's a statute of limitation. Oh no, there's two things. First of all, there's a statute of limitations.
Audit your ass.
Hold on. First of all, there's a statute of limitations. Second of all, if you cheat on your taxes about $17 or some shit, they're not coming after you for that. They're not gonna fuck with you for a few pennies.
Are you cheating? Are you cheating on your taxes?
I just told you, if I'm cheating for a few pennies, they're not coming after me.
So what you're saying is, you know, just a little bit of breaking the law is not breaking the law, right? So if you come in here and say, I was seeking asylum from this country, and it comes to find out that you really wasn't seeking asylum, and you've been here 30 years, and you've been a model citizen, that little bit of a lie isn't nothing. You just broke the law. We're just gonna let you stay, huh?
Yeah, and I'm gonna
see. This is what I'm talking about with you liberals, is that you just don't care about laws. You like breaking the law. You really saying you're echoing the same thing that Jasmine Crockett said, is that a person who breaks the law is not really breaking the law. You know?
Okay.
Come on.
All right. Here's a response to that. You said you're saying so a little bit of breaking the law is okay or whatever you said.
That's what you're saying.
And that is what I'm saying. Hold on. Now you mentioned interrupting. Now you're doing it right. Now we're doing it. We're doing it to each other, right?
I just want to make you sure.
Okay. I'm actually going to verify what you're saying as fact. A little bit of breaking the law is not breaking the law in many cases. Let me explain it to you. Only with immigrants are we saying they got to be perfect. As I mentioned, the law is 65 miles an hour. How many people actually break that law? If you sat hold on, let me finish. If you sat on any given spot, how many people jaywalk every goddamn day? There's a ton of taxes. You mentioned taxes. How many people lie on their tax? If you held every single law in existence down to perfection, you wouldn't have any American walking the street. We'd all be in jail. But for some reason with immigrants, you want them to be perfect. A little bit of breaking the law is okay. That's how our country has always been.
A little bit of breaking the law is okay. This is why we voted for Donald Trump. Listen, bro,
the man who literally lied on his taxes.
Listen, hold on, liberal. I have been so-called law enforcement. I've been so-called veteran, like you said, because, you know, I have to show proof, in other words. And here it is in so-called law enforcement, okay? You know, we know that we can't catch 1,000% of everybody. But if we catch you, now, one time I pulled a person over, and that person said, well, that person beside me was doing the same speed. I was speeding just like him. Why didn't you catch him? My response was, I can't catch both of you, so I just caught you today. Tomorrow is another day. Liberal. Is this the stance of liberals?
No, let me ask you.
So a little bit of grape is just
now you're going. Listen, it's a big. Wait, hold on. It's a big difference. It's a big difference between. If he's stuck with rapists and murderers, you would get my agreements. But now when you're talking about, well, you may have committed Medicaid fraud 30 years ago. Now that ain't the same, dude.
That's breaking the law, right? That's breaking the law, right?
Yeah, it's breaking the law.
Yeah. So you're saying a little bit of breaking the law.
I've answered that already.
It's not breaking the law. I caught you this time. So any little bit, hey, a little bit of being on the island with Epstein is just a little bit of being on the island with Epstein.
Notice how
fraud in Minnesota, a little bit of fraud in Minnesota is just a little bit. It's not illegal, right? It's not illegal, huh?
Notice how I'm talking about stuff like cheating on your taxes for a few bucks or something. You going and rape and murder. I'm okay with what you're saying.
Is cheating on your taxes breaking the law?
20 years ago? I don't want you prosecuted for that anymore. I've answered your question. I've answered it.
So yes, it is breaking the law, huh?
So what are you saying? We get rid of statute of limitations? Just get rid of that?
I guess.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Are you suggesting that we get on all crimes?
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing with naturalization and citizen. If they go back and look, just like student applications, you know, if you go to college and they go back and look 3 years before, and you look like you fraudulently gave information, or if you're a police officer and they go back and look and see that you gave fraudulent information, they can terminate you. Most jobs now, if they go back and look and see that you gave fraudulent information, they can terminate you. This is not nothing new.
But can you imagine your employer telling his district manager or something, I need you to find me 100 to 300 employees that lied on their applications so that I can fire them. That sounds legit to you, huh?
HR does that. HR
no, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Because listen, let me tell you, I worked at Tyson. Tyson went through, and their HR department went back and looked, because Tyson, what they do is that they hire a lot of people who are not in this country legally, and they went back and they looked at people's applications. A lot of them did not have citizenship. A lot of them did not have the proper documents, and they went back and they fired a lot of.
That ain't what I'm talking about, though, Duke. It's a big difference if you lied and said you had citizenship. Hold on, let me respond to it. If you lied on your application and said you didn't have citizenship when you did, that's a liability for the company. But let's say you've been working for the company for 10 years and you lied and said, you know, I had a GPA of a 3.5 when I was in college, and it turns out you had a 2.9. You think you should be fired for that 10 years later?
Yes, sir. A lot of HR will. I know you just throw.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it's ridiculous.
Here's the deal. When you raise your hand and become a natural citizen of the United States of America, naturalized, you're not born here, and you lied and said they're deporting U.S. citizens. No U.S. citizens are ever deported. But if you're a naturalized citizen, meaning that you went through the process, you took the test, you raised your hand and took an oath, if they look back through the paperwork and see that you lied, you fraudulently lied about it, the United States government reserves the right to snatch your citizenship. But citizenship to this country is a privilege.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing with you. Just like driving is a privilege. You can literally lose your license if you get 3 tickets that say you were driving 66 and a 65. If a cop gives you a ticket for doing 1 mile per hour over the limit, and 2 or 3 other cops do it as well, you could lose your license from that. It's petty as fuck, though. But you can actually, as you say, driving is a privilege. We have laws on the books. You have to follow the laws. The point is, some things are so mild, you don't get tickets for jaywalking very often. There's just some things that are on the books that people don't fuck with you for, is the point I'm making. I'm not disagreeing with you that it's the law, but if you went through everybody's history trying to find every single law they violated, I go back to my original statement. There would be nobody on the streets. We've all violated something that's on the books.
Are you Democrats going to go towards the midterms of beating the drum, trying to hold up the rights of those who are coming into this country? Is that what you're going to try to combat in the midterms? Is that your message? We want to fight for the rights of those who are coming here from another country or who has been here, not the people who are already here. You've abandoned the black folks who are here that about their rights, but you're going to say, well, we're going to beat the drum for Juan and Mary and Martinez and all of those who are coming from another country. That's the people that we want to uphold, not all the black people in the black neighborhoods or white people in that's it, huh? That from Palestine and every country you've had. Y'all have no message, do you?
You know why this issue is, the left is so passionate on this issue, Duke? is simply put, if you give the Trump administration the right to enact even the most pettiest of violations against immigrants, what's stopping them from doing it to you or I? What's stopping them from going through your history, my history, and finding even the most pettiest offenses you may have committed 20 years ago and prosecuting you for it? If they can do it to immigrants, what's stopping them from doing it to you?
Here's what stopped us from doing it to us, sir. As a natural-born citizen of the United States of America, we are presumed innocent until found guilty by a criminal court of law. See, we have unalienable
That don't make
rights
any sense.
as a citizen, as a citizen of the United States of America. Nobody's gonna knock on your door, Mr. Handsome Liberal, and say, "Hey, you broke the law 20 years ago. We're gonna deport you." You don't. You have a right to say, "I'm a U.S. citizen."
How do you? They actually are. They're actually going in people's houses without a warrant right now. They're doing that. They're doing it right now.
See, right now I'm talking law. You're talking feelings.
You're talking bullshit. You're talking bullshit.
You know why? You know why it's bullshit? Because it doesn't align with what the sky is falling that you're saying. We've been hearing this for, I don't know, before Trump come back, that black people are gonna go back in chains.
Hold on one. Hey, Duke, hold on 1 second. Somebody in the comments is asking, where are my mods? We don't have mods on this program, but if somebody is spamming, tell me the name, because that's the only reason. We don't block people for their comments. We only thing we block people for is spamming. So if somebody is spamming, let me know, but we don't have mods. I'm not seeing this Bobby guy. I'm looking, but if we see spammers, we will take them out. But this is an uncensored program. Go ahead, Duke.
Breaking the law is not breaking the law. I tell you. Liberal, breaking the law is not breaking the law to you, huh? And you liberals got me with that one.
I answered the question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You know where you stand now.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
You know, illegal is not illegal to you, huh? Right?
No, I made my point. My point is, are you buying ice cream?
Nah, that's what I'm in Texas. That's the truck that sells Mexican stuff that passes through the neighborhood.
Oh, they still got a few. You guys let a few of them still operate, huh?
Well, these are naturalized.
And
they have their paperwork in order. In Texas, we don't. Notice in Texas, we don't play that nonsense that you see on the news in Minnesota.
Shit. Yeah, you do. If that guy's driving 1 mile, that guy's a naturalized citizen in that truck. If he drives 5 miles an hour over the limit, a whole lot of you motherfuckers gonna say, "Get rid of him. He broke the speeding law." Yeah, get out of here. You guys want him gone too.
Here's a concept from MAGA and the right: don't break the law. How about that? Hey, you know what? I'm a convicted felon. You know that, right? I'm a convicted felon. You know what?
All of you guys seem to be that way. A bunch of felons telling everybody else to follow the law. Ain't that something special?
Yeah, you know why? You know why we're telling you that? Because we learned the hard way that you can't beat the cops.
Yeah,
we can't. Hey. If you're gonna hold a position of illegal is not illegal, and just because they found something on your application, any application you filled out, like let's say trying to get a home or trying to get into college or something. Okay. If they look back and see that you fraudulently, they're gonna say no. Hey, look, no, we gotta get rid of you. That's been on the books since Obama.
I'm not arguing with the on the books.
Since Bush.
Yeah.
So why are you crying about it now?
Because there are a lot of laws on the books, Duke, that we don't enforce. We don't enforce vigorously like that. That's there's an actual historical precedent of that happening. That's what was happening in Ferguson, Missouri, when that whole Mike Brown or whatever shooting took place. They were doing that. They were pulling everybody over for jaywalking and every little crime they could get them on. And that's why the citizens of that town hated the police. I mean, if in America, every law that's on the books, the police started enforcing vigorously so that anything you did, as I mentioned, driving 1 mile an hour over the limit, if they started going, people would hate the cops. They would hate them. And it would be somebody like you, Duke, It would be somebody like you, Duke, that's saying it's been on the books forever.
Listen, the problem was that the Biden administration let too many folks into the country.
These are people that are way before that.
Obama was going after these people vigorously, okay?
Dude, we're talking about citizens, dude. We're talking about citizens. These citizens, Biden has only been president for 4 years. To any citizen you deport came in here way before Biden was president.
Yeah, it was from Bush to Clinton and his radio address to Obama and his State of the Union address. It got to Biden, and then Biden just said, fuck it. I'm going to just let whoever comes in here just come in here. And now it got back to Trump. And yes, Trump is taking care of it with the same Tom Homan who has been doing this since the Reagan administration. I didn't see no pushback when y'all had Elian Gonzalez, when the INS went in there with guns attacking. Y'all didn't say nothing.
Okay, Duke, I don't recall in that era. During that era. I don't recall any of those presidents you mentioned talking about. I need you to give me 100 to 300 citizens I can deport. I gotta move it on though, Duke. I appreciate you coming through for time.
Illegal is not illegal. See you.
You got a quote. I'll bring it on your program, and I'll certainly back that up anytime.
I'm gonna put you up on Front Street for saying that, you liberals. Thanks for having me in, bro.
Duke, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Duke, for coming by. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Get your boy on up to 32,000. This is uncensored programming in the MAGA-friendly format. We challenge you. No matter what your politics are, left or right, if there's a challenge, we do present that. But we are MAGA-friendly. Been that way since day one. Always will be that way. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. You can be critical of anyone on this show. We go left of Mamdani to I'm having dinner with Q. By the way, if you're watching this currently live on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, follow the program. Happen to be watching us on YouTube. Give your boy a sub. By the way, my YouTube viewers, I need you guys to smash that like button. Doesn't cost you a penny, but it helps the algorithm, brings in more MAGA, because my largest MAGA audience happens to be on YouTube. Smash that like button. How was ICE during the Clinton years when it was invented in 2093? I don't know what that means. They're deporting people that were here for decades. Some working the same job the whole time. Yeah, look, my last caller is right. There have been laws on the books for eons. I'm not disagreeing with what he said, that these laws have always been on the books. What's making Trump get criticism is the draconian enforcement of those laws. I think we've all lived in environments where something that was considered, outside, it was out of bounds. All of a sudden, let's say you got a boss at your job. You used to break is 15 minutes long. Sometimes you take 17, 18 minutes break. You never had a problem doing that. As long as you got your job done, management never said anything about you taking an 18-minute break when you're allotted 15 minutes. All of a sudden, the new boss comes in, and if you're not back at 15 minutes 00, they're writing you up. This has always been on the books. You've known that since you got hired, you only have a 15-minute break. But this new boss is writing you up at 15 minutes and 5 seconds. It's always been on the books, though. That's where the pushback is. You don't think the office floor would be critical of the new management doing that? Because that's what this is what's going on here. And I agree with you, Tamara. It's called micromanagement. Yes, that's what Trump is now doing. I'm going to go through all of your history with a fine-tooth comb, looking for whatever I can find. And if I find anything that qualifies, we're going to deport you. And as I mentioned earlier, understand that once you become an American citizen, there's a lot of countries that do not accept dual citizenship. So you may have to give up the citizenship of where you came from, particularly if it's somewhere like Russia or China somewhere that considers us as adversaries. Let's say you fled North Korea. We've had a few people do that. They're not going to accept you as a North Korean / American citizen. Once you come over here, fleeing that regime, you're now considered an American. If you get deported and you came from a country that don't accept dual citizenship, you now are a stateless human being. You're a human with no country on earth that considers you as a citizen of. So wherever you are, you're going to be incarcerated indefinitely, unless you can find some sort of empathy from some country that's willing. And I see in the comments, Duke continues to say follow the law. I think the point where you're getting so much pushback is that we seem to be under President Trump in the mindset of, if you break the law, it's okay for the government to do whatever they want to you. You shouldn't have broke the law. If you decide to go speeding down the highway and the cop wants to shoot you in the head, well, you should have thought about that before you broke the law. We're in an environment now where we're allowing the government to do whatever they want to people if they commit any form of infraction against what the government thought they should do. You're arguing with ICE? Well, they beat your ass. Well, you should have thought about that before you argue with them. This is where we're going, where the government is their power is, and any dissenter kind of deserves whatever is coming to them. That's kind of where the MAGA side of this seems to be. Whatever you do, same thing with the drug boats. Well, you should have thought about that before bringing drugs over. We can kill you now. Whatever. If you break our rules, we literally can do whatever we want to you. Let me go back to the box. By the way, tap the screen, get us on up to 30,000. Smash that like button, and certainly on YouTube. I'm asking you folks on YouTube to tap that like button. Sloan has dual citizenship. Yeah, but as I'm saying, let's say you came over here from Vietnam, Cambodia, somewhere. A lot of countries that you would really flee from that are, oppressive regimes, like Iran, for instance. Iran is not going to allow you to be a U.S. citizen and an Iranian citizen. So if you fled, Khomeini or somebody from over there, and you come to America, if Trump kicks you out, you don't have nowhere to go. You are now a stateless human being. And by the way, the Trump administration is deporting people back to countries where they may end up being incarcerated and or killed, like Afghanistan after helping us against the Taliban. Somalia is another one. I mean, right now, and I'll go back to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 30,000, take the next caller. Once we took over Venezuela and control of their oil, one of their countries they were exporting oil to was Cuba. Obviously, the Trump administration is no fan of Cuba. Without receiving oil now in Cuba, they're having blackouts nearly the whole day. I think they're suggesting now that most citizens receive electricity 3 hours out of every day. So they're living in the dark, not to mention all the other things that electricity helps you operate. Heating, you may use it to cook, et cetera, et cetera. They have no oil coming into their country because Trump stopped it from coming from Venezuela. So they're now having a humanitarian crisis in Cuba. What's going on during that humanitarian crisis? Trump is deporting people back into it. The Cubans that had temporary protected status, Kristi Noem and the Trump administration is temporary. You can go home now. They're deporting people back into a humanitarian crisis that they're creating. We're going to deport you to a country that we've prevented from receiving power. This is what we're talking about, folks. This is what we're talking about. Anyway, let me go back to the comments. This guy knows what's going on, but is leaving out important content. Well, that and leaving basic info. Well, fill in the blanks on that, Michael, whatever the portion of your name is. Fill in the blanks and we'll discuss it. MAGA must have forgot that the shoe is always on the other foot at some point. True. And that's what I stated earlier, is that if you allow the government to enforce every single law to the letter on immigrants, there's nothing stopping it from happening to you. We'll go back to the box. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, gold, TikTok cap. Gotta ask for support. Mike, good afternoon. Or good evening, rather.
What's up, Timothy?
You heard something you disagree with.
I'm going to stop following you in the other lives because I see your big head pop up. From now on, my rule is starting today. If I see your head and another head, I'm not going in there because you be talking to some of the craziest motherfuckers on the app.
Let me be clear for you and everyone else. If I'm not here doing my own thing, I'm hanging in MAGA lives. Every time you hear me, it's a MAGA live. I prefer talking to MAGA, so that's what you're hearing.
I'm not going. I'm not fucking going. I'm not going.
You got a problem with MAGA?
You know what? You know what I have a problem with? I listen to all that, and I followed you into his live before, and I always be in the comments, shit ridiculous. I just leave because it's absurd. Listen to me. They are talking about the letter of the law while simultaneously voting for a fucking felon. I'm gonna say it one more time. They're talking about following the letter of the law while simultaneously voting for a felon, and then what they do, they talk about, well, it wasn't one charge, they were trumped up. I thought if they're talking about the law, based on the law, then why are they trying to downplay the felonies or the shit that he's been convicted of? If it's the letter of the law, it's the fucking letter of the law, right, dude? But what you motherfuckers do, time and time again, for this orange, tangerine, clementine, you guys circumvent and usurp your own logic for him.
I will also add, if we're talking about the law, they did have a totally different opinion for January 6th, folks. And they're literally on video busting windows, beating cops over the head with flags, and they totally had a different opinion for that as opposed to what these immigrants are doing. Continue.
Yeah, that's where I was going. So those people, he pardoned, but they were guilty. Why are they on the street? For Donald Trump, when he got convicted on cooking his books, they were like, oh, they're just going after him because he's running for president. Everything that hit his desk that he was involved in, they tried to find a way to talk around it.
Here's another one too. In addition to the January 6th folks, one of the biggest criticisms was the January 6th folks were over punished. Obviously, now when it comes to the immigrants being over punished, this doesn't seem to matter all of a sudden. But that was one of the things is, yeah, this person went in, but they shouldn't have received this long sentence or whatever. But now when the immigrants are being over punished, it seems to be you should have thought of that before committing the crime.
You should have thought about that, even though, according to Duke, well, if you're going 66 or 65, well, I caught you today. Well, they caught everyone on January 6th those days. Yeah. Why are we trying to make it seem like, and by the way, some of those people have been pardoned, back on the street, and rearrested.
Yeah.
But again,
one of the January 6th protesters got in a shootout with Indiana State Police and got killed in the process.
Yeah, and one of them was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, just got busted for doing something with some children. I mean, listen, Tim.
Another one I think was it Hakeem Jeffries? He was trying to kill Hakeem Jeffries. Another one got a prison sentence for that. I mean, I don't know.
It's so crazy. Now, I want to answer Duke's question. And they keep using this narrative, which I think is funny. Nobody is fighting for quote-unquote illegals, undocumented. We're fighting for the Constitution. We're fighting for the amendments of said Constitution. We're fighting for the laws that protect everyone. Because, Tim, when you opened your show, I told your ass a year and a half ago that we were going to fucking be here. I told you it was going to go from these light Hispanic people, and the darker the hue is pointing at you. I told you that from the beginning, and it's happening. They were moving protected statuses and then criminalizing those people and saying, well, if they just did it the right way, while Trump simultaneously takes people away from the very process that allows them into the country. He removes judges. He reassigns judges. He changes their minimum protocol on how many cases. He does all of these things to muddy the water so people can't go through the process, so they can demonize them under the laws. But every law they go, Tim, what does it say when they have to go back to 1798?
It says, I mean, not to mention, I don't want anything to do with 1798, but it just shows you how the desperation is to come up with whatever you can come up with.
It's the Insurrection Act of 1878, the Enemy Aliens Act of 1798, the FACE Act of 1994, to try to demonize Don Lemon like he walked into this church and he caused them so much distraught that the children were fearing for their lives. These motherfuckers is crazy, while they simultaneously use Liam as bait to get his dad.
And real quick, considering what we're discussing, Barb says January 6th also got thrown in jail without charges. Who in the who is burning, I guess, burning cities got jailed, period. There was a lot of folks from BLM that actually were charged with arson. I would tell you to look that up. The idea that no BLM protesters went to jail is false. He says American is different legal process than immigrants, period. We're talking about folks that are citizens, though. Once you become a U.S. citizen, why are you still treating them like they're an other? That's the point we're making, is you're trying to prevent them. When you're, listen, all of you folks, I don't care if you're Irish, I don't care if you're fucking French, whatever. When your ancestors became a citizen, they didn't keep otherizing them. I don't care if it's 40 years later, we're still trying to make it so, even that they're a citizen, we're still trying to treat them less than an American. So there's an otherization going on.
And again, and it's always, Tim, I mean, that's not new, right? We know that the other isn't new. We know that.
It's so obvious, though, at this point.
Well, but again, see, it's always been obvious to me. It's always been obvious to me because I don't buy this shit. I don't care what color. If you roll with Trump and MAGA, what was the guy's name? Carl, what was his name? The guy that just on TV that Trump's not trying to get put into this position, the white nationalist that was in front of Congress yesterday.
Oh man, I can't think it was. The name. I know you're talking about it, though.
His name is now again because he's been part of the. The reason I know who he is because he has been working closely with Project 2025 as well. They believe that he believes that white people are superior. They're saying the quiet part out loud now, Tim.
Listen, I enjoy talking to MAGA. I got plenty of MAGA that believes that certain people are more superior over others. I mean, that's kind of normal at this point. I mean, you heard Charlie Kirk. I mean, I don't believe Charlie Kirk viewed African Americans as equal. Hell, if you saw one flying a plane, the first thing comes to mind is this motherfucker don't know what he's doing.
Right, and that's what they think. While simultaneously, like we're sitting here talking about all of this stuff while they simultaneously strip jobs from their base. Tyson Foods laid off 1,700 people in January in Nebraska and Texas. Do you think those people wouldn't have voted for this administration to lose their goddamn jobs, Tim?
No.
These people are crazy, man. These people are so crazy that they think we're crazy enough to believe it. It's like a sitcom. This is WWE because listen. Think about who we got running our country right now. We got Kristi Noem firing the pilot, her and her man now, I guess, Corey Ladowski or whatever, fired the pilot that was flying their private plane because her blanket was left on the other plane. Did you hear about that?
No. What happened?
Google that shit. She had to get on another plane because her private plane was in for maintenance. They get on the other plane, takes off. They realize her blanket was left on the other plane. They fired the pilot. They realized they didn't have another pilot to fly him, so they had to rehire the motherfucker. Google it. This is the people that we're depending on holding up the Constitution and laws in this country.
What if you were that pilot and they came to rehire you? What would you do?
I would have gotten an Uber and got the fuck out of there and left them son of a bitches sitting right there. That's what I would have did.
You know you ain't get you can kiss your last paycheck goodbye. You know that, right?
I don't trust these motherfuckers anyway. They just fired me by law. And here's the thing: when I say by law, they're supposed to give me my paycheck. But let me ask you this: and Tim, we talked about this before. You and I talked about this before.
Mm-hmm.
Would you trust this administration to do the right thing by you?
Not if they know I'm liberal. No. if I can tell them I'm MAGA, maybe. But I mean, Trump clearly favors certain people over others. If you're loyal to him, he'll do the right thing by you. But if he thinks you didn't vote for him or you don't like him or something, no, he's not gonna. I wouldn't trust him to do the right thing by anybody that's critical of him.
So if you're that pilot, you think that you're just gonna get your money because they said so? Is that what you would lean into?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I know. I would have got my black ass in the Uber and drove the fuck off, and they would have been standing there on the tarmac. That's it right there, Tim. I'm not lying.
Yeah, I see. I was just trying to see if I could find it from a source worthy of Planet. But yeah, there's plenty of them on here.
There's plenty of them because of her blanket, Tim. A fucking blanket.
Yeah,
Are we being serious right now?
That actually sounds even more petty than something I would expect from Trump. To fire the dude over, I don't even think Trump would do that in my opinion, but Wow. I just
depending on what was in Trump's blanket, but it is what it is.
I don't know if you apologize to President Trump. I just don't see. I mean, look. Now, if he found that you voted for Kamala Harris, you probably would never be his pilot to begin with in that case. But I don't know, firing somebody because they didn't put a blanket on the spare plane. Wow.
Tim, let me tell you, I'm telling you, these people are losing their mind. And when what dude was talking about with the Tyson plant, he didn't further that conversation. See, they had multiple things going on when they had to fire people, but they weren't migrants. They were regular employees because they had a gambling ring going on, because they were betting. I don't know if you can look this up. They were betting. They were engaging in pool betting. How many workers would contract the vid? Yes.
Seriously?
Yes. Look it up. That's what I'm saying, dude. These motherfuckers read the headlines and don't got. So they were being fired because they were betting. Well, let's see how many people we lose to COVID.
Jesus. Before we continue, I wanted to read a super chat. Damian Davis says Trump has 35 felonies. He should be deported back to Germany. Go figure. And these MAGA still support this guy no matter what said. These MAGA people are sick, says Damian Davis. Look, President Trump has the unique position that I really, really envy. I'm not even going to pretend or spin it. I envy the position he has in that. I'm not talking about being president, and I certainly envy that. I'm not talking about being a multi-billionaire, and I certainly envy that. I'm envying the fact that anything he says does not get questioned. It is believable. If he tells you tomorrow, I'm going to do this, if you're MAGA, that's what's happening tomorrow. If he tells you another individual did that, therefore they should receive the death penalty, there is no need to question it. It is believable what's coming out of his mouth at face value. I envy having that kind of power. I mean, it's pretty unique because we question Obama, we question Biden, we question Bush, we don't question Trump. So
absolute power corrupts absolute. Let me say this, and he's showing us that that's true. They're talking about this SAVE Act, Tim, and I told you this the other day. This is another one. All of their causes that they're very passionate about. When you talk about voter fraud, 0.00085%, 0.00085 of a percent is what the voter fraud is in this country.
He's passing legislation based on. Well, but think about it. That makes sense. You're saying that, only 0.005 of voters are committing fraud. Why the hell should we be doing this so seriously? Well, what percentage of the population is transgender? And they're passing laws based on that.
That's my point. And that's what a transgender, immigrants committing violent crime, all of those percents are 1% or below. Yeah. They're making them their mantra. They're making them their cause. That's how you know it's not about those things, because, Tim, the odds that you've talked to somebody on this app that has been impacted by any of the three things that I said directly are slim to none. You've been on this app. You've been on these apps for what, 5-6 years? Mm-hmm. What are the odds that you've talked to somebody that says, yeah, I've experienced voter fraud? 0.0085%.
Well, but that's what I said. That's why I say I envy the power of President Trump, because if Trump says this whole city was cheating on their elections, for MAGA, that whole city was cheating. I don't care if even every other member of government says what Trump said is not accurate about this town. According to MAGA, it's very accurate. So I envy that kind of power.
The sad part about it, I don't. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is exactly what happens in every movie. The villain gets power and these motherfuckers go. Trump wants to be Thanos. You do understand that, right?
Thanos, explain, elaborate.
He's trying to all these laws and trying to do all this, these are all infinity stones. Everything we're talking about is an infinity stone for him. If I can take their voting rights away, if I can take their social services and programs away, I can, by the snap of my finger, I can control everything. That's what he's trying to do. Now, I'm using that analogy because the people that follow him are all them ugly ass creatures all over the place that was following Thanos, all them monsters and shit that was all around Thanos, that's MAGA. They will just follow him blindly with no support. These people come up to him, and I tell you, anything I say, I can pull up and bring a source. That's why I tell you, start asking them to cite what the fuck they're saying, and watch when they stop talking. And I know you don't have the time.
We can't. Yeah, we be looking up links and shit forever. And by the way, even if you cite the source, you know, like I try to avoid putting anything on the show that comes from MSNBC because my MAGA viewers are not going to accept it. Just like my liberals don't accept anything coming from Fox. So you can source things, and people don't trust the source. Like somebody say, look, ain't nobody committing voter fraud in this country. Like you just said, only 0.5% of folks are committing. Well, then I could go against you and show you Trump. Here's the president. He clearly says it's happening a hell of a lot more. Do you trust that source? So
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. So every time you try to say the Dems could have done better pushing back, you can't push back on all this because you don't even do it on your show. You say, man, I ain't got time to pull up all these goddamn sources, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying, but it's important to really get into some of this stuff sometimes and say, that's not facts. Listen, it's not even about me personally. It's about facts. If the facts are there, the facts are there. What do you say? But when you start making up this stuff and they look at Trump, Melania was speaking yesterday. Did you see her at the podium speaking?
No, I didn't even. Other than watching Bill Maher this morning, I didn't watch really much of anything yesterday, even though I did a live.
Well,
I already had 8 topics. Yesterday, we had so many fucking topics. I couldn't even, it was so many things going on from Don Lemon pleading not guilty to Senator Mark, because I did a weekend review. All of the stuff that happened last week, it was like 8 different things. Senator Mark Kelly and that shit, the Pam Bondi stuff that went on. So many things happened. It's like, I can't even get to all this shit.
That's my point exactly, Tim. But I'm going to say this real quick because I know you got to move on.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, when we look at this stuff, I'm looking at, I'm going to say this real quick. Melania was speaking. You pull up anytime Melania speaks, and I would love for somebody to tell me that they understood every word came out of Melania's mouth.
What are you comparing her to Bad Bunny?
I'm saying about that. I'm saying that they're hypocrites. I'm saying that you can barely understand her, but she's okay. But Bad Bunny and anybody with it, they don't want none of that shit. They're so uncomfortable. And now you have the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, and Britney Spears crying, trying to get the Super Bowl for next year.
NSYNC, Britney Spears, and who else?
And the Backstreet Boys. They want to do in response to Bad Bunny. They want the Super Bowl halftime for next year.
That wouldn't be a bad show, though. I mean, just like when 50 Cent and Eminem and Dre and all them. I mean, that's Gen X music. That probably wouldn't be a bad show.
I'm not tripping about the era. I'm a music guy. I don't give a fuck about that part. It's the idea and the movement behind it. Now you're asking for the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah.
You're asking for it because Bad Bunny did it. Again, they don't even understand their white supremacy when they're talking about their white supremacy.
Well, I'll tell you this before I do move it on. If there's one thing that came out of that Turning Point USA halftime show is that will set forth halftime shows from the future from now, because you can say what you want about Bad Bunny's numbers compared to Turning Point's. I think Bad Bunny probably got 20 times as many viewers or whatever, but Turning Point made money. Millions of people watch that. So that makes it going forward. People now know we can host a halftime show and get a cut of what they would normally get. Let's say you got a bunch of rappers. I mean, you don't think so? You don't think if you get Migos and Nelly and a few of them together, they can't get people to tune away? They can't get a few million people to tune away from that to watch them on YouTube?
I mean, people were tuning in just to see what the fuck it was, Tim.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, let's say we have the show you just named, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera or NSYNC or whatever, Backstreet Boys, and all of a sudden, like I said, Nelly and a few of them folks say, look, you already know what this shit is about. Come over and watch us. Keep this shit real. You don't think you would get millions? Maybe the Breakfast Club is discussing. You don't think you would get millions of people to go watch that?
Probably could, and I wouldn't agree with that either. And listen, if it was the total opposite, if it landed just like I said, Backstreet Boys and all of them, and people said, fuck that, I don't agree with that either. And here's why I don't agree. I don't agree with it because it's still divisive. Because And I know, and this is where the Democrats historically get in trouble because they're trying to play the game fair, and the Republicans and MAGA are not. That's why we're here right now.
Yeah.
Because
that's all they have, though. Right now, the Trump administration is in a position where you're right. They don't have to play fair. Democrats have no other choice. I mean, other than anarchy or some kind of civil unrest.
Well, again, that's not. Well, what they have to do is play by the letter of the law. And sometimes, you sometimes what you have to do is what I think they're doing correctly now is you got to meet some of this stuff where it's at. When they're in Congress or when they're on social media. But the funny, as soon as the Democrats do that, guess who starts whining?
The right.
The right starts whining about how could you be so rude and how could you come out and say that and how can a guy say F you and you turn around and go, y'all say it every fucking day.
Yeah, I don't get. I'm going to move it on, but I don't get how they're criticizing what Bad Bunny may have said in Spanish when Trump is literally telling reporters, literally swearing to them, saying that such and such don't know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, on national TV. So if it makes no sense to criticize profanity in another language, and you're okay with Trump doing it in the language that everybody understands. Mike, thanks for coming through, though. Real quick.
Just real quick. Didn't Trump just flip somebody off and say "fuck you" and mouth the words "fuck you" at the plant the other day? What are we talking about?
Sure did. That's our president.
White privilege at its finest, bro. All right, man.
Appreciate it. By the way, tap the screen. I say that after every caller. Tap the screen. We should be at least at 50. FIDDY. Tap the screen. Get us up to 50,000. Certainly on YouTube as well. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up. You can't smile and flim-flam the Bad Bunny failure into a good idea. You really look at Bad Bunny's numbers and the amount of people that watch that shit as a failure? What is your definition of a success? Shit. It's the most watched halftime show in history. Not to mention, it's only been, 7 days as of tomorrow, and nearly 100 million people watched it on YouTube. That's a 15 to 20-minute show with 100 million viewers. You could do a lot with that money as a person. That's a lot of money on YouTube because there are ads in the middle of that. I wish I could get a 15-minute spot. Some of my videos that reaches 100 million views. That's a lot of fucking money by itself. And that's not, so yeah, to suggest that was not a success is crazy. Crazy. Because the international community is watching, not to mention how many new fans did Bad Bunny get? The folks who turned Bad Bunny off and watched Turning Point, they weren't going to listen to that guy anyway. But the people that did watch him, a lot of them folks may have never heard of him and may like him now. He didn't lose any fans by doing a halftime show. He only gained fans. He didn't lose any. There is nobody that watched the halftime show and said, well, I don't like Bad Bunny anymore. If you turned on Turning Point, you didn't care much for him anyway. So, yeah, Bad Bunny didn't lose any fans by doing that. So, look, if you call that a failure, I don't know what a success is. Anyway, continuing on, snort cocaine off a toilet seat like the health secretary, you'll get your 15 minutes. Yeah, I get that some of his lyrics were explicit, but I don't see, what did he say that's worse than Justin Timberlake revealing Janet Jackson's titty? You got more criticism of Bad Bunny in lyrics that people couldn't understand than Justin Timberlake literally revealing titties at halftime. Show me where the hypocrisy. Did you see Shakira and J-Lo dancing, doing their little striptease? How did Bad Bunny all of a sudden get elevated above all of that stuff? Somebody explain that. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Somebody says, what MAGA reacts has been. I don't know, but he's welcome on the show anytime. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap. You guys know what I say. Straight talk. Good evening.
I'm going to start a website that lists all the handsome liberals' lies on his own program. I got to come in here with a mop and a bucket and clean up the horrific lies that you just let people say in here.
Only time you should be utilizing a mop and a bucket is when you were in pursuit of some wet ass pussy. But anyway, take your mop and bucket away.
I'm disappointed. Number one, it's a Coast Guard pilot. Number one, as a Coast Guard pilot, he did not get fired and he did not get rehired. They get assigned and reassigned. He got assigned.
Did she have anything to do with it?
Yes,
So,
because he failed to follow instructions on a number of occasions, the blanket being one of those.
So you're trying to
hold on. So she reassigned him. She refused the service and then realized that she's on the 737 and he's the only motherfucker that can fly it. And so she had to have him back to fly him home.
So the only difference between what you're trying to criticize my last call.
Got fired.
Okay,
he got reassigned.
But everything else he said is true. Okay, he didn't get fired. He got reassigned, which is probably
listen, you can't fire someone in the Coast Guard if you're in DHS. How about that?
Right. So she tried to demote his ass.
No. She just said, I don't want you flying me anymore. You can't follow instructions.
Oh,
that's her right to do.
No, I'm not.
Anyone in the military would have already told you, if you go to the colonel and show your middle finger to the colonel you're driving, you're not driving for that colonel anymore.
I'm just going to tell you straight talk. You trying to correct him by, to me, it sounds like you essentially saying the same thing, other than the fact you can't fire somebody that's in the military.
If you're ignorant to how the military and these assignments work, I suppose if you want to say, he is still in the Coast Guard. He didn't get fired.
You can't get fired from the Coast Guard. That's why.
What's that?
You can't. She basically did what she could. That would be the equivalent of being fired. She got rid of. She took it. Hold on.
He still didn't get a check. He's still working.
That ain't what because she can't legally do that. What she did was she fired him from working for her. She can't take him out of the military.
It's called reassigned.
Right.
It's called reassigned.
She punished him.
She can't fire him. Listen, he still gets paid. He's still in the Coast Guard. He still maintained rank.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. She punished him to the greatest of. She punished him to the greatest of her ability.
You're trying to force your foot in your mouth, and I'm not going to let you. Now stop it.
So she didn't punish. You don't see her. What she basically did is that she punished him as great as she could. She don't have the ability to fire him. She did what she could.
She did not punish him at all.
Okay.
She just refused his service and then had to go back and say, will you fly me home? That must have been a hard pill to swallow, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
But when you have someone that is insubordinate, when you're in the military and someone is being insubordinate to you, you have the means and the right. And sometimes he's being disciplined for this. So she's in the right. He's being disciplined.
To me, you're doing a piss poor job criticizing what the last caller said. You pretty much are defining what he said. The only difference you're saying is he's in the military, so he can't be fired. But it's pretty clear. Hold on, hang on. It is pretty damn clear that if this had been a civilian pilot, he would have got fired. She did what she could do, but she can't fire him. She did as much as she could.
No. If he were a civilian and got fired, then he wouldn't have a job, would he?
She did. She can't take it.
Words mean things. Tim, this is what I'm saying. Words mean things. They mean things.
Move on to the next topic. I think
conservatives, we have a language, and words mean things.
Yeah.
And it wasn't over tomorrow. It wasn't over a blanket. It was over.
I think you're doing a terrible job criticizing it. Okay, and I'll hold on. I will give you credit. I will give you credit. When I hear you criticizing something that's worth, I'll give you the point. But to me, I think you're doing a terrible job. Before we continue, I want to read a chat. And thank you, Foster says, hey Tim, I used to chat in your show a lot back when I supported Trump. It's crazy coming back here. People still arguing right versus left. They are two sides of the same clipped coin. Flip coin? Do you agree with that? Right and left? I don't agree with it either, but go ahead.
You have a political. This is for people that want to make themselves feel good for riding that fence. They want to ride that fence. They don't want to make a decision. They don't want to make a decision on right and wrong. They want to ride that fence. I ran a live the other day. It's the first time in my life that I ever heard this opinion. You tell me what you think. So I have a live that I say, why are you liberal? Now, I let one person come up and tell me why lie, they're liberal, I don't say a word. And then they can either listen to me respond, they can leave, they can whatever. We're not going to get into an argument on my live, okay? No debating. This guy said that not only did he want health care, but he wanted the government to pay for his food, his housing, his health care, and give him a stipend every month. And that's the first time I'd ever heard a liberal or anyone really say that they wanted the government to full on be their daddy.
Cradle to grave.
Yeah. And so that was an absolute shocker to me. Now,
yeah, but wait a minute though. But listen, I don't doubt what you said. Real quick before I respond to that, in regards to that, Foster, thank you for your generosity. I don't agree with the two sides of the flip coin because I think the left has went much further left than they used to be, and the right has went way far to the right. If we were comparing, President Bush to Biden, Bush and Biden, it was because the way they treat the Epstein list is kind of too.
Tip O'Neill.
Yeah,
we used to have a Tip O'Neill and a Ronald Reagan shaking hands.
Yeah, the way they're treating the Epstein list is kind of two of the same coin. But Trump is way
in the White House. They're afraid they won't come out.
Yeah, Trump is way to the right, and the liberals, the Mamdani types, the liberals are starting to go far left, and the right is going way far to the right. Just like you said. You had somebody that wants cradle to grave entitlements. I can give you MAGA like yourself that don't believe. Aren't you one of the ones that don't believe women should vote?
What?
Are you one of the ones on the right?
What are you trying to get me killed over here?
I got a lot of
Are you serious?
You've heard MAGA on the show say women shouldn't be able to vote.
Listen, hey, they don't say that shit around me. I got 3 women in my house.
I'm just telling you.
Crazy?
I got folks that suggest women shouldn't be allowed to vote. God knows what they want in store for black and brown people. So you got far left and far right. You talk to a far left caller. That's all that is.
Yeah, listen. Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'd never heard that before. That is the first time someone has come into that live and expressed it that, hey, look, no, healthcare isn't enough. I always looked at liberals as being, they wanted things for others. They don't. They want things for themselves.
No, don't wait. You don't want me judging MAGA by some ardent racist. You can't judge liberals by that caller. That caller is far left of most liberals. Just like you would suggest that anybody talking about African Americans need to be sent all back to Africa, you would say that person is far to the right of most MAGA.
No, I would say that person needs to be taken out behind the barn and, buried somewhere.
Okay.
That's what I would say. We don't have any room for that. That's ridiculous.
It exists on your side. It exists on your side.
It doesn't exist anywhere near me. I've never in my life heard
Well, first of all, it does exist near you if you're hanging around MAGA. The reason why you never heard it is because they don't admit that stuff.
Okay, very good. That's good. That's very helpful to their health if they don't say things like that around me.
Most people who are really hardcore racists will tell you, I got this opinion for this reason. I think they're lazy, or I think that they are abusive to our women, or they don't just come out and say, I don't like them because they're brown. No, they don't ever say that.
Which makes me wonder, going back to Fort Bragg and Fort Hood and all of these, why is it then that you would want them to forget and be able to rename these posts and forget that part of our history? Why in the world would you reward these people instead of saying, hey, listen, Fort Bragg, you need to understand what Fort Bragg was named after. Fort Bragg was named after a Confederate general.
Right. But you do realize that
in over 107 years, you guys have been able to point to that and say, hey, this is our history. How did this Fort Bragg, 107 years, how is it a fort if this didn't happen? And now you want to rename it to Fort Liberty?
Well, in being honest with you, straight talk, I don't understand how anybody could literally seek to overthrow the government and divide the nation in half, which is what the Confederates tried to do, and then get bases and statues all over the nation that they tried to attack and divide. That never made sense to me from day one. I don't understand how that was allowed to happen.
Reconciliation. No. That's how we reconciled the nation.
by honoring.
You guys don't study your own damn history.
No,
that bothers me.
Even if I study history, that don't mean I study history and learn about slavery, learn about the Third Reich. That don't mean I understand why it fucking happened. It still don't make sense.
Let me explain to you. You didn't have a good professor then. You didn't have a good teacher.
So you're telling me a good teacher would make me understand more favorably why the Third Reich was able to do that to Jewish people? I would all of a sudden like it with the right professor.
Yes. No. I wait.
That's what you said.
Don't try to do that.
Next time you rewind my history, you said you started out by saying you were going to play some of my clips and I'm going to play that shit next time you do that.
You fucked up for that because that was
That's what you said, goddammit. I heard you.
Don't even. No, you did not.
Correct yourself, goddammit. Correct yourself. I'll give you a moment.
I was agreeing with the first part of what you said. I did not know you were not finished. And that's why I should not interrupt you. Because that in your
all right
is
now.
Correct.
Okay.
I should not have interrupted you because you were going to say something that I do not agree with. I do not agree with a professor that would be able to explain to you. They could explain to you why the Third Reich was able to do what they did to some of the German people. It was a very small fraction of the German people that followed along with that anyway. It wasn't everybody.
Well,
that's number one.
I don't disagree with you. MAGA is not. I agree with you. MAGA is not a majority of our population.
Yeah,
but right now they have right now MAGA has seized power. You don't need a majority of the population. You just need a small amount of people to be in power and do whatever they want. That's happening now.
I think you'll be very surprised at how large a majority that MAGA and those policies are, how many people agree with those policies, but we can disagree.
You think a large portion of this country believes that the president should be able to nationalize the election and put Republicans in control? Most Americans believe that is true, that should happen?
I don't think anyone in MAGA believes that. I think that people in my party think that it should be bipartisan. I think
where are they?
Democrats hope. Don't interrupt me.
I'm curious. I'm curious. Where are they? You said you don't think most MAGA believes it. I talk to MAGA. I don't hear them complaining about him saying that. Where are they?
Well, I'm not complaining that he's saying that. I'm not going to complain if the left decides not to participate. That's how they do. I don't care. If you don't want to participate in securing our elections, we'll do it without you. That's not a problem.
That didn't answer my question.
I'm saying what would be smarter for your side is if you were to say, whoa, wait a minute. We would like to be part of this process. You're Tip O'Neill. That's what he would have done is said, hey, hold up a second. We would like to be part of this. We agree that there's an issue and we need to have our name on some of this. But you guys don't do that and we're going to move without you.
But that don't answer the question. The question I have, he literally said we want to take over the election and put Republicans in control. Why is there no right-wing outrage to that if you're saying they don't agree with it? Where's the outrage?
Because if the president is able to do that, I have absolutely no problem with it. Zero. If the left is not going to step up and say, hey, this is our responsibility too, we'll do it without you.
So now you've made it clear. So in other words, if he can do it, you have no problem with it. You have
absolutely not. We're going to do it with or without you. We're going to do this. Now, if you want to participate, I'm all for you participating. But if you're not going to clean up the bed and make the bed,
that ain't what. That is not. You're adding stuff. He did not say do it with us. He said, I want the Republicans to be in control.
It's not for him to say. It's not for him to say do it with us. You ain't getting an invitation. You're not getting an invitation.
I'm trying to. So
you're either going to stand up and say, this is our country too. We agree with you that this is a problem. We will like to participate. The people didn't elect you.
He's going to
elect you.
So if we stand up and say that he's just going to let us participate, because he sure didn't invite us.
How would he not? How would he stop it? If we made a bill and the left, Chuck Schumer, Jeffries, Pelosi, all of them said, hey, listen, the only way we're voting for this, and you'll get our vote, but we're going to vote for this thing, the only way is if you do this, this, and this. Do you think the president politically could get caught with his pants down and say no? You got to be kidding me.
Here's where I'm confused. Okay, the president is saying he wants to do something that constitutionally he cannot do. He can't take over the fucking election and put his party in control, even though you're saying you're okay with it if we let him do it. The problem is when Beto O'Rourke, running for governor of Texas, said, "You're damn right, I'm gonna take away your AR-15s." Once again, something he can't do. You guys are outraged about it. But
well, he didn't get elected, did he?
No, but
white ass at home.
But that's the point. Well, when Trump said he was going to take away your guns without due process, you didn't say nothing about that either. I mean, this guy is talking about.
When did the President Trump say he was going to take away people's guns?
You never heard him say he wants to take away guns and not give people due process first? You never heard that?
No.
Okay, well, go ahead and keep talking. I'll bring it up for you.
On my guns, Tim.
What
moves has he made on my guns?
Why does he got to do it first? If he says he's going to do something unconstitutional.
Because people talk shit. What has he done or said? Give me what he said. Tell me what he says from me.
Okay, give me a minute to find it, because we played
and
this.
By the way, this president is 22-2 in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has agreed with him 22 times. That is the best record of any president in our history.
Well, but wait, hold on, hang on.
Which means he follows the law
Bullshit.
better
Bullshit.
than any other president.
Bullshit. You're gonna tell me a president that has a 6-3. Hold on, let me explain. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm going to explain. You got a 6-3 majority with 3 of these people you personally pick. So 33% of the Supreme Court are your personal picks. You should have the best record of any president in history.
That's awesome, isn't it? I mean, seriously, say that again.
I'm just simply pointing out you should have the best. You should have the best record. You got you got a Supreme Court that essentially is the people you assign. I want you to.
I love when you say that shit.
Okay, I want you to hear this. This is Trump in 2017, literally talking about taking away your Second Amendment rights.
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Well, in the category, you're talking about gun violence restraining orders. They're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession of that individual.
Or Mike, take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
So you agree with that?
100%. What did he say? He said someone who's mentally ill. I do not want anyone in this country to possess a firearm of any kind. And by the way, I think they were talking about assault weapons. And did you happen to notice did you happen to notice the woman sitting next to the president?
What does that got to do with it?
You know who that is?
No, what about it? I didn't pay attention. What does it got to do with it?
The woman sitting next to the president.
Who is she?
Dianne Feinstein.
Well, the liberals are. You claim the liberals are for taking away guns. That doesn't surprise anybody. Let me just hold on. Let me respond to you. Hold on. Hang on. You're going in a million ways. You talk about you don't want a crazy person having a gun. I think everybody agrees with you. But taking away a gun from a crazy person without giving due process. I'm going to tell you something as a man that I'm sure you have either been through or you know other men that has been through. How many men you know that have been wrongfully accused of domestic violence by a bitter spouse or wife?
Tons.
So if they take away his firearms without giving him due process, and he happens to be a cop, a security guard, or somebody, he's lost his job based on an allegation, and he has to then go with due process later on and prove that what she said was a lie. You favor that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I favor someone because if they get due process, Tim, you got to come up with evidence. Unlike you, I require proof, not just evidence. I require proof. Y'all can just say
you
whatever
get due process after your
say,
gun is
and
gone.
It's almost like you have, carte blanche. You say whatever you want to say, but once it gets to court, that's when it becomes the rubber meets the road. You got to start applying things like evidence. You got to have proof. People got to be found guilty as shit. You see what I'm saying?
So in other words, the woman made the phony claim on the guy. Maybe his court date is 6 weeks away. So for those 6 weeks, he don't have a firearm to protect himself. If he has,
correct.
And you're okay with that. So he paid a price, even though he didn't do nothing wrong. You're okay with that.
Listen, you're saying something that happens extremely rarely. I would rather.
How is it rare? You just admitted that you know tons of men that get accused of this shit.
Has anyone ever done that to you? Accused you of that?
I know plenty of people that. Yeah, I've had it happen to me too.
People too, but no one's ever accused me.
Yeah, I've had that happen. Yeah, I have had that happen.
Well, let me tell you something. I would much rather hand over my weapon. And go to court and prove that were false accusations and have the person that said those allegations to me, them be jailed for filing a false.
They're not going to get. How many women you know that went to jail for filing a phony domestic violence report?
Well, if I'm going to be giving up my
they don't go to jail for that. They don't go to. You got women that lie about rape and don't go to jail. They're not going to go to jail for that.
Yeah, you would rather have school shootings, mass shootings. You would rather. There are laws on the books, Tim, that we need to enforce. That being one of them. The reason we have these things is because there are laws already on the books that we do not enforce.
You might as well be a liberal with that statement. I got to move it on, but the idea that you would be okay with taking away somebody's firearm based on an allegation without them, and then they later on have to go to court and prove the allegation was false. But while they're waiting for that, if they, like I said, if they have a job that requires they carry a firearm or they just carry and want to protect themselves, they're asked out why they got to prove that.
I don't think that would be that would happen all that often. I don't think that would happen all that often.
You shouldn't allow it to happen at all.
If you think that people would weaponize that, in other words, just to get people's firearms away from them, they started weaponizing that and started making wild accusations about all kinds of people, then probably a dumb idea, isn't it?
I'm just simply saying, straight talk. You admit lots of dudes alone get accused of domestic violence, and that's just one avenue where you can lose your gun.
I totally get it. I totally understand that.
And you want to punish all of those guys without giving them due process.
Had that happen to them. Tons.
I'm assuming you're not a shall not tread on me kind of guy, right? Because that's certainly treading all over a person.
I am well protected. Let's just put it that way. I am very well protected.
I don't know what the fuck that means. I gotta move it on. Straight talk for time. Always a pleasure. Always open to you. Come on back anytime.
All right, Tim.
Thank you. Straight talk is the one I can talk to for a while. We don't agree on shit, but I enjoy the MAGA conversations just like I do with the liberals. Tap the screen, by the way. We should be, 47. What the fuck? 60. I need to see 60. It's not to be an auction like, but tap the screen, get the likes up. Foster says this idiot caller loves losing his rights. Trump is literally bringing in some sort of police state. This goober thinks the government is looking out for him. Yeah, I'm amazed. I'm going to tell you myself, after hearing for years how much the Democrats want to take away your gun rights, I'm amazed at how many MAGA, like my last caller, suddenly seem to be okay with at least limiting your gun rights when Trump gets in office and starts talking about doing it. What he just was trying to defend would have been a call to arms if a liberal had said the exact same thing Trump had said. If a liberal after a mass shooting was talking about taking away guns first and then giving you due process, you would have had militia storming the state house for the governor or whoever the hell said that. But this is why I envy President Trump. I do have a level of envy for him, that he could say stuff that you despised just yesterday, and now it's cool because he's saying it. Literally talking about taking away your gun rights. Literally talking about doing it. And boom, well, I can't believe that we should do that. Crazy people shouldn't have guns. I don't understand it. I do not understand it. No way in hell Obama, Biden, or Clinton could have said something like that and had folks agreeing, yeah, that does sound like it's a good idea. Wow. Looking at the comments real quick. I do see one of my viewers asking a question that I hear often. Jason Beatrice, you're saying, can I? Well, no, that is not Beatrice. Who said that? Can I call you? Yeah, you can make the calls. Liam Donnelly. Sorry for missing your name. We take calls on Instagram, Substack, and TikTok. Same name across all platforms. If you want to be a caller, you want to be the audio portion of the show. Doesn't matter what your politics are. Doesn't matter what your criticisms are. We're 100% free speech. You can be critical of anybody, me included. I get folks calling me idiots all the time. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. This is free speech. We certainly preserve that. We are MAGA friendly, so your politics are irrelevant when you call in. But if you do want to be a caller, the Handsome Liberal is the name we use on all platforms. TikTok, Instagram, Substack, Clapper, X, Truth, Social, Rumble, all of those platforms. The Handsome Liberal, we're on all of those platforms. But currently live, Instagram, TikTok, and Substack is where we take callers. If you're viewing on YouTube, unfortunately, YouTube does not allow callers to come up. So we certainly take your comments and we respond to as many of them as we can. But that is how the show works. The last dude was foolish, says toe dish. Yeah, well, listen, what he said, he believes. Our homeboy Goose, love the name, reminds me of Top Gun. So talk to me, Goose. Goose says that this caller is typical MAGA. He will bend his views for anything Trump says. In addition to that, he says Trump lost his Supreme Court gun ban in term 1. I'm 2A and he is not. I do see the bending. I do see the bending. I'm not going to, I got to agree with homeboy Goose. I do see the bending. Thank you for the hat and mustache, Debo. By the way, folks, certainly help your boy out with the hat and mustache goal. Continuing on with the program. That scary part is he believes it. Yeah. The idea that you're going to just let the government take your guns away and then give you due process, to have that coming from somebody on the right is fucking unheard of. That's why I say I envy Trump. Trump can, he's big government. Let the federal government nationalize the election and Republicans agree. You would have never seen Republicans agreeing with something like that. That's big government defined. Suddenly, Trump says it, boom, it's okay. What else can he say? It makes me, you ever go to the edge and you want to see what else is out there. You walk to the edge and I want to see what's beyond the edge. It leads me to ask the question, what else can he say and they would suddenly be okay with it? Line those 10 guys up against the wall. Maybe they need to, you know what I'm saying, St. Valentine's Day type shit. I don't know. What else can he say and they would agree with it that they normally didn't agree with? Let me go back to the box, better yet. Tap the screen and get the likes on up. Cedric Heine, good evening. He's suing 20 states for voter rolls. Yeah. I don't know where it's coming from. Cedric, good evening. Apparently Cedric either came and went or whatever the case may be. I'm really wondering, though, what else can he say? If he can say things that the right has been complaining about since day one and is suddenly okay with it, it makes me wonder. Listen, you heard Trump's first term. One of the things we cherished for Trump is we had no new wars under Trump. You're going to stop giving money overseas. It's going to be about America first. That was one of the things that many folks suggested as a reason they're voting for him. He got in office and he's done the exact opposite. Suddenly he's attacking everybody. Now it's all of a sudden okay. That's what we wanted. That ain't what he was telling you in the beginning. I don't understand it. He can get in there and literally do the opposite of what he promised that you really wanted. And now all of a sudden you want the opposite. Some way, somehow, it does seem to work well for President Trump. So I give him credit for that. Evil Majin Boo. Good evening, Evil. Welcome to the program.
Man, what the hell is going on, dude? You are having a rough
I gotta tell you something. When you open up like that, me and my brothers, we know when we call each other if it's gonna be something. Anytime the phone call starts with man, we know it's going. You say man, that whole she was bad or man, my conscience broke down. You already know it's about to be some wild shit when somebody start a conversation with MAAAAAN. Man.
Yeah, man. Damn.
Yeah, man. I just lost all my money at the casino, man.
Man, I have spilled my drink. Damn.
That is very common. That long ass man. What happened, dude? I already know you about to go into something. So, talking about now, we covered something earlier. I don't know if you were on here, but President Trump is now talking about making a team where they want to deport 100 to 300 citizens per month. Have you heard about this?
A little bit, but the thing is, though, I know very little, but just not a whole lot on it, though. The thing that I'm really concerned with is it's the midterms, and I'm really concerned with how this whole AI stuff is gonna really put the human.
Well, AI, but you AI is coming. AI is, even if Trump died tomorrow, AI has nothing to do with Trump. That's coming regardless. You're not blaming Trump for that, are you?
Well, a little bit, yes, and Elon Musk. It's because what human beings don't know is that if this AI thing gets a hold of us, and if it starts, like, I hate saying it, but if they're going to start trying to build concentration camps and putting people in those types of of the buildings, though, like, and all that, it is looking like we are headed towards the whole Terminator type of the resistance, though, and it's sad too, and it's just that we are going to start having numbers burned into like our forearms.
Well, wow, you're talking kind of like in Germany where they put tattoos. Can you see that? You don't see the Trump administration doing something like that, do you?
What people don't understand is that this administration is pure evil.
Damn. What makes you say that? You gotta elaborate, because MAGA's gonna think you're just a crazy libtard. What makes you say that this administration is pure evil?
For a prime example, look at what Pam Bondi did when she had her meeting. She is playing Russian roulette, and she's looking into everybody's eyes and be like, "Oh, don't hate me because I look so beautiful. Look at my hair."
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Clack.
Oh, come on. You just don't like Pam Bondi. Listen, she was very combative, but she knew she was going to be in a hot seat. She knew she was going to be taking barbs, and she decided, I'm going to actually throw them back.
But the thing is, though, look at how much of a grip that Trump has on his administration. You have to sell your soul just to be in line with Trump. Like, you really have to either sell your soul or it is blood for blood. And it is
sell
really,
your
really
soul. Damn. So, I mean, but a lot of folks are going to suggest, Evil, is that Trump has a much better direction for this country than Biden or Kamala. They believe Kamala is going to destroy the nation. And it's not that they're selling their soul. They're going to tell you. They're going to tell you, look, what we're doing is, what did Trump say? We're saving America. We're taking our country back.
Tim,
I'm listening.
don't listen to these MAGA rats. All right, they did all these damn pretzels like Gen X, like choke mouth commerce,
Straight talk commerce. He said choke mouth
commerce, choke mouth.
Oh my God! So you're no fan of straight talk, I get.
Yeah, man, because he's sitting there trying to interrupt you and be like, no, show me that, man. Shut the fuck up, man.
Listen. He doesn't agree with me. I understand and respect that. He's a passionate caller. I get some liberals that do the same. And some of my viewers are a little bit more passionate about their politics than others. So I'll leave it at that. But straight talk certainly wants to make sure he's heard.
Yeah, well, the whole MAGA rats, they can hear him, so.
What is a MAGA rat? Explain me. What is that? I've never heard of that species.
MAGA rats are when they are confronted and they can't handle it, and then they start playing whack-a-mole, just like
Thank you.
Just like how Pam Bondi was, doing it, and she's sitting there, clacking her heels and clacking that hair and be like, look, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I am the 1980, I'm the perfect Barbie. Bitch.
You literally sound like Marjorie Taylor Greene attacking Jasmine Crockett when you're talking about all that. And in the comments, ain't my president. Love that name. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I'm assuming you're talking about Biden ain't your president. I don't know. But you talking about clacking their
president. Yeah, so I agree.
I'm just teasing. I know who she's talking about.
Yeah.
I know who he's talking about. But you talking about she's clacking her heels. What is she, Dorothy, trying to get back to Kansas or something?
She's trying to win people over. Bitch, please, man. You need to grab these nuts.
Oh my God, that's disrespectful to our nation's attorney general. That is,
man, so what, man? She's filthy. She likes pedos. She's guarding pedos.
Well, we gotta believe in due process. So whether we're talking Trump or Elon or any of these folks, Bill Gates, until they've had their day in court, they're not officially a pedo, as you're talking about. They are entitled to a day in court, and it hasn't been proven in a court of law that any of them are pedos. Is that fair?
That is hard. That is hard.
You actually want to suggest, are you suggesting that our president is a pedo?
Yes. It is clear as day. It's crystal clear. Like, how more fact can you get? If you see a duck, if it quacks like a duck, if it's waddling like a damn duck, it's a damn duck.
Well, I can't argue that he is very evasive and secretive with the Epstein stuff. So he does not look like an innocent man, but like I said, he's entitled to his day in court. So until he gets that, you can't just defame the guy by saying he's a pedo. I know the right would do that if it was somebody on the left, but I'm trying to be respectful and say that until he's found guilty of it, it is what it is.
I actually want you to put up the video of him and Tom Giannis at the presidential talk. Pull up that if you can pull up that video, and you can actually honestly see in that video where there were certain questions that he did not want to have answer to, and that Tom said, look, you said on day one that
I know what you're talking about. I mean, listen, there's a lot of shit that Epstein related that Trump doesn't want to answer to. Like I said, it don't look good. I guess even though I'm saying he's entitled to his day in court, his actions, stop talking about Epstein and Marjorie Taylor Greene, making it clear he told her some of my friends will get hurt. Yeah, all the redacted documents coming out where we know if President Trump wanted those documents to come out in a non-redacted form, that's exactly how they would be released. You're only getting those documents redacted because President Trump is at the helm telling folks not to let that information out. So yeah, I'm going to admit his actions seem to be that of a guilty party, but the courts,
right, and it's really sad, and then also that, like, the way that, like like I would say, like, he wants to sit down and be like, "Whoa, they actually came to Mar-a-Lago and they went through my house. They went through my wife's panties, and oh my gosh, like
yeah.
he's freaking out like about that. Like, what is it that what they are doing to Pete? Like the Pete Diddy, like." They make him.
Well, he thought he was above all that. He not only did he think he was above it, he thinks that
Come on, man! Like, it makes him looks like child play. Like, come on, man! Like, Trump is 34 convicted, and they're gonna throw everything at P. Diddy. Like, come on, man! Like, that's.
Yeah, but P. Diddy only got 4 years, and he beat 2 of the 5 charges. In the comments, Just Me says Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trump had a falling out over deporting too many people. That is false. That is completely false.
That is false. Yeah.
When have you seen Marjorie Taylor Greene complaining about people getting deported? That is Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to get to the bottom of the Epstein files. It's obvious. That is
wanted
false.
to get to the Epstein files, and she wanted to know what is the plan for healthcare, actual physical documentation from it was from Congress, which they were not doing. And then Mike Moses, he wants to sit there and be like, oh, we have we basically have this going, and no. That's the reason why Trump and MTG fell out.
Yeah, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene made it clear that's why they fell out. And in the comments, Michael Thompson says, dude, there's over 3 million documents. There's no way he went through all of them. No, he didn't go through all of them. I mean, I mean, like, if, let's say, for instance, you want to protect Prince William. All you got to do is type Prince William and feed each document into a computer or whatever, and it'll cite anywhere where his name is mentioned, redact that part. It's as simple as that. You don't need to go through it. All you got to do is type in shit you don't want to come out, certain things about children, certain dates. I mean, you can redact a lot of that shit by a computer within a matter of minutes, if not a few hours. You don't need to go through all of it. The computer will do that.
Right. Now, let me ask you this, though, Anson. What is your opinion on people are saying that Epstein is alive?
I don't believe it. There's so many reasons to want him dead. There's no way in hell I believe he's alive. I'm wondering if Candace Owens. I'm wondering if
they're seeing him though.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're seeing Elvis. They're seeing Tupac. I'm wondering if Candace Owens is gonna survive what she's doing. Epstein is gone. Epstein is not around anymore. I mean, I don't believe Epstein's alive. That's crazy.
Kendrick, well, the thing is, though, Kendrick, Kendrick Lamar said, hey.
Kendrick Lamar? They not like a rapper? What did he say?
He said, hey, I see dead people. So,
oh my God.
So obviously he's alive, but he might be like hiding out though. So
ain't nobody, there's so many reasons to want Epstein gone. Epstein is not with us. I don't believe that even a shadow of a bit. I mean, look, half of the elite, most powerful, wealthy men on the planet would rather he be dead. I mean, didn't the guard deliberately skip a certain period of time where they're supposed to go and check on him? He was on suicide watch. I mean, even the guards got paid off in that shit. No, I believe Epstein is long gone. I don't believe he's with us.
Yeah. I would say to answer question as far as for no mercy, yeah, I would say Trump doesn't have no mercy on anybody who is not loyal to him, who don't get down, kiss his toes, his ring, suck his dick, whatever.
All right, I'll leave it at that, but kiss his toes and suck his dick. The royal penis is clean. Evil, appreciate you coming through, man.
Something is very wrong. You either have to be an oath keeper, you either got to be on the side of Trump, and just watch. We are headed down a dark road, and it is coming to the point where we will be living in the times of where machines will start taking over for like humans.
That's been predicted for a long time. Sounds like Skynet. Thanks for coming through, Evil. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Anytime. By the way, folks, you know what I'm asked? Tap the screen, get us on up to 80,000. We can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Twan says crazy. You know, they've been talking about, wasn't there a commercial, 1984, one of the Super Bowl commercials from years ago? I mean, they've been talking about the machines taking over ever since we reached the digital and computer age. That's not that uncommon. I mean, I remember watching Sylvester Stallone, Carl Weathers, Dolph Lundgren in Rocky IV. He had a robot in his house and shit. I mean, we've been talking about this shit for years. Thank you, Michael DeBalls. Appreciate the hat and mustaches. Plural. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir, for certain. But yeah, I mean, we've always been talking about that long before Trump became on the radar. So the machines, yeah, there was a movie. I don't know if any of you folks may remember it. I think it was based on a Stephen King novel, so you know where we're going with that, called Maximum Overdrive from the 80s. Some of you may have seen it. It was a rise of the machine type movie. Long before, well, it was after the first Terminator, but before Terminator 2, called Maximum Overdrive, where all of the trucks and shit were just running over citizens and killing people. There's also another movie with Heather Locklear, Tom Selleck, and Gene Simmons, I think it's called, where you had like robotic spiders and shit. It was another one of those kind of movies where the machines were killing people. I forgot. Runaway, another movie from the 80s. It was called Runaway. And Selleck and Heather Locklear were partners on the police force, and Gene Simmons was an evil guy that was developing all these things that were designed to just kill and assassinate. 80s movies. So I'm just pointing out to show you how long they've been talking about machines. It's the minute we entered the computer age, which was probably the late 70s or so, it wasn't long after before movies started being made talking about these things are going to kill us all one day. So it's been happening. Just now we're at a period of time where drones can do a lot of damage. I mean, if you a decently powered drone can stay in the air for a long period of time with GPS or some other form of locator. I mean, you can literally keep something in the air, give it a certain amount of coordinates where it knows within a certain square from this point to this point. So I want you to just simply go in a circle covering this distance. Anything that matches this heat signature, neutralize it. I mean, it can literally make it so you can't come out of your home. These things are hovering above, and anybody that steps out of their door, it picks up your heat signature and it starts shooting at you. I mean, you could literally keep a whole area, a geographic area, human-free, where people are afraid to come outside because these things are hovering above and it's looking for, heat signatures. We're at that stage where you can do that now. I don't know if any of you seen the, I guess, dark web footage, and I've seen a lot of this, of what drones are doing in the Ukrainian-Australian war. My God, I mean, that stuff is here now. You can do a lot of damage with a cheap DJI drone, just the cheap shit. You can do a lot with those things. Those things can travel damn near 200 miles an hour if you got the right blades and motors on them. And they're carrying a payload. They're basically like having an RPG depending on how much explosives you got on it, coming at you at 200 miles an hour. You're not going to be able to dodge that. You're not going to be able to outdrive that. And the guy is sitting there watching it on the camera. He can drive it right in your car window or in the back of your pickup or whatever. You're not going to get away with that. You're not going to get away from that. I mean, they got these things all over Ukraine. So that era is here. All we're hoping for is that the wrong person doesn't use this shit. So worrying about nuclear bombs, these things are a lot more likely than nuclear bombs. A lot more likely. Anyway, looking at the comments though, Trump's protecting the American people against invasion. EO will require all non-citizens 14 years and older in the U.S. for 30 days or more to register with Department of Homeland Service and carry proof of registration at all times. If that happens, that pretty much is like marking up Jewish people if he does something like that. And look, there are people right now as we speak that are indeed carrying paperwork on them at all times. Because ICE, certainly the way they were operating in Minnesota, they didn't need any legitimate reason to stop you whatsoever. They could literally stop you at random and demand paperwork. I was covering that, in these lives, and that was one of the things I was saying is I don't carry proof of citizenship on me. Do you? Do you actually carry proof that you're an American citizen? This is the whole argument that some folks who are talking to my beloved MAGA on this, this is what MAGA's defending in regards to, well, you need an ID to buy a beer. You need an ID to purchase alcohol, or to purchase cigarettes. You should need an ID to vote. I'm 100% behind requiring an ID to vote. Proof of citizenship is not the same. You don't prove you're a fucking citizen to buy a beer. It requires a lot more information to prove you're a citizen than to prove who you are. Proof of ID versus proof of citizenship can be night and day depending on how easy it is or how difficult it is for you to obtain those documents. So don't let anybody try to convince you that it's no different than proving that you have to have an ID to buy a beer. It's not the same. That ID that's allowing you to buy a beer or buy cigarettes, it's a good chance that if you try to go vote with that ID, it may not work. It's not the same. So don't let them tell you that. Anyway, looking in the comments, ICE is absolutely what tyrants look like, says Anna. Well, that's what I'm saying is that, to me, ICE has been definitive proof that having Second Amendment rights does not prevent tyranny. They're stopping people with no bearing on their Fourth Amendment, First Amendment, or even Fifth Amendment rights. They're making you talk. They're searching you without a warrant. They're taking away your freedom of speech. I mean, you cuss at ICE and all of a sudden they fucking with you. You pull out a camera and start filming and all of a sudden they fucking with you. All that stuff's covered by the First Amendment. All of that's covered by the First Amendment. So they're really taking away some of your rights, and there's the Second Amendment people are not using the Second Amendment rights to stop them because they're so heavily armed and they got numbers. So as long as you got the right firepower, the right numbers, and the blessing of the government, you can be tyrannical even in America. Don't let nobody tell you otherwise. Just send in enough motherfuckers with enough weapons and let them know they have immunity, and you can quiet any population. Because the people don't unify like the government does. You might have a militia of 100 guys that say we're not going to let them be tyrannical. But if he sends in 3,000 people that are heavily armed, your 100 guys are just going to get killed. You're not going to get the same unity from the citizens as you do from the government. So the government's always going to win. Not to mention the government's going to always have more what would I say? They're going to be more heavily armed than the citizens can get their hands on. Because what'll happen is if you do start trying to thwart tyranny, boom, he'll come along with some sort of gun ban or make it harder for you to get your hands on what you need to stop it. I just had MAGA on the program less than a half hour ago talking about, yeah, it's okay to take away guns without due process. All you got to do is say the person is crazy. And he was okay with that. So just use the avenue he's giving you. Just use that and take their guns away. You already got MAGA supporting it. Let me go back to the box. Are we at 80? There are nowhere near enough military in this country to install martial law. Yeah, there is. Bullshit. If you want to install martial law, all you need to do is convince MAGA that martial law will make the country better and prevent the liberals from fucking it up. Let's say in Minnesota, for instance, if President Trump got on television and said, we got a bunch of patriots, our ICE guys are having a hell of a lot of trouble in Minneapolis. I need some patriots to go out there and help them. I know a lot of you folks are 2A folks. I need you to go out there and help ICE take back this country. They would have had thousands of more citizens out there defending the fucking government. So the idea that we don't have enough military to be tyrannical, if the military is doing what Trump says, he could easily get probably several million more MAGA to put on a uniform and join the military overnight. So don't ever believe we don't have enough. Remember, ICE is not trained. So it ain't like they went through boot camp, but most of them folks are poorly trained. He could do the same shit with the military. Okay, we only have 200,000-300,000. We can't have martial law. Boom, just go. Him, Steve Bannon, and Stephen Miller and them go on TV. We need to do what we need to do to take this nation back from these crazy-ass liberals. You would have millions of MAGA, pickup trucks all over the parking lot ready to sign up. Military would swell overnight. You could easily do that. Don't ever believe you can't do martial law. You just need enough people to... I'll just leave it at that. Anyway, let me go back to the box. I buy cigarettes from my landlord's store specifically because I don't have an ID. All right. Let me go straight to the box. Liam Donnelly, if you will, go ahead and put in a call. We'll take you up. We'll go to Cedric. This man is delusional. I would love for you to explain why. You got more room to type. Put some meat on the sandwich. You can type what you want. We don't block or ban you for being critical. Cedric, good evening.
Can you hear me, Tim?
Loud and clear, sir.
All right, here I am. I'm always tuned into your lives. I never join them, but here I am.
I appreciate you coming through. You're welcome anytime. So am I wrong in suggesting that the Second Amendment doesn't prevent tyranny?
Okay, let's backtrack a second. I am a mixed man.
You are what?
I am a mixed man. My father is black and about as bald as you, Tim, and my mother is white.
I hope she ain't as bald as me too.
No, she ain't.
Okay.
She blonde head.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. So you're part of the swirl. Down with that.
I voted for Trump.
Okay. Are you happy with that vote so far?
Am I?
I mean, is he doing a good job? Is he making America great as he promised?
To some extent.
Okay.
I can be middle of the road with a lot of stuff and a lot of conversations that are talked about, especially in today's time.
Mm-hmm.
Some stuff that Trump does, I find idiotic.
Give me some examples. What about him?
Just like, the outrage off of the Truth Social and the monkeys with the Obamas and everything else. Stuff like that is just ridiculous.
You got a problem with him maybe posting a picture of your African-American father as a monkey? You wouldn't find that as a joke, comedy?
No, that's not a joke. That's ridiculous. I don't care if his hire or whoever the hell posted it. It's on your page, and that is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, MAGA said it was funny. You voted for...
No, it ain't funny. There's nothing funny about it. The only reason why I voted for this man is because my values lean more to the right.
Mm-hmm.
They always have.
What if you could go back a year and a half? Would you have voted for him again?
Yeah.
Okay. So he hasn't done anything that is so bad that you wouldn't support him.
It's not that he hasn't done anything bad enough to not support him. I think some of the values that the left has got to is not worth voting for.
Give me some examples.
The left leans so far to the left in today's society that we are falling apart as Americans.
Give me some examples. You really think we're coming together under Trump?
No.
Okay, give me some examples of what the left has done.
Any politician in today's society is going to get us to an equal ground.
You think we were equally as divided under, let's say, Obama? before Trump came along? You think we were just as divided as we are now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? Why is that? Because Obama certainly wasn't.
Well, as a mixed man, a lot of people come out and voted for Obama because the man was black. Let's keep it real.
That is true.
A lot of folks come out and voted for that man because he was black.
But you would also,
it did not matter what he did.
Yeah, but you would also agree.
He was a black man, so we support black man.
But you would also agree a lot of people voted against Obama because he's black as well. As you say, it doesn't matter what he promised. He's a black man, therefore unqualified.
That's true. And that's the example of division still exists in this country, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, but here's where I'm a little bit baffled on your statement that it was just as divisive under Obama, Cedric, is that Obama created division because of his God-given skin color. It wasn't because he was posting pictures of people as monkeys and stuff. It wasn't his policies. It was something that he had no control over.
That is true. And I didn't think Obama was a horrible president. There was just a lot of stuff that Obama did that I just couldn't agree with.
Like what?
The Health Care Act and just a lot of stuff.
Do you believe American citizens should have health care if they are broke and don't earn any money? Do you believe?
Absolutely. 100% do I believe people who cannot afford health care should have health care. Yes. 110%.
But you're voting for the party that disagrees.
But a man that has enough money to do whatever the hell he wants to do and he decides he does not want to have health care should not be fined or penalized at the end of the year because he decided he didn't want to pay for it. I thought this was a free country and we can do as we please.
So if the man with the money doesn't want to pay for it, how do you give health care to the poor if the wealthy are like...
That's taken out of your taxes weekly.
So you do believe...
You paid all these taxes all year long, but at the end of the year when you file these taxes, you're penalized again because you decided you didn't want health care. That is crazy.
So you do believe they should take money from our taxes to give poor people health care?
Yes.
You do realize your party disagrees with that, though, right?
Well, like I said, I'm middle of the road. There's stuff I can agree with on the left, and there's stuff I can agree with on the right.
Okay. If your party did not disagree with that, the issue you have with Obama with health care, if your party felt the way you did, Obama would not have needed to do that. The only reason Obama did that is because your party don't want people to be insured.
With the left is they take things like that and they run with it. And it almost seems like it gets to the point where everybody wants everything free. That's what the left seems like they holler all the time. And that's not okay.
Okay, I get that. But let me ask you, if your party disagrees with using taxpayer money to make sure poor people have insurance and a left-wing politician gets elected, what should they do? You're not going to get cooperation in terms of giving people health care from the right. So what should that person do?
That all bull. It's never left or right. It does not matter. At this point, we are never going to get along.
Now, I mean, it sounds like a Taylor Swift song. We're never getting back together. I get that. But what I'm saying is, if you as a person on the left believes that everybody should have health care, even if they're impoverished, and the right believes what the right currently believes, if you get in office, what should you do? They're not going to work with you. How do you do it without doing what Obama did?
I don't know. Trump didn't get rid of health care. He put stipulations on having health care.
He didn't get rid of health care because John McCain gave him a thumbs down. He did try to get rid of health care.
Stipulations on health care.
But he promised to repeal and replace Obamacare. When he got close to being able to...
The man said a lot of stuff that he ran on, and that ain't never going to come into fruition. That's just... So, all politicians do that.
Well, but is there anything wrong with holding a politician accountable to what they say?
No.
Okay,
absolutely not.
So if he promises something and he does it, or it sounds controversial, the idea, well, he can't do it. I always bring up Beto O'Rourke saying, "You're damn right, I'm going to take your AR-15s." He can't do that, but the right held him accountable for it. When Obama said he's going to spread the wealth around, he can't do that, but you held him accountable for it. So why does Trump get a pass?
No. They held him accountable for it. I didn't. Again, I'm middle of the road with a lot of this stuff. I didn't say some of this stuff that some of the stuff that comes out of the right's mouth and the left's mouth is just insane.
True.
And every time I hear it, I read these comments. I get on your show all the time, and I go through these comments and I'm reading them. It doesn't matter if it's from the right or it's from the left. Either way, it's going to keep division in this country.
Yeah. Well, you gotta. The unity starts from the top, Cedric. And unlike Biden, Obama, Bush, or whatever, President Trump is deliberately using division as currency. He is the first president I've ever seen deliberately try to be divisive. Look, if you lean left and you're talking about transgender men or naturally women, that's going to be divisive, but that don't mean you're trying to do it. When you actually post videos of...
I never said, not a day. I've been watching this show for probably over a year now.
Thank you.
I argue with these people in these comments and everything else. I have never, not a day in my life, have said the stuff that Trump does is okay.
But you would vote for him again if you had a chance. Let me ask it to you this way, because there were like 9 other individuals from Vivek, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, the former mayor of North Dakota. All of them folks ran for president as well. Would you have preferred any of them over Trump?
Yes and no. I mean, I don't think any of the candidates that were nominated to run against Trump and the Republican Party were worth a damn.
But you think Trump was?
No, not necessarily. But he's the one who got nominated, so he's the one.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying you had a chance at a primary. If you had the choice, would you have preferred to see one of them over President Trump?
No, not necessarily. No.
So you think he was better than those 9 or whatever it was? I think it was
when it
9.
comes to running the country, yes.
Okay, all right.
But when it comes to the division, no, absolutely not. The man is nuts. He's fucking nuts.
How can you be viewed as good for running a country while dividing it in half? I mean, you got folks actually talking about a civil war. That wasn't happening.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I hear it all the time.
Yeah, so how could you see that as running a country? I don't think under Nikki Haley, people would have been talking about a civil war. What would she have done that's so much worse than that?
Oh, I don't know. Changing your retirement age to 70, 75, making you work longer for the rest of your life. The whole 9 yards. She's crazy.
So this guy could provoke a civil war, but that's not as bad as making you work a few more years.
I don't think Trump's provoking a civil war. I think this country's been on the edge of a civil war for years now. Trump's just making it the division is getting worse and worse, and it's just all coming out in the light now.
You don't think Trump is part of that reason why we're heading in that direction?
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, so Trump is his term, this is his last term.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? He's selling 2020.
Sure. All this damn gaslighting about he's gonna do this.
Who's gaslighting?
Crazy talk.
How is it crazy? How is it gaslighting? The guy's literally selling Trump. Hold on. The guy is literally selling Trump 2028 hats out the White House and showing them he's literally taking other dignitaries.
You are crazy as hell if you think one man can overthrow the entire government.
I think one man may have already done that, but let me. But
it ain't gonna happen.
Here's what I don't understand.
Happen. That's just a talking point that everybody wants to holler. This, that. He ain't running again. It ain't gonna happen.
Here's he's been questioned on it, and he didn't even say what you're saying. He's even said, "Well, I could." They say. I mean, he's not even as definitive about it as you are.
Well, he might have. But you are crazy as hell if you think the United States government is going to let this one man break the rules after all these years. Bullshit.
We got one man that just said we should nationalize the election and put Republicans in control, and most of MAGA's like, that's not a bad idea.
No, I think that's bullshit. Republicans shouldn't be in control of anything. This is
Where's
I don't know if you don't realize it or not, but you're suggesting that one man is talking about doing all this stuff, and his supporters are like, this stuff sounds like a good idea. I mean,
now look, hey, 110%. I hear it all the time. Some of the people that lean to the right have went far right, but a lot of the people that lean to the left have went way too far to the left. There is no in between anymore in this country.
I agree with that.
It is a shit show on both sides, and until people start admitting that, we're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I do disagree with. I do think you are greatly underestimating the ability of Trump. I really do. I think Trump is capable of doing a lot of what he said he wants to do, and you're dismissing it. I mean, the guy is talking about running for office again.
Look, I don't care how much money you got. I don't think you're more powerful than the United States government.
What government? He is the government right now. Nobody's getting in his way.
But when his time ends, he's not. So what are you going to do at that point?
If he can talk about
January, I guess throw another January 6th hoax and storm the Capitol. When his time is up, it's up.
If he can talk about nationalizing the government and the election and putting Republicans in control, and nobody on the right is really speaking up in arms, what makes you think they're going to suddenly be all outspoken if he talks about getting a third term? He's talking about controlling the elections, and they're not saying anything about that. But if he runs for a third term, they're going to all speak up now all of a sudden.
What is so wrong with having requirements for the election?
What do you mean requirements?
Real ID. What is so wrong with having real ID for the elections?
Well, having an ID to vote is something I'm 100% behind. I think
you say a lot on here. Yeah. Well, you gotta have an ID to buy a beer. You gotta have an ID.
Yeah, but that ID ain't gonna allow you to vote.
Does not just because you have an ID to buy a beer does not mean you are a citizen.
Right. So quit comparing it to the ID you gotta have to buy a beer. It's a different type of ID that requires a lot more documentation and paperwork and money.
What's so wrong with having the documentation? Because I listened under the Biden administration. Democrats holler, we're going to let them vote.
Let me say it like this.
I heard it come out of their own mouths that we're going to let them vote.
Okay, well,
non-citizens.
Like you said, there are people.
Why is it so wrong all of a sudden for putting rules and stipulations on stuff?
I'm fine with the rules and stipulations. I think here's the reason. There's two reasons why people are against. Well, three reasons. One being it costs money and things.
Like Miss Mo better in the comments.
Hold on. Let me respond to you before you start talking to the comment section. First of all, it's going to cost money to get passports and IDs and all that. If you really want people to be proven that they're a citizen, give them the ID for free. If you got pulled over by the police in the middle of a rural highway,
why would we give them an ID for free? You have to buy your driver's license. Why are we? Since when are we?
Because you are creating a problem that in basing legislation on something you haven't proved that to be a real problem. But the point I'm making is this: if you got pulled over in the middle of a rural highway somewhere, the cops can get on a walkie-talkie, and within 10 minutes they can verify if you're a citizen or not.
Okay, that's true.
So why make this person bring in all kinds of damn documents? The same cop that can verify they're a citizen on the highway.
It's becoming too big of an issue.
No, it's not.
So let's just solve the issue. Now it's becoming too big of a talking point. So let's just solve the issue.
What's wrong with what I suggested then? What's wrong with having law enforcement at the polling place for people that can't afford hold on, hear me out. The people who can't afford the paperwork, I'm going to give you my social security number. The cop radios in, finds out if this person is a citizen. You can ask additional questions too, other than just a number. What high school? Because I've had to get replacement social security cards. They ask you, what high school did you grow up? You know, you had an auto loan back in 1990. What type of car did you buy? They ask you questions that only you would know.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a little too much to vote?
Compared to having to come up with hundreds of dollars that people may not have and get documents they may not be able to get, that's a lot easier.
I'm not for the ID costing couple $100.
But why not give them the choice of doing it my way, which is free? If they want to do it your way, they have that option too. But allow them to go to the polling place. There could be law enforcement sitting there, and they simply give their social security number. And then they're asked those questions that only they would know if they pass, they can vote. Didn't cost them a penny. Why not allow that?
It's becoming an issue that shouldn't be an issue.
Why not allow that though?
Well, I mean, you got a point. It's becoming an issue that I don't even see what the big deal is.
The big deal is your president you voted for lied about excessive amounts of fraud that didn't happen. Now he is using this to defend from that fraud that never took place from happening again.
This stuff was coming from both sides.
No, it was not.
Yes,
No. Well, then the other side was lying too. Nobody has proven that there's been a huge influx of illegal immigrants voting. Nobody has proven that.
Nobody is okay, all right. Everybody in these comments and the Democrats' numbers that keep on popping up and saying, oh, there was not this, a lot of people didn't vote last.
What's the point? I don't get that.
The number is 90 million people did not vote last year. If you do a quick Google search, there is about 175 million registered voters in this country.
Mm-hmm.
77 million voted for Trump. 74, 75 voted for Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Add that up. That's 150 something million voters.
Then maybe
there's 175 million registered voters, but the Dems keep on coming up with this number of 90 million people didn't vote. That is insane.
Well, I mean,
that doesn't even add up.
Well, maybe I get the number may be off, but that don't automatically mean that fraud happened. Maybe the 90 million number is something they just exaggerate. Trump exaggerates numbers all the time.
To vote that didn't vote.
Okay, but Trump exaggerates numbers all the time. A lot of politicians do. Maybe the 90 million they're giving you is an exaggeration.
Until we hold them accountable for the lies and the numbers being off and everything else, we're never going to get anywhere as a country.
You want to start holding the Democrats accountable for giving lies. I want
to hold everybody accountable for giving lies. If it's left up to me, didn't us great Americans?
Aren't you the one that started out?
Americans
aren't you
back in the day?
Are you not
in a harbor because we was pissed off because we weren't represented right?
Aren't you the one that started the program off when I pointed out Trump lies and saying he says things all the time? Now you suddenly want to hold people accountable?
Oh yeah, shit, we can hold Trump accountable too. I said I'm middle of the road. I don't like that man. He's crazy.
You just said you would vote for him again if you had the chance. What are you saying?
I have to do my job as an American citizen to choose my battles of the lesser of two evils, and the Democrats is done lost their mind.
You said, I want to hold him accountable. I don't like that man. But you admitted out of the other 9 that primary Trump, you would have voted for Trump over them, and you admitted that if you could go back in time, you'd vote for him again. Something you're saying doesn't add up. Something you're saying doesn't add up.
If it was left up to me, Tim, I think as U.S. citizens, we should all gather together, take a road trip to Boston, and start throwing some shit in the damn harbor again. How about that?
All right, well, before I move it on from you, Cedric, you've always been an interesting caller. I'm glad to have you on. Come on anytime. Before I move it on from you, though, I got to ask you this. Who won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden, man.
Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy talk.
So you do believe it. Hold on, hang on. So the guy that is now trying to pass all these laws to make sure people can, you do believe that guy had lied about an election?
Yeah, 110%. Joe Biden won that damn election.
And you would vote for the guy that wants to take control of an election after lying about a previous one?
I got to stick to my roots. Got to lean right.
But the Democrats are the ones that have went crazy.
They're crazy. They're crazy. Some of the shit that they're talking about is crazy.
You sounded like a guy wearing a straitjacket talking about how crazy everybody.
I'm sitting in the middle of both of them.
You ain't in the middle by any means. You ain't nowhere. You're not in Kansas anymore, sir. There's mountains out here. You're not in the middle. There's mountains out here.
You're right. I'm one of the very few
far in between that's left. And our opinion don't matter at this point because you're either right or you're either left.
All right, and I agree with that. Cedric, it's a pleasure. Come back anytime. Good conversation. You too. All right, moving on with the program. What do I ask? Tap the damn screen, get the likes up to 90,000. If you're watching on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. We got almost 1,000 of you folks on YouTube across the platforms. Tap that like button. This is uncensored programming. You know how we do it. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. Your commentary is your commentary. We'll respect your right to free speech. We don't limit your conversation because you got a difference of opinion. You know how that works. You can be critical of anybody, including yours truly. Our comments go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. What the fuck is this? Says Taiwan in the comments. This is entertaining programming from all sides of the aisle. I can't even pronounce the name. Sylvie Talvan or whatever. Yeah, that last statement didn't sound like he was in the middle. No, he don't. He's pro-Trump. And oddly enough, he mentioned he has an African-American dad and a white mom. Interesting. Why are you supporting that man? I don't know who you're talking about I'm supporting. To get ID, you need an address. You're telling homeless people that they cannot vote. That's an interesting point. I didn't know that. Yeah, that is a good point. If you're homeless, you don't have an ID for them. You don't have an address for them to send the paperwork you need to get an ID. That's a great point. I never thought about that. So it would essentially disenfranchise the homeless people right off the bat. I suppose a homeless shelter could allow them to send paperwork there, assuming that the government in that state, if that state is right, don't pass a law to prevent folks from using addresses they don't reside at. That would probably be the next method of defense. If you're homeless, and you got to assume most homeless people are not going to vote right because the right are against all the social policies that might get you off the street. So the homeless are going to likely vote left because they're going to be more willing to give you food stamps and housing assistance and healthcare. So the homeless are going to be more likely to vote left. And you have no address. So when you're trying to get the documents you need to prove you're a citizen, you have no address for those documents to be sent to. So what happens, like I said, maybe a homeless shelter or something, or a church starts allowing you to use their address to get said documents. If you're in a right-wing area, perhaps the governor or somebody passes a law that makes it a felony to use an address you don't reside at. I mean, this is just how this goes. I just want to make it clear. This is the avenue this stuff can take for folks who think requiring citizenship is harmless and something we should use. Look, I'm 100% behind making sure citizens vote. But it opens up the door to all sorts of excessive scrutiny to literally disqualify actual red-blooded Americans from voting. My guess is this Save America Act will prevent far more Americans from voting than illegal immigrants. They're estimating as many as 21 million people could be disenfranchised and prevented. You don't have that kind of illegal immigration population voting. There's not 20 some odd million illegal immigrants voting. It's nothing like that. This is where the solution is going to be significantly worse than the problem. I mean, this is literally like having an ingrown toenail and waking up at the hospital where they don't amputate your toe to solve the problem. I don't see this as being a viable solution whatsoever. It just gives the Trump administration all sorts of room to scrutinize documents, say shit is fake, and just discount your vote. This is the guy, as my last guest admitted, not only lied about the actual election, he also has a history of denying actual birth certificates being legitimate. Talking about Barack Obama's. He also denied, he looked at a document and said it ain't real, and it was real. So not only did he lie about the election, he's also lied about some of the documents you're going to need to vote. And we think this is going to go smoothly, huh? Anyway, looking in the comments, what does that say? All this storylines going on, immigration, all that crap is a distraction. Did he actually finish the wall? I believe he's done pretty well on the wall. Certainly he's done very well on the border. Debo, thank you for the support of the program, by the way. Yeah, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. And the TikTok cat, we're pretty close on the hat and mustache. You guys can make that happen. Only a few of those away. Show your boy some love. Would you vote for him again? Says Cam Faisal. My last guest said yes. And followed by Robert Kennedy with his complimentary Tim don't know shit. According to new law, you can't use your social security number. As I told my last caller, and I'll go back to the box, we're about to hit 90,000. As I told my last caller, it's very easy for the government to verify if you're a citizen or not. Thank you, KG. Appreciate that. Ain't my president. Shout out to you. It's very easy for the government to find out if you're a citizen or not. They could have a sheriff or a local city cop at a polling place and have you give your social security number, first and last name, the hospital you were born at, just a few questions would make it undeniable you are an American citizen. You don't, if they really wanted to do this legitimately, you don't need to bring all those fucking documents in. The documents can be forged. If you walk in there and give them your social security number, your name and address, and then you start, because your social security number, they can run your fucking credit and ask you all kinds of questions that only you would know. Only you would. No fraudster's going to know, what car you bought and the payments you had in 1980 and shit. They can ask you all of that stuff and verify you're a citizen right there on the spot without you having to provide a single document. The reason you're being requested to bring all these documents is because they want to make it hard on you. They want to make it cost you. They want it to take time. They want to give you excuses to bow out and not vote. Simple as that. There's no reason for all that shit. Real quick, looking in the comments. We'll go straight to the box, better yet. MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program. Last up, cops said, hang on a second, MAGA. Somebody said cops said polling places would not be possible for, what does it says, for the window we can vote. It would take way too much time and resources out of traffic. If you can send 3,000 ICE agents to fucking Minneapolis, use 3,000 government in each city. You could do that. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, you could actually do that. Not to mention, you don't have to limit the amount of time people vote either. You could give them a day or two to do that if you really wanted to do it right. You're putting up hurdles on purpose. MAGA, what am I getting wrong?
So much.
Give me some.
I'd rather open the door and deal with the problems and, get the future elections more secure. So we're not doubting every election. Both sides have doubted almost every election.
You think this is going to stop that? You think, okay, they're going to be talking about people gave in birth certificates.
Step in the right direction.
No, it's not, because people are going to start saying your documents are fake. And then you're going to have people on the left saying, I gave them a legitimate birth certificate. They said it was fake and I didn't vote. You're going to still have people denying the election.
Well, at least at that point, you could go after them for perjury.
But the election is over with at that point.
Not even any documents.
Yeah, but the election is over with. And if the side that commits the perjury wins, they'll just pardon those people. It's over with.
Then they'll lose the next election.
Oh my
God. Pardons are fucking public.
The point I'm saying is this is not going to make people feel more comfortable about the election. It gives you also...
What's your solution? To do nothing?
No, to do what I just said. If you want to prove somebody's a citizen, you can do that without requiring them bring in all kinds of paperwork and shit. You can do that right there on the spot you can do that electronically. You don't need them bringing in all kinds of shit.
Well, I mean, that's basically much how they're going to do it.
No, it's not.
You keep thinking that you're going to have to do this shit at the election day. No, this is going to be to register.
No, what I'm saying
this is going to be for voter registration. You bring the documents when you register to vote, and once you register, you're good. You don't have to do it again.
Why not allow them to register at the way I said, without having to bring in all these documents that take time and cost money? Why not just, like I said, ask them a few questions with their social security number that they would only they would know, and boom, this person qualifies. Why not do it? You can take a picture of them and a fingerprint if you want.
The country knows who's a citizen and who's not, like you think they do.
Yeah, they do. If you lose your social security card, as somebody who has lost one and had to go to the Social Security Administration and get another one back, they asked me also, my driver's license, it was not good enough. They asked me questions about my credit history and things that I'd done in the past that only I would know about. Homes I financed and everything. That's
I'm all for that.
That's way better than documents that anybody could fraudulently recreate. People can recreate a birth certificate and all of that stuff.
I mean, people can look up your credit score.
No, ain't nobody remembering. Ain't nobody remembering every aspect of your credit. Ain't nobody doing that. And if that person does do that, they're only going to be able to vote once.
I mean, how is the government going to look it up? If the government can look it up, that means anybody else could look it up too.
So what are you saying? You saying that the government computers, people are just hacking in readily? You can readily hack into a government computer?
Most of the stuff is public.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
The credit bureaus.
No, it's not.
The credit bureaus are not government associated. The credit bureaus are not government ran. They're private companies that monitor your credit. That's not a government system.
No. Everything about your credit is not just readily hackable as you're trying to make it sound like. If you want to know, me financing a home back in the 1990s, how much all that stuff ain't just easily hackable for the average person.
I mean, it's not that hard either.
But I guess the point I'm making is this. The point I'm making is this. You got to show me that fraud exists to this level that we're doing all this. Because let's be real, there is no way to make an election where 360 million people voting 100% fraud free. The step he's talking about to make citizens vote, what's next? It was a citizen, but this guy had a felony he didn't report, so he shouldn't have. I mean, you're always going to come up with ways to go to the next level and say somebody still cheated. The birth certificate he gave was fake, or he shouldn't have got it, or the social security card he gave had been altered. They're going to say the documents ain't legit.
We don't care about one person, cheating. We care about large numbers.
But where's the evidence that happened? Where's the evidence that large numbers of illegal immigrants ever voted?
Our elections have been fucked up since the beginning.
Where's the evidence?
It's one of those things where, just don't talk about it and move on. Whoever won. They really don't want to look into it, because if they look into it and you prove that there was fraud, then every president, every fucking election is in doubt.
People have looked into it. You just don't. But he didn't look into it long enough. People have. When Trump made all those claims about the 2020 election, people did look into that.
No. I mean, I think they're looking into it now, but they didn't look into it back then.
Attorney General Barr didn't look into it.
That's not even legal. You have to look into people's votes.
If you're going to claim that illegal immigrants and dead people voted and all, where are the names at? I mean, if you got enough of this to suggest that hundreds of people did this, where are the names at?
So you gotta look in. You have to.
You don't have to. No. If you make a claim, you got to give me something to go on. You basically said, I'm gonna make a claim, and it's your job to go out there and prove my claim is legit. No, you give me some names.
We both know every election has a ton of fraud.
No.
The thing is, most of the time, it's not a close election. It's very rare where one person it's very rare where elections close. No. It's only been in 2000 and in 2020.
Where is the evidence? MAGA. What I saw was Trump throwing everything, any way you could cheat against the wall, and basically telling Attorney General Barr, I need you to go and pursue what sticks. I'm going to give you 10 different ways. I'm going to give you 10 different ways people can cheat, and I need you to go out there and find me somebody that cheated in that manner.
How many ways did he check off?
If he knows that if he knows that this guy is just throwing shit out his ass and he wants me to go out there and find something to make it true, he's not going to go and put a lot of due diligence into it.
Fraud in every election.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
Every election.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you know the person that's telling you that people are voting illegally in these manners are telling you that based on nothing, you're not going to put a whole bunch of time and effort into one looking at that. If the president is saying dead people voted, you're going to, well, sir, what's making you say that? If he can't give you anything, but I need you to go out and find if that's true or not, you're not going to put a lot of effort into it.
But look, it's not based on nothing. It was a close election. 12,000 people decided Georgia. So when it's that close, every fucking vote counts. It's like in 2000.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with it being close. What I'm saying is, if you're going to accuse,
that alone is enough reason.
If an election is close, that's not enough reason to say no. If election is close, that's not enough reason to say you won by a landslide. That doesn't legitimize that.
That's two different arguments. I don't give a fuck what Trump fucking said. I told you that already.
But that's the
talking
point.
About the actual facts on the ground. It was a close fucking election. There's always fraud. If it's a close election and we know there's always fraud, let's make sure there's not enough fraud to fucking.
How is saying you won by a landslide not fraud in itself? How is that not fraud?
Because it doesn't change the number of fucking voters.
You're lying to the people and saying you won an election you didn't. You don't have evidence to prove it. How is that not fraud?
Look, he's trying to motivate the people to look into this.
By actually saying a fraudulent statement.
What he said. Listen, if you're going to keep repeating what Trump said, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm talking about the facts on the ground.
Every fucking thing we're talking about is based on what Trump said. Nobody was talking about elections being fraudulent to this level until he came along.
What Trump said. Despite what you say, despite all the bullshit you keep repeating, I don't go off what Trump said.
MAGA.
I go off the fucking facts.
MAGA, the only reason we're talking about nationalizing elections and putting all of this is based on what Trump said. What do you mean we're not talking? Everything we're doing right now with elections is based off of him.
No, it's not, Tim.
Yes, it is.
We saw with our own eyes how fucked up that election was, and we just want the shit reviewed. It's a 1-point game. We want the fucking play reviewed, and you're like, why do we need to review the play? Because it was a 1-point game.
So you're telling me that we would
review the play and make sure the fucking point is correct and that we didn't fucking we lost by 1 point.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. You're discounting the president of the United States.
Game. You don't want.
I don't care about it being a 1 point. I don't care about it being a 1-point game. You don't go out there after losing. You don't go out there. You don't. No, you don't go out there after losing by 1 point, telling the whole public you actually won. Well, that don't matter. I don't mind them saying that. That's fucked up that you're doing that. That is something. You don't ignore that. You lost.
No, I lost by 1 point, but some of these fucking points smelled funny to me. I mean, every game has bullshit points. Every football game, every basketball game.
I'm going to tell you something.
Has bullshit points.
If any,
and I just want the fucking.
That's crazy.
I just want the play review.
That's crazy. Any coach,
That's not crazy.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you why I say it's crazy. If any coach of an NBA, NFL, NHL hockey league team lost the game by 1 point, did not like the way the referee or somebody, and got on television and said, we won this game by a landslide, that coach wouldn't be coaching no more.
Listen, didn't they change the rules?
You didn't hear nothing I just said. That coach would not be coaching anymore. I'm serious. That coach would not have that job anymore.
I'm not to review a play.
You're not asking for. You're not. No.
They did that.
You're not asking for reviews.
The other side was cheating.
You didn't ask. No, Trump didn't ask for reviews. No, he said he won. You don't need to review what you won. He said he won. He didn't say review. He said I won by a landslide. He said he didn't say review. He said I won by a landslide. You're calling for reviews. He never asked for that.
I proved it by reviewing the plays. Want to use a timeout to review the plays?
You're breaking up something awful, MAGA. I don't know if you got it. I'm giving you a minute. You got a bad signal.
Go play when you think there's fucking something funny going on.
You got a bad signal. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Let me put my Wi-Fi on.
Okay. And thank you for the hat and mustache there. Angela. Thank you. Appreciate that. So what you're saying is if you're in a game, hold on. If you're in a close game, hold on. If you're in a close game, because that's what that election was, a close election. You're saying because it's a close election, that gives you the authority to just say you won by a landslide, which isn't close, by the way.
I don't care about what Trump says.
Then we have no conversation. Then we have no conversation.
Thing reviewed. I want Fulton County reviewed.
I don't think we.
If something funny happened in Fulton County, and I have a right to have that shit reviewed.
I don't.
In the NBA, look, you can use a timeout.
If you don't care,
did you like that rule? Didn't that make the game more fair?
Didn't
that make basketball more fair that you could use a timeout to review any play you like?
I'm fine with that, but it's got to be. Listen, when you're reviewing a play, you don't just go out there and yell that your side is right. You ask for a review. That ain't what he's doing, though. He's not asking for a review.
Okay,
What he is doing is so bad, your only defense is to say, well, I don't care what he says. He shouldn't be saying that. He shouldn't be saying that
what
stuff.
What if he's right? What if it's after the review we did win?
Yeah, but what if after the review he lost? He's on record saying he won by a landslide. Why not ask for the review?
About what he said. I care about, how about we review the play first and then we discuss what he said.
Well,
Let's
January.
review it, see who won, and then we could discuss what he said. But there was no review. We wanted Fulton County looked at.
Here's the problem.
They're just doing it now.
Here's the problem. You don't care about what he said. The people on January 6th was not asking for a review. They were saying exactly what he said. Stop the steal, he won by a landslide. They do care what he says. MAGA cares what he says. They're not saying we want a review.
It was a close game. If it was a blowout, they wouldn't give a fuck what he said. But it was a close game.
People died because of what he said, man. So I'm telling you, they weren't asking for a review on January 6th.
You're always saying, like, why wasn't 2016 fucking fraudulent? Why wasn't 2024 fraudulent? Those weren't really close games. The closest game we ever had was 2000, followed by 2020.
You keep saying close game, but the guy complaining about the election is not saying close game. The only defense you have is to pretend like he didn't say it. Even Fulton County, all of the places that you believe cheating, that stuff is only coming from him. He's the reason why you're talking about Fulton County.
From all of us. You guys only listening to him or bringing him up. But I was saying that shit way before Trump did. I was saying that shit on day one. While the votes are being counted, we're like, what the fuck is going on in Fulton County? Trump came in on week 3 and was like, something's fucked up. But we were like watching we went to sleep and woke up the next day and we're like, what the fuck happened?
So you care about what's going on in Fulton County, but you don't care about what the president of the United States is saying.
It's like
crazy. It's like crazy. It's like crazy.
It's the Fulton County and the shit that happened there. Then Trump came after and was like, something's fucked up. I think I won this by a landslide. I wish he would be more accurate and just say, I think I won this and we need to review it. But, Trump is Trump. I don't give a fuck, what he said. But MAGA. Happened. But it's like your defense is always like, this person said he lost, this person. None of these people are like the rest on the
millions of people damn near tried to stage a coup and ended up going to prison because they did care what you don't care what he says.
Because the play wasn't reviewed. If you were
that is not properly, nobody on January. No, that's not true. That's not true. I didn't see a single person on January 6th talking about they want a review. That is absolutely false. Nobody was calling for a review.
That's what we wanted. Well,
it ain't.
That we won. How do you prove that you won the game legit?
If you're saying stop, that's not. If you're saying stop the steal, that means the election was stolen from you. A review means it's possible. You're saying it happened.
Yeah, how do you stop the steal? By reviewing the fucking votes and see who actually won.
If you're saying stop the steal and you won by a landslide, that means you're absolutely certain that if you review the play, it's going to go your way. You're not asking for a review. You're making it sound like you already know the answer. That ain't a review.
Let's do the review and find out. Why are you scared of the review?
Well, first of all,
if you know that you won fair and square, why are you so afraid of the review? Because all they did was fucking shrug this, put the dirt under the rug and shit and moved on. They didn't review anything.
Yeah, they did. You just don't accept the results of the review.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
Bill Barr
They gave them 3 recounts. They gave them 3 recounts in 3 recounts in Georgia, and Trump just refused to accept the results of it.
Recounts is not reviewing the play.
Then why ask for it? Why ask for a recount 3 times if you're not going? If it doesn't mean anything?
It's the only thing we could do. It's the only thing we could do. We had no other options. It's like the NBA before that timeout rule. We could use a timeout to review the play. We don't have that rule. We need to put that rule in. Where
what kind of review are you expecting them to do?
I want them to tear open all the like if there's something funky like Fulton County, they need to open up all the fucking votes. Make sure like everything's legit. Make sure every person that voted is alive. Make sure, that and that the votes equal the people there. If a place has like 10,000 people and like 20,000 people voted, you know, shit like that. Look at demographics, look at the voters, just verify everything. Review the fucking play like you do in anything else.
Oh my God. So you want
to have rules for that. Recounting the same votes isn't going to do shit. We need to actually go in there and review shit when people are doubting an election as much as we doubted that one.
Yeah. Well, you
isn't that what they did in 2000? They went like vote by vote and make sure every fucking vote was perfect. In 2000, they reviewed the shit out of that election.
I think the problem is exactly what you don't want to talk about, which is if you yourself is saying an election didn't go well and you yourself is on record saying things that are not true, you don't have credibility. That's where the problem is. When she started talking about he won by a landslide, also too, he stated right up to the election, I mentioned this to you and many others before, but right up until the election day, for a while, Biden was winning in North Carolina. Trump was losing in North Carolina. Trump was on television telling everybody at his rallies there was widespread fraud in North Carolina. The last few weeks, Trump caught up and beat Biden in North Carolina. Ever since this happened, he has never complained about fraud in that state at all. He's on the record saying there was widespread fraud in North Carolina. Never demanded an investigation. Hold on. Never demanded an investigation.
Close.
Never. It don't matter. You said it was fraud there. You said it was fraud there. Widespread fraud
everywhere, Tim. There's fraud everywhere. The thing is that election wasn't close.
So in other words, even
Arizona was close. There's 10,000 people. Wisconsin, 20,000.
Wait a minute. So if I commit fraud,
people decided the winner.
So if you know I'm committing fraud in a liberal state like California, for instance, which is not going to be close, you just gonna let me get away with it because my state election was not close. Just fraud happened in there, but you're not going to call for an investigation because it's not close.
Exactly, because it's not going to change anything.
So in other words, you're okay with fraud.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Our current system is stupid.
No. That makes
Our current system is stupid as fuck, and we need to fix it.
You lost me. So in other words,
because it's racist.
Yeah, that makes no. So in other words, as long as the election is not close, you can literally commit fraud, is what you're saying. We're not going to trace it.
That's pretty much how it is. It only matters when it's close. It doesn't matter in 24 because it wasn't close. It didn't matter in most elections because it's like. Only 2000 and 2020.
You and I totally disagree on that. If you're on record saying that fraud is happening in the state you won, but I won it by a lot, so we don't need to check that state. Get the fuck out of here with that. That's what you're basically saying. Well, he won that state by a lot, so don't worry about the fraud that happened in the state he won because he won it by a lot. Then you don't care about fraud.
That goes for Obama. That goes for whoever. In any game.
Okay.
Why are you going to waste time reviewing a 1-point play?
Because it might lead to you losing. Because it might lead to you. You said widespread fraud because you're not going to listen.
Because if you won by 20 points, 1 point is not going to change the game.
He said widespread.
Even if it's widespread, if you won by 20 points, it's not going to change the game.
Yeah. To me, it sounds like. If I win, to me it sounds like I don't care about fraud if it actually works in my. If I win that state, I don't care about the fraud in it. You're making it sound like if he won North Carolina. Hold on, hang on. You're making it sound like if North Carolina was a close election that went to him, he would actually pursue the fraud in that state. You believe that, right?
No, but Biden should.
No. I'm asking you that question. If North Carolina was a close election, you believe he would pursue the fraud even if he won that state?
Not if he won, but that's why Biden didn't pursue it, because Biden won. You think Biden would...
I'm asking you about Trump. You're trying to talk about... I'm asking you about Trump. If Trump won a state by a small margin that he knew fraud was in, do you believe he would pursue fraud in that state?
No. Why would he? Biden should pursue the fraud in that state.
So you're making it clear that Trump is okay with fraud too then?
I mean, yeah, so is Biden, and that's the problem.
You want to talk about Biden so bad, don't you?
No, but that's what happened. What you're saying about Trump is what happened with Biden. Biden won by 1 point, and he didn't pursue fraud because it would just prove that he lost.
So I guess Biden derangement syndrome. That sounds like Biden derangement syndrome. You're trying to squeeze Biden in there so bad.
Biden was the person in 2020.
I gotta go. No. When Trump claims the election was stolen from him, he was still president. It would have been his job.
California.
You didn't hear what I just said. You didn't hear what I just said. If Trump won an election close in North Carolina, he had the job of checking it, just like he found a way to check into Atlanta and demand recounts there. You admitted he wouldn't do it. So you're admitting that he's okay with fraud as long as it works in his favor.
Biden didn't do it.
Biden.
Biden didn't do it either.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
He didn't check into fraud into Fulton County because he won.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
That's human beings being human.
Biden, I gotta go. We'll leave it at that. Thank you. All right. Remember, Trump derangement syndrome is something we talk about. Don't ever for a second, and what did Beyonce say? Don't you ever for a second get to thinking that Biden derangement syndrome don't happen as well. He really wanted to talk about Biden. He was dying to talk about Jake on YouTube, 3813. Thank you. I've never seen that graphic. Thank you folks that are sending some graphics over on YouTube. I didn't know you could really do it like that. Appreciate that also, Debo. Thank you, Jake, for supporting the program. But yeah, he really wanted to talk about Biden. I mean, but I will say that he did admit that, because he was adamant that the election was close, so we should have a recount. But he did admit that if Trump won a close election, he wouldn't care about the fraud. He admitted that finally at the end. He wanted to talk about Biden in it as well, but he admitted that Trump would not care about winning an election fraudulently, even if it was close. It only matters because he lost. Then he's not pursuing free and fair elections. He's just concerned with winning. That's all it is. He's just concerned with winning. MAGA reacts playing games and using video games to say Trump is right. Bullshit, says Dark Side Rider. Thank you for that. Support by that. You got a lot of patience with these people, says Scott. Well, listen, we do believe in free speech, Scott. A lot of my callers are passionate on both sides of the aisle. And thank you, Jake, 3813, by the way. But yeah, some of my folks are passionate on both sides. It's the opposition that challenged Tim. You're an idiot. Nothing wrong with that, Draco. We disagree. But when the man openly admits that he does not believe that Trump would challenge in a close election, he admitted that even if Trump knew there was fraud in a state that he barely won, he wouldn't challenge it. Then the man is okay with fraud. Period. He just don't like fraud that doesn't work out in his favor. It's as simple as that. He just does not like fraud. I'm okay with winning an election fraudulently. I just don't want to lose by fraud. Then you're not for free and fair elections. Real quick in the comments here. MAGA reacts, why do you think the 2020 election was close? Well, it's the quantity of votes, I believe, is what he's saying. I think he's saying that. Remember, Trump called in Georgia and said, find me 11,000 votes. That is close. I mean, if he's saying that he's only losing by 11,000 votes, and if you could find me 11,000, I would win your state, Governor Kemp, is what he was talking to somebody else in Georgia, but he wanted that state to find him 11,000 votes. So that is fairly close when you think about how many tens of thousands, if not millions of people vote in Georgia. So it is a close election. And what he is trying to do now is prove that fraud happened in one county. I've said in Fulton County, where Atlanta takes place. And that's why I've said that for me personally, Trump's claims are a challenge to credibility. He says they cheated in Georgia, he goes to Atlanta. They cheated in Michigan, he goes to Detroit. They cheated in Wisconsin, he goes to Milwaukee. They cheated in Arizona, they go to Phoenix. The blue areas of those states is where the cheating is at. What about all the red areas? Did you check any polling places? Did you check the Dominion voting machines in Savannah, Georgia? I've said this from day one since Trump came down the golden escalator. He only sees Democrat fraud. If a Republican is cheating, it's invisible to him. You just heard my last call and make it clear that if Trump won by fraud, he wouldn't say nothing about it. So to me, that challenges your credibility when you're doing stuff like that. When you're claiming states cheated and you're only investigating the Democrat portions of the state, when every single state he lost that he claims was fraudulent has huge red areas. They didn't send anybody to any of those areas. No, just all of the red areas were 100% honest, huh? All of the counties that voted for you that are red, 100% honest. Only the Democrats are savvy enough or lack the morality to cheat. 100% of Republican voters are on. Have you ever heard President Trump? He came down the golden escalator in 2015, so it's been 10 plus years. Have you heard him one single time talk about Republican voter fraud of any type? Do you really believe that no Republicans in this nation of 360 plus million people commit voter fraud? It's just all Democrats, huh? To me, doing that alone challenges his credibility. Now, if he had taken what my last caller was talking about, Fulton County, or they told us that Trump was winning, we woke up, he was losing. If they had taken that information and said what my last caller said, something doesn't look right and we demand a recount, and left it at that, I think Trump would have a lot more credibility. But to just jump up and say, I won by a landslide and they cheated and all this stuff, you got to prove this stuff first. You got to prove they cheated, and then you got to prove that the cheating was high enough that you actually would have won by a lot. He hasn't proven any of that stuff. He hasn't proven any of that. So to me, you jumping up proactively and saying you won by a landslide with no evidence at all, to me, that alone hurts his credibility significantly. And then, of course, me pointing out how he claims there was widespread fraud in North Carolina, winning North Carolina and suddenly not complaining about the fraud, that removes all credibility of you being somebody that's against voter fraud. And then having my last caller come on and admit that if he won a close election and knew there was fraud, he wouldn't say nothing about it. Like, what the hell? What are we doing? You're admitting the guy just wants to win. He don't care about voter fraud. He just if it happens in his favor, he's good with it. Anyway, let me go back to the box, and thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Get us on up to 120,000. I will agree with Tim to put ICE at the polls. Yeah, you won't agree with me to do that. I don't know what immigration is doing at the polling places. No. I think personally what President Trump is doing is attempting to use ICE as a personal police force. It'll be like a one size fits all. Whatever's going on that I don't like, send ICE agents. It'll go well outside the scope of just dealing with immigrants. It's just a one size fit all type deal. You know, get to the point where ICE is protecting DC. You know, it's just ICE agents. Now, I don't favor using, I don't want to go the Gestapo route, but it has similarities. I do believe that he is trying to attempt to use ICE as a personal force, law enforcement for himself. Name a single Democrat that has asked for a recount in a state they won. All you're basically saying is Democrats do the same thing. That's all you're trying to say. Well, the Democrats don't care about fraud either. Okay, so just like when he wanted to talk about Biden, you're trying to deflect. President Trump is the one that's claiming voter fraud, and he is being the number one anti-voter fraud president we've ever had. He shouldn't be in that category. You shouldn't be having to compare him to Democrats. He should be above that. It should be the Democrats are the ones that are fraudulent. Admitting that he too is okay with winning by fraud. No, he shouldn't be in that category. He should rise above it. What are you talking about? We did the same thing under Obama. We just didn't have that much resistance. I don't know what you mean by that. Let me go back to the box. Get us on up to 120,000, if you will. We'll go ahead and make it happen with Miss Mo Better. Good evening, Miss Mo. Hey. Now I saw you holding. Now you heard my last guest. What am I getting wrong?
Fix it, Jesus. Listen, listen. I give you all the credit in the world to have to deal with that fucker. Everything that came out of his goddamn mouth was awful.
Well, he believes President Trump likely won the last election and at the very least deserved some sort of an additional recount or reevaluation or something.
Again, where's that sentiment when he wins, because from what I heard, and they're still doing investigations now on voter fraud for when he just won this last time.
Yeah, that doesn't.
And Kamala actually beat him.
Oh, don't you start that.
Listen, I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm just saying, but you can't deny that it's happening on one side and not the other.
Well, and that's exactly what he's doing. He don't believe Republican fraud exists. I don't think MAGA believes that. I think MAGA seems to think that all Republicans are honest at the polls. It's only Democrats and immigrants that do it.
They don't even know what the fuck honest is. He's trying to figure out a way now to get those midterms.
And I see the comment, somebody said, here's an idea. Republicans pay for their voter IDs. Democrats pay for Democrat voter IDs. Suddenly the subject will drop. What do you think about this? Requiring citizenship, letting the Trump administration require citizenship to vote, and being in control of the election. You hear Trump talking about nationalizing the election.
Yeah, and did you see that interview he did on ABC where he denied saying it?
He denied that? It's on record.
Yes, exactly. And he had to call him out on it. He was like, "No, we saw you. We heard you say that. We saw that on video."
Well,
he's like, "No, that's not what I said." Like, this man, he lies like a 20-year-old rug.
Yeah, he's clearly on record saying that we should nationalize the election and put Republicans in control. I don't know how he could go on TV and say he didn't say. Well, what about the Biden syndrome? You know, Biden has derangement and all. I mean, Biden has dementia. Maybe just old age is leading him to not remember what he said.
No, he's just a liar, and have been proven.
Well, he's our.
It has been, and that shit should be studied, because people fans do get up here and try to twist what he said to what he should be saying.
Are you referring to MAGA reacts? You got a bad signal, I think.
I'm referring to MAGA, period.
Yeah. Well, all MAGA don't agree with that. I've talked to a lot of MAGA that don't think he won the 2020 election. You got. I'm trying to give you a moment. You got a really bad signal over there, Mr. Mobetta.
Yeah, I do. I have a bad signal because I'm on the move.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop you because even you telling me that you're breaking up all over the place. I hate to drop you because you've been holding on, but got.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but
I hear. Can you hear me now, though?
Yeah, somewhat, but it ain't reliable.
Okay, I got it. You can drop me.
All right.
You can drop me because I'm on the move anyway. So you can drop me.
Okay. Sorry about that, but yeah, I don't like, certainly because she was holding, and she's certainly a friend of the program. But yeah, she was breaking up. Does anyone remember Trump's approval rating in 2020? If I can recall, Trump has always been underwater. I mean, it's obviously a lot worse now than it was back then, but Trump's economy was good in his first term. I mean, up to the pandemic, which is why I think, he made a good candidate for a second term, is because he had things to run on. Now his Trump 2.0, I don't think Trump 2.0 is anywhere near as desirable to the voters as Trump 1.0, because he's done the level of controversy from Trump's second term is significantly higher than things he controversially did the first term, because now he essentially is running the country somewhat by himself, whereas his first term you had a lot of veteran administrators helping him run the country. I mean, he was listening to generals, listening to advice. He's doing it all by himself. Like what Pam Bondi is doing. Pam Bondi is just following orders. She's not actually acting as an attorney general for the country. She's acting like as his private lawyer. If Trump told her you needed to be arrested tomorrow, you would probably get arrested. I mean, it's as simple as that. So she's kind of acting more like his own personal lawyer. While y'all know Trump is full of shit, says J, I can't see L something in the comments. Looking in the comments, continuing on though. I see Darkside Rider says MAGA ain't shit. He says, and MAGA reacts trying to use video games to explain Trump's deals. MAGA reacts has his own opinion. I'll leave it at that. I don't agree with a lot of stuff he says. He don't agree with a lot of stuff I say, but we're about free speech here. And I do believe tomorrow that he's using ICE as his personal army. You're right. Trump had barriers to protect us. And all presidents should have that. That is the way the founding fathers set the country up, is that you had 3 equal branches of government, executive, judicial, and legislative. They were all supposed to be able to do checks and balances on each other. They're not doing that on President Trump. They're not. And I can tell you that isn't coming from being a liberal or some kind of libtard or some other bullshit. I'm watching, and you are watching, Congress let Trump do things that Republican Congress used to criticize. Predominantly stuff like big government policies. Republican Congress is sitting idly by while Trump is using big government to do all sorts of things. If he don't like a mayor, I'm not going to send federal funding to the city. If you don't like a governor, I'm not going to send federal funding to your state. I mean, that type of stuff. Just big government is telling cities and states what to do. That's big government. Not to mention talking about nationalizing elections and all of this other stuff. So Republicans have been known for being anti-big government, fighting for states' rights. They're okay with big government now. Same thing with many of his comments about taking away 2A rights. Suddenly they're okay with it because Trump. I had a guest come on here and say that it's okay to take away a gun from somebody without even giving them due process. That was MAGA. That was Straight Talk Commerce saying that. It's okay to take away a gun from somebody based on an accusation and then give them due process and let them defend it in court later on. Because Trump said it. So, like I said, I envy President Trump because he does have the ability to say whatever, and MAGA will run with that, even if they were against it yesterday. No tax on tips, LOL. Not even a thing you all do. I don't know what that means. Let me know when y'all impeach Trump. I don't think that's going to happen. Well, if the Democrats win the House and Senate, it will happen. We needed who you guys canceling medical assistance around the world, which means disease and illnesses will spread more and close down the countries from trading. Huh? I thought you were MAGA, says Lala. I've never claimed to be MAGA. I've claimed to be about free speech and be MAGA friendly. I believe MAGA does sometimes not get a fair share when it comes to the media. Conservatives, Republicans, MAGA. A lot of times they get canceled in terms of media. So I've decided from day one, we're going to always let MAGA speak here. That's why you see the hat. So we are MAGA friendly, but I've never claimed to be MAGA. I don't see MAGA as a monster, at least not yet, but that's how we do the program. Can you tell me if Trump can save the auto industry? You put money in the right place, yes. In America, because you can pass laws to prevent imports from coming into the country. Just simply say that you believe Japan or Korea, where you get Kias and Hyundais from. Just say those countries make up some kind of issue where they're a national security threat or something, and prevent those countries from doing business in America, or go crazy with the tariffs or something like that, where you leave the citizens only one choice, and that is to buy American cars. You can save it like that. All you really need is for Ford or General Motors executives to just find Trump's number. There's been a lot of business people in this country that have been able to accomplish a hell of a lot by simply just finding Trump's number. I mean, you heard the Binance, or what is his name? Binance is the name of the company, cryptocurrency. Guy was doing a serious bid. Put a bunch of money in Trump's campaign. He got pardoned. I mean, he has a number. He has a number. All of this bullshit about he came with his own money. He doesn't take a salary. No, he can be bought. He can be bought. So if the General Motors and Ford get together, come up with the right number. You know, if it ain't going to Trump, it's going to Melania, it's going to Barron, I mean, because Trump ain't gonna be around forever, but he's certainly obviously still very much interested in money. Find his number, and then he'll start imposing those kind of strict tariffs on those other countries. It's as simple as that. Because that's what happened with them removing the I don't want to say bans, but limitations on fossil fuels and things like that. Now we're going back to coal. The big oil and coal industry found his number, and they actually made that commitment, and boom, here he is now promoting coal. Same thing with Elon Musk. President Trump was adamantly against e-vehicles, the range, the horsepower. He was criticizing all of that shit. Elon Musk came along, put tens of millions of dollars in his campaign, and suddenly he was telling you to buy them on the White House lawn. He can be bought. It's as simple as that. There is plenty of footage of Trump being very critical of e-vehicles. And then suddenly he's selling them on the White House lawn. Only thing that changed is Elon Musk is in the middle of those two opinions, giving him a bunch of money. He can be bought. Same thing with the Qatar jet we talk about. Qatar was just being nice. They gave me a free plane. You know, they wanted to be nice and all of that. Boom, now all of a sudden you hear that at a base. You don't think those two things have any connection, huh? So, look, he can be bought. Let me go back to the box. So he can be bought on windmills. Yeah, he can be bought on windmills too. Yeah, he could be bought on windmills. You just got to, as I keep saying, you just got to find the person that's willing to grease the palm properly. He can be bought. I think there's ample evidence to that. Tesla was the #1 selling vehicle for several years. It's literally an American-made vehicle. That's true, but he was criticizing it while all of those parameters were still happening. All of a sudden, Elon Musk gave him money, and now all of a sudden, it's the #1 vehicle, huh? Tamara, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. We're still now. Trump is talking about deporting actual U.S. citizens. Have you heard this?
No, I didn't hear anything about that.
It's not a long clip, but because we've been on long enough, I want you to hear this and for other folks. I think this is worthy of talking about.
100,000 people become American citizens every year through the naturalization process. But new today, the Trump administration is increasing staff and resources to revoke citizenship from people they want to scrutinize. NBC5's Phil Prazen takes a look at the issue.
The celebrations are held across the state of Texas.
It was emotional. It was emotional.
Immigrants and their families pledge allegiance to the United States after years of work. This ceremony is the last step in the naturalization process for those over 18 who are legal permanent residents, who pass a civics test, who speak English and have, quote, good moral character. Now, President Trump wants to beef up the process in reverse, adding staff to the 80 field offices to try to find 100 to 200 people a month to denaturalize, who they claim may have lied on their paperwork, are national security threats, or have illegally used Medicaid or Medicare. A spokesperson wrote NBC.
So he has a quota, 1 to 200 or 1 to 300, whatever you said, a quota of people, citizens, that they want to deport per month.
It's something with him every day. It's something different. I mean, like it's like overwhelming.
I can't. I'm laughing because it's true. But you know, if a liberal had said if Trump becomes president, he's not only going to go after rapists and murderers. He's going to start trying to deport citizens. You would have been accused of fear mongering.
But he told you during his campaign that's what he was going to do. He didn't say it every time at his rallies, but he did say that he was going to do the biggest mass deportation, and basically everybody was on the table. Tom Holland said it on the ham.
No, they didn't say citizens. They didn't say citizens, Tamara.
No, he said he was going after everybody. Basically, he said everything was on the table.
I don't remember him campaigning on deporting citizens, because a lot of Venezuelan and Cuban citizens voted for Trump. In fact, more of them voted for Trump than Kamala. I don't think the Cubans or Venezuelans would have voted for Trump if he was campaigning on getting rid of citizens.
No, I'm saying he didn't let that go. But Tom Holland said, like, once Trump got elected, Tom Homan was doing an interview, and he said basically, like, you know, like they was basically going after everybody.
Yeah, but when Tom Homan said everybody's on the table, he was talking about, look, if the liberals don't want to turn in criminals, so we have to go looking for them, and we go into a house pursuing a criminal, and they happen to have grandma that's there that's not legally in the country as well, then she goes too. He wasn't talking about citizens though.
Well, I just seen a video where they kicked in the door of a citizen, pulled guns on the lady, the kids, and everything, and they was all American citizens. They wasn't. They was looking for somebody that was related to them. But they did a late night raid, a no knock raid on a house just because me and you were cousins, and they were looking for you.
Yeah.
Because you did something. Because you were here illegally.
Well,
where in America is that okay?
In Trump's America, everywhere it's okay, particularly in liberal cities.
And that's the problem, because the cults, they accept it. You shouldn't have did this, you shouldn't have did that. It's okay because it's not happening to them. Yeah. That's why when I made the comment about MAGA Reacts, I said, I hope that he has an interaction with ICE or somebody in his family, because the way he's talking is this, that, he says, I wouldn't do nothing that's anything stupid. These people aren't doing anything stupid. They just living their life.
And that's where I think MAGA has a different viewpoint than a lot of other people. They believe that as long as you're following the law, you're safe. As long as you're complying with ICE, you're safe. I mean, no, a lot of folks getting fucked with aren't doing anything wrong. As you pointed out, people's houses are being entered without a warrant. You got folks that are being detained that are American citizens. ICE is making traffic stops in Minneapolis. Like, they're not supposed to be stopping you for just stopping you as a traffic stop.
It's unbelievable. It's uncontrollable. With this, it's his personal army, like you said. Just like you said, Pam Bondi's his personal attorney. He's turned ICE into his own personal military. He's literally threatening Congress and Senate. If they don't vote for him, you're going to get primary. You're going to have a problem. Like, what president? You're a little older than me. You like my brother's age, but from what I can remember, I've been following politics since probably Clinton. When Clinton was in office, I was like in high school, so I wasn't really following like that. But I used to watch the news and stuff. I don't ever remember Clinton threatening the Democratic Republicans and senators and Congress people. If you don't vote for my agenda, then I'm going to get you primary. Like,
you're younger than I am, but I will say I've never seen any president in my lifetime threaten so many people. I mean, threatening world leaders. I mean, like you mentioned, threatening members of Congress, members of the Senate, threatening colleges, threatening fucking TV stations. I've never seen one guy deliver so many threats to so many different forms of our life. I mean, that's like his go-to way of dealing with opposition, is to threaten something on you. I mean, that's what he normally does. And I will say, for President Trump, I got to give him credit. It's worked very well. I mean, that's the reason why he's president, and Congress and the Republican Congress and Senate aren't doing much. They're scared. The threats have worked very well.
It's like his child. Like, look at the thing that he did with the governors. He calls, and then he says, I did invite the Democratic governors." And then he calls the governor in your state, Pritzker, what's his name? The governor in Chicago. Illinois.
You talking about Pritzker's Illinois?
He called him a fat slob and shit again.
And here's the crazy thing about it is,
I invited the slob.
Yeah, here's the crazy thing about it is, he can call Pritzker a fat slob. He insults the hell out of him. And all of a sudden, Bad Bunny says some bad shit in a language they don't understand, and they're cussing people out and everything on TV. But Bad Bunny is the one getting all the attention, and you don't even understand the shit he's saying. You just heard what he said is, censored material, whatever. Real quick before we continue, I want to tell you folks on YouTube in particular, smash that like button if you enjoy programming like this, uncensored programming from all sides of the aisle. Feel free to sub to the program. If you're watching us also on Instagram, Substack, or TikTok, give us a follow. But I don't understand the selective outrage, Tamar.
And then he goes and says, I think I heard something about him not wanting the governor of Maryland. Is it the black one? The only black governor.
Yeah, you're talking about
he didn't want
Westwood or Westbrook or whatever his name is.
West Johnson or
Westmore, I think it is Westmore.
Yeah, then he starts talking about him, about how he didn't want him there to that governor's dinner.
Yeah, that's crazy. How could you throw an annual governor's meeting and only invite the Republican side of the aisle to it? Like, what the heck? Fortunately, the governor of Oklahoma, we talked about that the other day. Fortunately, the governor of Oklahoma, who's, blood red state, said, look, if you ain't inviting the Democrats, like, why are we having this? And the Republicans decided this is not even going to happen. Like, what are you doing?
And he attacked him. He attacked him too.
He did?
Yes, he did. He attacked him because he said that. Yes, he did. He attacked and he's a ruby red governor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Oklahoma. In fact, Oklahoma is the most Republican state. They're even more Republican than Texas. What I don't understand, and listen, the Democrats. Looking at the Democrats, I've never seen a level of cannibalism in terms of politicians that I've seen coming out of the Republican Party under Trump. Like, the Democrats do not cannibalize anywhere near to this level where all you got to do is disagree with him on one thing and everything else you've done for Trump in the past is irrelevant. I've never seen that before.
Like a fat child. Like I told you before, I said that he's like Eric Cartman. He's from South Park. That's exactly how he acts. It's like Eric Cartman growing up becomes president of the United States.
Yeah, I've never seen it before. I mean, like Joe Manchin, I always bring him up. Joe Manchin, the former senator from West Virginia, he was pushing back on Biden. He's a Democrat. He was pushing back on Biden. Like, I think 70% of the time he voted against Biden policies. You wouldn't survive as a Republican voting against 30% of Trump's policies. I mean, they got rid of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she was with Trump like 98% of the time. Even Liz Cheney was like 95%. All you got to do is fuck up once, and they get rid of you. I mean, Mike Pence was certainly viewed favorably in the Republican Party up to January 6th. Now he's on the other side. All it takes is for one incident. They demand perfection. I've never seen it before.
And these people just eat it up. They love it. It's like the cult is like crazy. Like that shit with Pam Bondi when she was being talked to, and they literally asked her about a person that's working for the Department of Justice that was a January 6th person that got pardoned, and she's like, "Oh yeah, he was pardoned, but he's still working for the Department of Justice." Like, make that shit make sense.
It don't. That is,
you can't.
Yeah.
And she literally said, "Oh yeah, well he was pardoned by the president, but he was still a January 6th person. He still was a rioter at the January 6th that he had to be pardoned." And you have him working for your Department of Justice.
Yeah. Well, I've heard, they suggested Enrique Torres or whatever his name, the perceived leader of the Proud Boys. They said he's a member of ICE.
I'm not surprised.
No.
That's why it's his personal army. Yeah, you got a couple of people of color, but the majority of those people are white nationalists.
Let me ask it to you this way: you think any Democrats are working for ICE? Let me ask it to you this way: do you think they were allowed to work for ICE?
No, because they could. That was one. Remember when the reporter, she got hired.
And they didn't do a background check.
They questioned you about who you. That was one of the questions I think that they asked you who you support and stuff like that.
They actually asked you that?
Yeah, I watched what's the Democracy Now, the news thing?
Yeah.
That's why I watched the lady do the report about it. She was speaking with Amy, the white-haired lady, Amy?
Yeah, I know you're talking about, the older lady, yeah.
Yes, the host of the show. She was doing an actual interaction with her. I forget what I'm saying, a segment. And she was saying that, that they she was breaking down the application thing.
Wow.
That was one of the things that they did.
They're checking your voting history out. So it's pretty clear they want folks that are somewhat loyal to the cause. And I can understand that, because what ICE is doing, you can't be empathetic towards immigrants at all and be effective as ICE. You got to be somebody who don't give a fuck about those people to do your job accurately, because they're going to order you to do stuff that's, it's based on zero sympathy. That's why this whole deport 1 to 200 citizens per month thing is kind of, because I had people, when I just played that clip, I had people in the comments talking about you're supposed to be of moral character. Look, I don't think there's any of us that if you went through our entire history wouldn't find something we did that was against the law. Cheated on your taxes or something. I mean, because most
didn't dot an I, didn't
yeah,
cross a T.
yeah. So it makes it so that they're going to easily find 1 to 200 citizens they can deport. And not to mention the Somali community in Minnesota. That's a good way to get rid of a lot of them too, because they've been allegedly involved in fraud. And those folks in Somalia, well, actually the Somalis in Minnesota, they're born in America. So they're not people, because if you're talking about getting rid of naturalized people, it's still somebody that came here from another country, went through the process legally, and became a citizen. He's not talking about, or at least not yet, he's not talking about deporting people that were born in America. But it's Trump, so anything is possible.
Wasn't MAGA Reacts born in Egypt?
I don't know. He might be.
I'm almost sure he said he was.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that's him, right? He's a natural.
Yeah. That would be him. That would be if that. Yeah, you said. Yeah, he's in the comments. He said yes.
See, you see.
We're not gonna get rid of MAGA. We would take a GoFundMe to get MAGA Reacts back, wouldn't we?
You might.
So
Jeremy laugh.
Can we change his name to Egypt Reacts? Is that a pyramid I see behind you?
He said he's not going nowhere.
Yeah, bro.
He said he's not going nowhere until I said so.
Yeah, P Diddy once had a song saying we ain't going nowhere. Look where he at now. So
he said he told us that he thought he wasn't gonna stop either, right?
Yeah, right. Well, let's hope MAGA Reacts don't get deported. I can't debate with them anymore if they end up kicking them out of the country, because it might be hard to call back. And when they deport you, I think they put a 10-year, even if it's some minor, I think they ban you from coming back to the country for at least 10 years. Because there are people on TikTok. There are people on TikTok that have.
He's been here since a kid, so.
Huh?
I said he's been here since he was a kid, so
they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing to a lot of people.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. I don't care if you're 90 and you've been here since you were 5. If you're here illegally, they throwing you out. They don't give a fuck. The lack of empathy is off the chain.
Everything Trump is doing is almost, he's making moves almost like he's not planning on leaving. With the shit that he's doing with the West Wing.
Not planning on leaving. You said he's making moves like he literally is selling Trump 2028 hats.
Exactly. I'm telling you, I think he wants to pass in the office. Like he wants to pass in the office like the guy that doing World War II, the guy that was Roosevelt, FDR.
Well, when you think of, I'll give Trump credit for one thing. He's right. The Democrats are going to try to impeach him and lock him up and all of that kind of stuff. So that is one way to prevent that from happening, is to stay in office until you die. You got permanent protection from the government, because even if he leaves office and gives himself a blanket pardon, he's probably committed some state crimes that'll get him on. I mean, what Letitia James went after him on, that'll probably come back to life soon. I mean, he's committed state crimes. Not to mention all of the women that accused him of sexual assault. You think they wouldn't have a hard time finding a jury that agrees with those women, considering how controversial Trump is now? So all of that state crimes. So in his defense, it is in his best interest to stay in office until he dies.
Yeah, because he's going to pardon himself, regardless if he gets impeached or not. Before he leaves, he will pardon himself.
But you can't pardon yourself. Yeah, but you can't pardon. I don't think, can he pardon himself from rapes he may have committed in the 80s if he's convicted of it? I don't know. Can he pardon all that stuff?
I'm shoot. Anything's possible.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, like, how do you write up a blanket pardon? What do you say? I am now 81 years old and I hereby pardon myself from anything that may come up from the last 81 years, he'll be 83 rather. Do you just say, I'm hereby creating a blanket pardon from anything you may find going all the way back to 1946 or something like that? Is that how you do that?
I'm reckoning so, Tim.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And whoever that coon was that you had on earlier, my goodness.
That was I think you're talking Black MAGA. I think you're talking about. Well, I had two. I had two Black MAGA on today. I had Duke on the line. And thank you, moderate Democrat. Appreciate that, Galaxy. I had Duke on, and I also had an individual on that was he said he had a white mom and a black dad. And he was also, he was also pro MAGA. So I had a lot of MAGA on today. I had MAGA React, Straight Talk. I had a lot of MAGA on today. All right, well, I got to move it on to Mar. It's been an interesting show, but thank you for
coming. Yes, it has.
Yeah.
I seen Gracie Grandma's in the wait, so I'm waiting for her before I go out.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, appreciate it, man. All right, moving on with the program, by the way. Can we get 140? It's going to sound like an auction, but tap the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. So who do you Trump haters want for president, says Tommy Anderson. I don't think most can answer that. Well, let me just tell you this. If somebody does qualify as a Trump hater, it's going to be just like me as a Chicago Bears fan. When it comes to the Packers, if you ask me, who do you want to beat the Green Bay Packers? I'm going to say anybody. Anybody, that is our motto. I'm a Bears fan and a fan of anybody that plays the Packers. So when you ask, well, who do you want to be the next president? They're going to say anybody but Trump. Anybody on the left but Trump. I mean, at this point, there's a hell of a lot of liberals that would take Biden, even if Biden didn't know his name was Biden, over Trump. So we'll go with that, but I don't think the Democrats right now have a clear-cut, solid leader. I'll certainly say that. The Democrats do not have a solid leader. Is that a major problem for the Democrats? Not yet. Not yet. Trump still has a little bit under 3 years left in office. And I'll tell you this, 3 years before Trump became president in 2016, nobody was talking about Trump seriously. It was Jeb Bush and stuff like that. So he came and rose up. Same thing with Obama. Obama became president in 2008. Nobody was really talking about him in 2005. So with 3 years ago, anything could happen. Trump and Obama has shown that. When Trump won, everybody thought it was going to be Jeb Bush's turn. When Obama won, everybody thought it was going to be Hillary Clinton's turn. So you got 3 years, anything could happen. But it should also be noted, while we're talking about there's no clear-cut leader on the Democrat side, MAGA seems to think that you're going to have to run against Trump. So I guess MAGA's expecting Trump to run for a third term. Because if Trump is not on the ticket in 2028, MAGA is significantly weaker. Period. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, none of them are Trump. None of them are Trump. They don't have the charisma of Trump. They don't know how to talk to a crowd like Trump. They don't know how to energize each other like Trump. J.D. Vance, Don Jr., another one that may be, look, they're fan favorites with MAGA, but they're not Trump. Trump could convince you any of those folks who are rhino tomorrow. No one on the right could convince you that Trump is a rhino. So he has a power that Trump could make J.D. Vance go away just like he did Mike Pence. Same thing with Marco Rubio. He could make those guys into nothing overnight. Same thing he did with Marjorie Taylor Greene. He could turn them into nothings overnight. There is no one on the right in the eyes of MAGA that could turn Trump into a nothing. So the hierarchy, the supremacy is there. So whoever replaces Trump is not going to have the same power with MAGA, the same it factor that Trump has. That's who the Democrats are going to be running against, that person, not Trump. So MAGA seems to, Democrats don't have nobody that can beat Trump. That's not who they're going to be running against. It's not who they're going to be running against. They're going to be running against somebody else that has the baggage of Trump. So you're running against J.D. Vance, you're running against Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz or somebody, and that person has to actually atone for the baggage of the Trump administration. That's who you're running against. So we'll see who the Democrats. I'm not saying that means the Democrats are going to win. They can still lose. But what I'm saying is their job is easier running against whoever that person is, I believe, at least in Trump. Because the amount of, we're going to trust Trump no matter what. I don't think the right would trust J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio no matter what, like they are with President Trump. So the right will be weaker in that as well. Epstein files about to be put on Donald J. Trump's. You say the Epstein files are about to put Donald J. Trump on his heels. I don't believe that. Look, the Epstein files at this point, decisions are made. People who are going to hold Trump accountable for the Epstein files already believe he's a pedo. People who are not going to hold Trump accountable don't care if he's a pedo. I don't think you're going to show MAGA much at all out of the Epstein files that are going to change their mind. Other than possibly showing them President Trump on 8K video humping on a kid, outside of that, the rest of that shit's useless. They're not going to take eyewitness testimony seriously. They're not going to take victims sobbing and saying they got raped seriously. They're not going to take any statements from feds or Department of Justice personnel or the courts seriously. If Trump is saying he didn't do it, he's going to reign supreme over anybody that's accusing him of doing it. I say this on every show. If President Trump is saying he didn't do something in the eyes of MAGA, there's nobody in existence that can tell you he did it and they're going to actually believe that person. So Trump is safe when it comes to the Epstein files, at least in the eyes of MAGA. There's no one in existence that can tell you Trump did something when he is saying he didn't, and they're going to believe that person. Like I said, unless there's like literally 8K video of him doing something that, and even then they may suggest it's AI. But yeah, if Trump does something wrong, there's nobody that can tell MAGA and they're going to believe that person over Trump. Let me go back to the box. Imagine just Trump. We don't have to imagine it. We have it. We'll go back to the box and we'll bring up the one and only moderate Democrat. Good evening, moderate. What brings you to the program? What am I getting wrong, moderate?
I heard you talk about him pardoning himself. He cannot pardon himself.
I didn't think so. For state crimes, I didn't think so.
I want him to try, so it causes a constitutional crisis, because I do think he's walking around with his own pardon in his pocket, trying to pardon himself. I do think at some point, if the shit really hits the fan, I do think he'll try to pardon himself, but he can't pardon himself because imagine if we make that a normal. A president then can go out and do horrific stuff and just go, I pardon myself.
Is there a definitive part of the Constitution that specifies a president can't do that?
I don't think so.
So he can pardon himself.
I'd have to have a lawyer, someone that's really like, I don't think it says in there that he can't do it. But I think it's common sense that you can't do it.
Yeah, but if it doesn't say he can't do it, and you got a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, which is where it'll end up, you feel confident he's not going to get away with it?
He might get. I mean, I think he's going to attempt to do it. But
yeah.
I do.
I'm certain of that. Yeah, I'm certain of that.
I mean, I do think that it would cause a constitutional crisis because, like, there's no way that you can allow a president. I don't care if it's Trump. Any president should not be able to pardon themselves, because that you're just opening up. Oh my God, you're opening up a freaking terrible situation where a president can literally just go out and start unaliving Americans and just go, I pardon myself.
Yeah, but what if you think that the president should have the right to pardon himself because the liberals are making up a bunch of shit on him and just trying to convict him?
Well, I think that you just have to go through the court. I don't think you should be able to sit there and pardon yourself.
But
I think if it's that serious, you have to resign and then give it off to your vice president. Have an agreement there that he or she's going to pardon you.
That could happen too, and
that's what Nixon did, didn't he?
Yeah, that could happen. I mean, my guess is he probably does, as you say, have a pocket pardon. JPT Farms, thanks for the hat mustache. Yeah. My guess is what you're saying is accurate. He probably has a pocket pardon. Maybe even has been signed to use posthumously just to protect his legacy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not denying that the guy's going to try to do it. He's the most corrupt president of all time. He really is. I mean, could you imagine if Nixon could see this right now? If you could take Nixon and show him, he would be like, "Why did I resign?
Yeah.
Why did I resign?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a different party then. A different Republican Party.
Well,
but man, have mercy.
I haven't seen a president with this much power in my lifetime, obviously. So I don't know where we're going to go with this. But you're right. Any envelope that he can push, he's going to push it.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that the next people that run, we're going to have reforms on the presidency. Like first, like pardoning power. If you are holding dinners, $1 million plate dinners, and then days later you are pardoning the people that were at the sons and daughters of the people at that dinner, you should be impeached and removed. Do you not agree with me, Tim?
Yeah, some of it is so bad.
It's so blatant. It's so blatant. And the crypto stuff that he's doing, you got all these people giving the money, and this guy's making billions of dollars. And then hold on, and Tim, how can a sitting president sue the government? He's the government, right? And he's suing for $10 billion. Other people got their names leaked too. And he's like, he literally tells people, he goes, I already won this, I won this. I just got to decide how much.
Yeah, he literally said it's like negotiating with myself.
Bro,
Yeah.
He said, I already won. I'm just deciding how much I want to pay myself. What? He thinks that the American people's money is his money.
It is. It is right now. I can guarantee you this, that whenever Trump leaves office, he by far made more money during this second term than he did the previous 80 years of his life.
So much. Yeah. Another thing is I want them to do is like whoever wins the presidency, whatever, it's going to be a Democrat. Democrat's going to win.
Are you sure?
1,000%. 1,000%.
I'm not 1,000% sure.
I'm going to tell you this. By the time 2028 gets here, I think Trump is going to be in the low 20s approval rating. And when you were talking about we call them now the Trump files, because those are the Trump files. His name's in there 38,000. We call them the Trump files. There's 3 million more files that ain't even come out.
That's crazy that the federal government was taking all of that. The fact that the federal government was taking enough information out there for 3 million files and nobody got prosecuted. Like, there's got to be feds everywhere that know about pedophilia. Like, how could you guys sit there and write all this shit and not make an arrest?
You see, just so much of this information coming out. And then some of the stuff that he's accused of, bro, is some heinous shit, bro.
But it ain't. But I'm going to say it ain't just Trump. It makes me wonder.
No, it's a lot of.
Yeah, but not only
he's the president, man. He's the president.
Well, he wasn't the president. He wasn't the president when they were doing it. And that's what I'm saying. It's like,
he's the president now.
Yeah, that's true. But how could the federal government do an investigation that has produced enough information to create 3 million files, all sorts of pedophilia throughout it, and you ain't arrested nobody? You guys recorded all this shit and didn't arrest nobody but one dude?
And they're blocking out these people's names, and then they're letting the women's names be shown. And you're seeing these pictures of these children, man. I mean, the little girls, bro. It's terrible, man. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, it's a lot of stuff's got to change, man. I mean, I want the Democrat Party when we run in 2028, bro. You got to talk about changing the presidential rules.
There's gonna be some. It's gonna be like an anti-Trump rule act or something.
It's got to be called the Trump Act, bro.
Probably
we got to put Trump Act stuff in there, man, because it's the president. And then I want the president, whoever comes in there, the Democrat. I want them to jackhammer that stupid cement slab that he put in where the rose garden is. I want that shit ripped up immediately on day one. I want anything with his name on it. I want it ripped down and burned up on the same day.
That's the vision, though. Listen. If you get in there and you start tearing up everything he did, kind of like what he did to Biden and Obama.
Jackhammering it all.
I don't. Look, if he wants to build this big tribunal that's bigger than the one in Paris,
we can knock that shit down.
You can't do that. You can't.
We can knock it down, bro. There's certain people in history that wanted to put shit up and glorify themselves, and we don't like them now.
I hear what you're saying, but if you go in there and you tear apart everything he did, like he did to Obama and Biden,
Tim, I'm going to look at it, man. I'm going to look at it like this. This man went to the Supreme Court, and he asked the Supreme Court to allow him to racially profile people.
Yeah.
People of color.
I'm not denying that he's earned a bad guy label in some levels.
He is the scumbag of the presidency. and we need to erase his name from our books, our buildings, and make sure that this man is never celebrated.
There's nothing you can. That's like trying to erase Black history. You can't. It's impossible to erase.
Well, we can take him off our building.
Yeah, this is a comment I often tell folks when they say taking down Confederate statues and monuments is erasing history. History is there. You can't erase history. You can take down, as you're talking about, tributes to him, but
I want to watch him cry. I want to watch him cry when we're taking his name off of shit. I want to watch him throw a tantrum. What the hell?
You're never gonna get that.
Why am I getting restricted?
It's called haters. It's called haters. We get it every time. Some guess they hate more than others. They're hating you. It's called hatred.
I better go. Is it a 10-minute restriction on you?
It does. I mean, I'm on so many platforms. If TikTok, I don't even fuck about TikTok by itself. I'm on Substack, Instagram. You're on all kinds of shit. Yeah, you're.
What did I say?
You said something. You said some liberal shit that the right didn't like.
What, removing his name? Damn.
You said
something. They got mad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the truth.
First Watch says half of America support Trump. Do you agree with that? That half of America right now, as we speak, is supporting Trump?
Well, I mean, what 77 million voted for him. There's 350 million Americans. So I don't know about half.
Not only that, but the 77 million that voted for him. Some of them are Venezuelans and Cubans and blacks.
Yeah.
And some of them are gone.
Imagine a lot of those folks are finding out, like, man, how stupid were we to vote for this guy? I mean, I've talked to men on here who are MAGA, and they literally had voted for Trump, and they had immigrant wives, and they're illegal.
Yeah.
And I mean, how do you go and vote for a guy that's going to do the biggest deportation in history, and your old lady is an immigrant and she's illegal? How do you do that?
Well, let's be clear. I understand voting for Trump. To me, I can understand even black people voting for Trump because he promised good shit. But what you just asked, he was talking about getting rid of rapists and murderers. You wouldn't think your trophy wife or your immigrant wife is going to be part of that. That ain't what he campaigned on. He campaigned on getting rid of rapists and murderers. So people weren't expecting grandma that's been here running a taco stand for the last 40 years to be part of that. So he probably, and that's why you see.
But that's like the farmers, Tim. That's like the farmers getting screwed over in the first term and them having to give him $28 billion. Then they turn around, vote for him again. Then he goes in there, does the tariffs, screws them again, and then has to bail him out again. You can't be this stupid to watch him the first. It ain't like these people didn't. This man was incompetent the first time when we had the pandemic. He didn't know how to handle that shit.
Yeah, but but moderate. They're looking at the left and they're like, we're gonna have transgender everywhere, forcing this on our kids. You got to think what they were voting against.
I understand, and
yeah.
I'll agree with me and you. I think more realistic on this topic about the Democrat Party needs to answer questions honestly of like what a woman is, protecting women and women's sports. We've allowed, and I understand, want to protect people. You want people treated fairly and stuff. But I also believe you can't be a party that says you want to protect women, stick up for women, women's rights. Then when it comes to women's sports, you suddenly want to buckle.
Well, I agree and somewhat disagree. If feminists are not complaining that their sports are in jeopardy, that should show you that it really ain't a big issue. I mean, fact is, how many of us?
Small issue.
Yeah, how many of us actually know someone, a kid or somebody, a daughter of ours, your niece or somebody that's playing female sports in school, and there's a dude on the team.
I 100% agree, but the problem is so many people, when they get asked what a woman is, and you watch these lives, people will wobble. A woman is a natural born female with internal DNA, internal engine, and outward anatomy of a female. That's how you answer it. And then you say, well, you want to know that because you want me to answer what a trans woman is. Yeah. A trans woman is a natural born male who mentally believes they are female and they want to present as a female. Okay?
Well, they kind of view.
And they have the constitutional right. They have the pursuit of happiness. Yeah.
They don't believe that. That last stuff is bullshit to them because they didn't want them in the military or anything. But my answer to what a woman is, I usually go with the chromosomes. Whatever chromosome denotes a female versus, that's what I give them because you can be born a woman and be missing some of those internal parts you're talking about. I mean, God don't make us perfect, so I go by the chromosomes. And even that ain't always perfect. But yeah, the fact is the folks on the right that are asking it, they have a hatred towards the transgender community. Now, they're not going to admit that, But that's what it is when they talk about the transgender community, the playing ball against kids, and all. They believe that them folks, they kind of put them in the category of like pedophiles or something. They believe they're harmful to children if they go in the bathroom with the kid.
The simple fact is, majority of that issue, 99.5% of it, doesn't affect anybody, right? If your neighbor's trans, it doesn't affect you. Nothing. Only time it affects anybody when you're talking a sporting event and a small majority and like a changing area, like at a YMCA or something like that. That's when it affects most of this never affects anybody.
No.
It's the wedge issue where Trump likes to use it and stir the pot and put Democrats on their heels, and because Democrats want to defend a lot of people and give people the right to be heard. But that's what Trump does. Trump even said himself when they bring it up to him, he literally said, we don't talk about that. The election is over. We don't need to talk about it. He literally said it. He knows it. And I see people in here, like me talking about it, they're like literally so angry with me. It's like, I understand, Andy, if you have me blocked, God bless you. Block me. I don't care. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. You don't need to announce it. This is not an airport. Congratulations.
Damn.
It's like, I literally do not care. Like, I didn't say anything nasty up here. It's like, this is the problem with the left, though. The left has this purity thing where if you don't agree with every single thing that the left agrees with, you're not good enough. You know what I mean? And the left has a problem there. And a lot of people are going to realize, do you want to win elections or do you want to keep seeing a fascist take over your country?
That's kind of my opinion as well. You can't be cannibalized, because that's what Trump does. You can't cannibalize your own people. I mean, look, this person doesn't agree with you on everything, but you guys agree on a whole lot more than you disagree on. So you can't. Listen, yeah. So it's crazy to go after somebody because of, as you mentioned, with the transgender community, it only represents a very small section of the population. You agree on health care. You guys agree on entitlement programs, all this shit that affects the overwhelming majority of the country, but you don't agree on trans, so you're going to separate. That doesn't make any sense.
It's crazy because you can just be talking about a general conversation like this, and this lady tells me because I'm a man, I need to shut up and not talk about this. I mean, that's wild, ain't it? That's a wild statement.
Yeah, Gangsta Grandma has done that to me. She says I'm not an ally. I'm like, what? Because I'm an ally. I really am an ally.
I think these issues, everybody talks about them because they're part of the community, part of the America. It's part of politics. And no one's being rude up here. You just don't like my opinion on it. I mean, I may not like yours, but God bless you. Have fun with it.
Fair enough. All right, moderator, I do got to move it on. Good to see you on the show. Certainly come on through.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to come up in mine, man. I'd love to have you.
You usually on when I'm working during the day. I stop sometimes to get a coffee. I'm trying to lose weight so I don't get the donut anymore. But when I'm sitting there sipping on coffee, you're on live. A couple of times I was like, but you were still, I think, giving your monologue or something. But I've wanted to come on, but you be on during the day when I'm live. So I mean when I'm working rather. So that's what I haven't been on your show as much. But I'll certainly come through. All
right, brother. But you have a good one, man.
You too. Appreciate it. Good talk. Real quick in the comments, somebody said a comment I want to respond. No man needs to shut up about what they don't know. Yikes. So you said me, Andy, you said men need to shut up about things they don't know. Real quick in the comments, let me move on. Can you guys get me up to 150? Tap the screen, get the likes up. If you're watching on YouTube, some of you folks have been very kind. Thank you for tapping the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, tap the screen, get the likes up. And if you're watching on Substack, by the way, if you're watching on any platform, feel free to follow or subscribe. We're here most weekdays. We don't censor. So if you favor free speech, now if you're a viewer who prefers an echo chamber, meaning I'm a liberal, and I just want everybody to bash Trump, or I'm MAGA, and I want everybody wearing their red hat talking about libtards. This is not that kind of program. You're going to hear pro-Trump. You're going to hear anti-Trump. You're going to hear pro-liberal. You're going to hear anti-liberal. That's what free speech is about. If you prefer your speech, although I favor folks watching me and tuning in and certainly participating in the dialogue, I'm going to ask you to go somewhere else because that's not what we do here. We're about free speech. We're not about, literally picking and choosing your side. Real quick in the comments, we need both sides, says, I think that's Glenn, if I got my spectacles. Yeah, Glenn, we do. Certainly win free speech. Thank you, Carmel. And Blitz, is that what that says? It makes no sense for people to think Billionaires are going to save them. Sassy Mo, I agree with you 100%. But the motto from the right is, I've never gotten a job from a poor person. Therefore, most folks on the right are more favorable to the wealthy than they are to the poor, because they do believe that the wealthy are going to eventually let some of what we're doing for the wealthy trickle down and help out the poor. So if you get a wealthy tax cuts, it will incentivize them to create jobs. That's what they tend to believe, which is why when you hear the right pursue fraud and wasted tax money and things like that, it's generally against poor people. They'll go at the welfare fraud and SNAP fraud and stuff like that. What the Somalis are doing in Minnesota, they claim. You don't hear the right talking about corporate fraud at all. They don't go for that because they believe if you look out for the wealthy will turn around and look out for you. So that's kind of where that comes from. Once you've seen the truth, it's hard not to ever unsee it again, says Pot. What is the truth, though? Let me know. My niece is light-skinned, red hair. My cousin, red hair. I get black during the summer. My people's definitely was Indian, not Texas. Okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. Let me go back to the box, bring up my next guest. Get your boy up to 150. Can we do that? We'll make it happen with Gangsta. I was about to hit Andy. I don't know why. Gangsta Grandma, good evening.
What's up with you?
Not much at all.
You Uncle Ruckus?
How am I being an Uncle Ruckus? What the hell?
You are. You always an Uncle Ruckus. Happy Valentine's Day with your fat ass.
I gotta be fat. I thought
Well, you are.
Is the Zep bell not working?
No, it's really not.
Actually, I'm down about 15 pounds. So hold your horses.
So wait a minute, you're using a shot to lose weight?
Yeah.
Do you realize you're going to gain that weight back? You realize that when you stop taking
it? So that may be an extra year or two I live.
Why don't you take your fat ass out there and walk?
I do that too, goddammit. It ain't working.
But you're still going to go up there and you're going to be a fat ass because as soon as you stop taking that shot, I'm being honest with you.
And I'm being honest.
Pull you down. You're going to
Gangsta, hold on. No matter what the fuck you do, when you stop, you're gonna gain the weight back. Even if you're exercising.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. Nothing is permanent.
No, you don't. No, you don't. But that shot, I don't know what's wrong with the shot, but it does make you regain the weight back. Okay. It is what it is.
Okay.
But just start eating right though, on some real shit. That's all you gotta do. The bigger you are, it's easier.
Well, I'm gonna. Well, Big Dog says I'm down over 48 pounds on Manjaro. He says I haven't gained the weight back, so he disagrees with you. They took Gangsta Grandma off. Gangsta Grandma, you got a real genuine hater in the comments. They took Gangsta Grandma off. I didn't say any damn thing. Andy, welcome to the program. Wow. That was too fucking quick. That was like what do you call it? You pre-ejaculate. They took you off too quick. That was too quick. I was still enjoying that. Anyway, Andy, good evening.
Hello. Can we go back to that election shit that MAGA Reacts was talking about? Oh, please, Tim. Because you cannot let parties be in charge of that. States need to control their elections, and we have courts. Courts are who are the arbitrators of this information. That shit went to court over 60 times. And every time they told Trump, nuh-uh, that ain't how that works. And going back now is only wasting taxpayer dollars. Like MAGA doesn't know where money comes from, apparently, because they just want to throw it away like it's, like it's raining. They don't care. Yeah. They want to make it rain. They don't give a shit.
Well, they say the same thing about Democrats.
What is going to happen if they did find it? Trump cannot serve a third term. All that we can do forward or make changes to the election to make them more secure, but relitigating the 2020 election is stupid. It's costly, and the way Trump is doing it is not bipartisan. It is a fraud job. The fact that he had, who was it, Tulsi Gabbard on the ground? What was Tulsi Gabbard doing in Georgia?
Yeah.
She's the last person on earth that needed to be there. Nothing screams we're having a cover-up like Tulsi Gabbard sticking her little head around the hanger.
Yeah, I don't think she wanted to be. I don't think they intended for Tulsi Gabbard to be discovered there, because you look at that footage, she's back off in a fucking baseball cabinet. I don't think she ever wanted to be discovered. She was trying to be undercover doing that.
And see, MAGA IRX also doesn't understand that it was the Trump administration and Fox News that said because they lost Miami, that they didn't have the support of the Latino community that they needed to redistrict Texas, because if they did, they'd lose Texas in a landslide. That was your party that said that, not the Democrats. Please quit trying to say that we're up here just trying to gaslight y'all when it's literally your own party and you don't even listen to your own party.
How about this? How about this? In Hard Grand Production says Ron DeSantis, Greg Abbott will be the candidates to follow President Trump. What do you think? Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott.
Nobody, look, he didn't do well in the, like, I don't know why they say that. He didn't do well in the primaries. Nobody likes DeSantis. He wears lips in his shoes. He don't even like him. For real?
Oh my God. I don't know.
It's a joke. It is so hilarious to me. Like, Joe Biden gave too much student loan debt, and that was unconstitutional, and they had a fucking meltdown. They have a meltdown over Hunter's laptop, which they produced. We know this because Steve Bannon said so. Steve Bannon said he doctored it. You know, they created their own scandal, but yet we watched Don Jr. get $5 billion in the desert, and nobody says jack shit.
Well, it's good for...
Republicans have no conviction, they have no morality, and they have no honesty left. So when we look at them, you go, oh, our good book, you should believe in our book. Y'all, you're just making us not believe the Bible. You're making us lose faith in all of your shit. If Christians act like this, then why follow Christ? What the hell? Y'all need to get your shit together. The biggest detriment to your party is you.
I gotta say, personally, for me, someone who grew up in the church, I used to say this a lot, and JPT Farms, I used to say this a lot, certainly because I grew up in the church, used to go to Bible school every fucking summer and everything. If you had asked me when I was a young man what I wanted to be when I grew up, I would have told you a pastor. It has done exactly to me what you just said. It's really fucked with my faith. It's like, if you can do all this stuff and be a Christian, it don't look like a good place to be. Certainly with the immigrants and all that, it's really shaking my faith significantly.
Remember when the term Christian in the Bible was a slur? And Christ, like, Christians were supposed to be viewed by their works. They were not supposed to call themselves Christian. They were not supposed to openly go around talking about it. Yeah. The fact that they just say they're Christian and don't do the work is their problem. They think that saying the words, I'm a Christian, absolves them from doing the work in the Bible. And I got news for them. When they lay down for their final nap, it's going to be a hell of a surprise.
Ooh. And in the comments real quick, Danny says the rule of law. You can't be pardoning everybody talking about the rule of law. If you either, look, if the January 6th folks are getting pardoned, then you're not for the rule of law. I mean, you can't be suggesting, well, we're only doing this because they're not following the law. Meanwhile, on the other side, you're pardoning everybody. So it's not about the rule of law.
Y'all put Kid Rock on TV talking about punctured veins and a methadone clinic and called that good Christian values. Like, for real, y'all. Y'all did that shit. Yeah. MAGA Reacts, you need to check yourself, because when I heard you up here, all I heard was somebody that sounded like a petulant child throwing a fit on the floor, going, I just want my way. I don't care what happens. I just want my way.
I believe that one alone. MAGA Reacts, he's passionate in his opinion. We don't agree. So he sounds like a child to you, huh?
Yeah, when he's saying, I don't care about the courts, and I just want Trump to I want my daddy to handle it. Doesn't that sound like a child? Just for real.
Yeah, it does, the way you phrased it. So, I don't know.
Women hear childlike behavior all the time. We deal with men. And one more before you let me go. Hey, moderate. When you take a biology class and learn that 1 in every 100,000 children is born intersex, and that doctors make fucking mistakes all the goddamn time, and that children are born with the wrong hormones and the wrong genetics, you can miss me with your bullshit, because all you're telling me is you failed fucking science, and you're willing to put a community at danger, already in extreme danger, at harm with your bullshit. See, you're out here talking about, we're just being logical. You don't have to say any of that shit, even if you believe it, because you're putting them in harm and you don't give a fuck. And that's my goddamn issue with you. And I have you blocked, and so do a whole lot of other women, as you saw in the comments. Wasn't just me. Thank you, Tim, and have a good day.
All right.
It's about 4 of us.
Can I pick the microphone back up? All right, Andy. Thanks for coming through.
Love you, Tim. Thank you for letting me have that moment.
Anytime. I just sometimes you gotta just be the goalpost. A field goal's coming your way. Looking in the comments real quick here. What happened to feminism? Feminism still exists. My guess is it may get stronger now that we've made it so that we criminalized abortion and things like that. You may see that come back. Love Andy, could listen to her all day. Says what is that? Two wheels? 2-wheel A? Okay. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Certainly if you're watching on YouTube, can you do your boy solid? Tap the screen, get the likes up. Speaking of religion, does God forbid eating beaver? My guess is probably not. Probably not. He probably would want you to be married to the beaver you're eating, but I don't think it would go beyond that. Obviously, you're hungry and you would prefer one of those little furry things that is normally known for building dams right now. So I'll let you feel free to take off from the program and go find yourself something tasty to eat. If you want to send some pictures, I'm not going to hate. Anyway, people don't realize when they are being oppressed. That is true to some degree. I think in President Trump's case, though, because things are moving so fast, that won't be the case in this deal. It's got to be gradual, and Trump is moving so quickly. Things are going backwards fast in a lot of areas. I don't think it would be the same. Tamar, shout out to you. Enjoy that. Yum yum. Real quick in the comments here, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything before I go on to the next caller. Depends on the species of beaver. What are they, fucking aliens or something now? What do you mean species? Why do you support this administration, says Zach? Currently, I don't. And Trump's first term, I didn't think was that bad. But second term, I don't favor any administration that's running it for one man. If Obama did everything on his own, I wouldn't favor that. I do believe in checks and balances. And I don't believe that the current Republican Party, Senate, or Congress is performing any checks and balances on Trump at all. I mean, when he said he wanted to nationalize the election and put Republicans in control, and they didn't say anything, that's, to me, as good as talking about I want to steal an election. Would anybody, even the Republican Party, who may celebrate the victory, would anybody trust that the election was held fairly if he nationalizes the election and puts it in Republican control? Even the winners would be like, shit, we got away with one. I mean, everybody would assume that election was not held properly to let one side be in control of it. Congress on the Republican side didn't say shit. Didn't say none of that. That's about the most egregious statement you could make in terms of stealing an election that you could make. I can't think, they say the Democrats stole it in 2020. I can't think of anything that was said that was that bad. We want to nationalize the election and put Republicans in control. I think he said in at least 15 places or more. You can already understand the 15 places are going to be all Democrat strongholds. So imagine Republicans in control of the election in Chicago. So what ends up happening? Chicago goes red? I mean, like, if there was ever a concern or fear for some kind of civil unrest, imagine an election where the people of a city are 100% sure that imagine somebody like Marco Rubio or somebody, governing policy for Chicago. They obviously know this is not the dude we voted for. He's going against all of our interests. It would just be a disaster. So all of a sudden people are, outside of City Hall doing all kinds of violent shit. So I guess Trump or whoever the Republican president is would flood the area out with ICE. It's just a disaster. That's what could happen if you let one side take control of an election, which is what President Trump is promoting. So, no, I'm not a fan of that at all. And the fact that the Republican Party said nothing about it speaks volumes. I don't know what happened to my monitor here, but that really speaks volumes that the Republican Party is okay with the man talking about nationalizing an election. Frightening shit. Anyhow, moving on with the program, I would vote for a Republican mayor in Chicago if they didn't favor Trump's agenda. Look, it doesn't matter what you vote for. What I'm saying is, if it's a city, let's say a city that leans overwhelmingly Republican, and all of a sudden Al Sharpton becomes the congressperson or the mayor in that town, that ain't gonna work. The Democrats take control of the election, and you got a hardcore Republican area, and Al Sharpton is suddenly the mayor. Everybody knows this person didn't win. They put in the person they wanted, and this person is now in our town doing all kinds of shit that we don't agree with. That's what would happen if you let the Republicans take control of the election. You're going to have people